By the end of this video, I'm going to show you all the code you need to write to create a business that can easily earn over $1 million a year. And I'm going to be doing it using the latest and greatest Next.js features, and I'm even going to show you how you can write your code in a way that is very modular, modern, and clean, so you can extend this project to be as large and complex as you need. It's honestly some of the best code that I've ever written that I'm going to show you in this video. And to create this 7-figure business, we're going to be making a clone of the site Parity Deals. This is a real application that, as you can see, I currently use. I pay about $500 to $1,000 a year to this service, and same with all of these other people. They're all paying hundreds or even thousands of dollars to this service. And I'm going to show you how to create a clone of it that does all of the same things and even improves on many of the problems that this site has. And throughout this entire process, I'm going to be explaining exactly what I do step by step so you can understand why the code works, why I'm writing it the way I'm writing it, and what actually makes it clean code. This is going to be a really long video, but I guarantee if you stick through the entire thing, you're going to learn invaluable skills that'll help you with this project and any other project you build. Welcome back to Web Dev Simplified. My name is Kyle, and my job is to simplify the web for you so you can start building your dream project sooner. And to understand how this project can earn over $1 million a year, we first need to understand what the project is that we're building. I already talked about it being a clone of the Parity Deals website, and essentially all this website does is figure out what country a user is coming from, and then it shows them a different coupon based on where they're coming from, so that someone from India, for example, can get a higher discount than someone from the US, where maybe they don't even need a discount. So for example, I have here multiple different products, and if I were to go into edit one of these products, you can see if I click on the countries tab, I can determine exactly what discount I want to give to different groups of countries. And all these countries are grouped by the amount of discount that they should get. So for example, the purchasing power in this group of countries is anywhere between 20 to 30% of the purchasing power in the US. So someone from this group has about 20% of the buying power of someone from the US, so we can offer them a rather large discount, while someone up here in this higher group, we may not want to offer any discount at all because they already have really good purchasing power. Now, since I'm from the US, I put a discount of 12% in here with a coupon code of test. And if we go to the website where this is hosted, you can see I get a banner at the top saying, hey, you're from the United States. We support this purchasing parity. Here's a coupon of the code test to get 12% off anything on our site. And the really nice thing is we can actually customize exactly what this banner looks like. In this customization section, we can change the text, we can change the colors, we can change the font size. For example, I can make it a really large font size, give that a quick save. Now, if I come over here, refresh, you can see it's much larger. I can customize exactly everything I want to do. And I even have set up for CSS prefixes, so you can manually customize the exact CSS that comes out, so you can really configure it to be anything that you want it to be. On top of that, we have in-depth analytics on exactly what's happening. For example, we can see, each day who's coming to our site. We can see exactly what groups these people are coming from, and even the individual countries everyone that's visiting our site is coming from. And we can even determine it based on each individual product. We can change the ranges, and we can even change the time zone that we show this information in. So for example, if you want to see it in your local time zone or UTC, you can change that right there. Lastly, we can manage all of the information about our subscription, and that's because this is a full SaaS application, which is how it can earn over $1 million a year, because you can see on this highest plan, you have to pay $100 a month, and you only need 1,000 people paying $100 a month, actually less than 1,000 people technically, but 1,000 people paying $100 a month is over $1 million a year in income for your product. And that's something that you can easily achieve with the product that I'm about to show you how to build. So you can see here, we have a SaaS with different permissions and different levels of things that they can have. For example, how many products, their different monthly usage, and so on. And you can even manage your subscription, and all of this is handled inside of Stripe. So you can go ahead, update your plan, update your payment information, and so on. Literally everything you would ever want to change. Or you can just, manually say, I want to swap to the $100 a month version. And here you go, I can just click swap, and it's that easy. We also have in-depth permission handling. For example, if I log into a separate account that is on the basic free subscription plan, you can see they don't have access to analytics, and they don't have access to banner customization, and they can only have one product. So for example, if I try to create a new product, I get a warning saying, hey, permission denied. If I try to access analytics, again, permission denied. Or if I try to edit my product and I want to customize it, again, permission denied. These are not things that you can change. I'm going to show you how to build all of that in this video. And the best part is I'm going to show you how to do it using modern tools such as Next.js. And I'm going to show you how to build it in a way that is clean code and maintainable, which means that we're going to be able to handle all these things like permissions in a way that is super extendable to literally anything you want. Same thing with caching. We're going to have a really robust caching system. I'm going to have different rules and clean code practices in place to make this the best code that you could possibly write. So no matter how large this code base grows, it's still going to be just as easy to work on as when you were just getting started. Now to get started, I just have a blank text editor open. We're going to be using Next.js for our framework of choice. So npx create next app at latest to get the latest version, and we're going to install that in the current version of our directory. I'm going to hit yes to proceed. I'm going to say I want to use TypeScript, ESLint, Tailwind CSS, the source directory, the app router, and I don't really care about customizing my import alias. Now that's going to go ahead and install, and while that's happening, I want to talk about our full tech stack. We have Next.js for our framework. We're going to be using ShadCN and Tailwind UI for all of our CSS and styling. We're going to use Stripe for handling all of our different payment, billing, SaaS integrations, and so on. We're going to be using Clerk for our authentication, and we're going to be using Neon for our database, which is built on top of Drizzle and Postgres, which is what we're going to be using for our ORM and behind-the-scenes database. Now, Clerk and Neon are sponsors of this video, and it's really great that they're able to sponsor videos like this because they're tools that I already use anyway, and it allows me to build these massive, large projects entirely for free for you to be able to use, because these take weeks of my time, even months sometimes, to build out. So being able to share this with you for free is only possible with Clerk and Neon sponsoring, so I highly recommend checking them out if you like their product in the video. Now, once we have our basic application up and running, we can just npm run dev, and that's going to start our application. We can open it up on localhost 3000, and we'll just see the boilerplate Next.js screen. Now, before we go ahead and actually do anything, the very first thing that I want to do is just take our code and clean it up a little bit, because we don't need a lot of the default stuff. For example, I don't really care about having this favicon. We can change it to our own. Inside of here, I'm going to pretty much get rid of all of these basic styles except for the Tailwind ones. I'm just going to leave that in there. In our layout, we can keep these default fonts that they give us. That's okay. You can see we have our font showing up right here. And then finally, in our page, I'm just going to get rid of everything and export a default function, home page. And I'm just going to return null from there, just so we have a blank page to start with. Now, the final thing I want to do is to set up our Tailwind config, because inside this layout, we have these different fonts that we want to be able to use. So if we come into Tailwind, we can get rid of this extension for the colors, since we're not actually using those base colors anymore. And instead, we can extend the font families. So I'm going to copy in the code for this. If we look over at our page, our layout, you can see here that we have a mono font being imported and a sans font being imported. So inside of here, all that I'm doing is I'm saying, okay, for my sans font, I want to use that. And for my mono font, I want to use that. And otherwise, I'm going to fall back to the default font family. So we can get that font family from Tailwind CSS. And that's going to be coming from the default theme. So we can just type in like that, and there we go. Now we've extended our font family to use that font family directly from Next.js that we're importing. The next thing I want to do is I want to slightly modify how my container looks. So for my container, I want to center it by default, and this is just the .container class that you add on to anything. So anytime I add a container class, I want to make sure that it's going to be centered. I want to have some padding on the sides of 1.5 RAM, and I want to make it fill 100% of my screen size up to 1200 pixels at the maximum size. It'll never be larger than 1200 pixels, just so it doesn't get too wide. So those are the only changes I'm going to be making to my Tailwind config, and that's just going to make it so my container looks a little bit better. We can close out of that, and we can close out of our layout. Now, the next step I want to go through before we start building out some code is to install ShadCN. So we can just go through the installation steps. They're rather easy. We can just run npx ShadCN at latest init, and if you just put -d, it uses the default values, which is what we're going to do. So I'm just going to install that right now. And what that's going to do is it's going to essentially set up a bunch of different files for us. If we just wait a second for that to finish, you'll see inside of our source folder, we now have a lib folder that contains all of our utils. And if I were to add something like this button component, which I'm just going to paste in here to add, you'll now see that that's going to add a components folder. And inside that components folder is going to be our button right here, which we can make any changes that we need to. Now, the very first change that I want to make to our application is back inside of our layout. I want to change some of the styles that we have here. Right now, we have our fonts and this anti-alias thing, but I also want to make sure that I set this to font sans to make sure it imports the actual custom fonts. And I want to set my background to my background color. That way it has a slightly different background color on our page. Now, I also want to modify some of the variables in our CSS file, because that's really the beauty of using ShadCN, is you can change any of these variables to exactly what you want. In our case, I want to change what our accent color is, because by default, the accent color is the same as this muted and secondary color. I want this to be like a blue color. That's going to be what our application is. So we're going to use 193 as our hue. We're going to use 82% here as our saturation, and then we're going to use 31% for our lightness. And you could also add in a dark mode version of this, but there is no dark mode in our site, so I'm just going to ignore that for now and move on to the foreground version. And for our foreground version, we're just going to set this to 0, 0, and 100%, which is essentially pure white. Now, before we bother with Stripe, Clerk, or Neon, I want to go ahead and just work on creating the actual home page, this landing page of our application. So the best way for us to do that is to separate our app into two distinct groups. We're going to have our group for marketing. This is like our home page and so on. And then we're going to have a group for our dashboard. And I'm actually going to put our dashboard group in its own URL. So everything that's /dashboard is going to be for our dashboard pages, like our creating products and all those different customizations that we talked about, while anything in this marketing folder is specifically for things like our home page and so on. And the nice thing with doing it this way is it makes it really easy to see, okay, everything in dashboard is for our dashboard, everything in marketing is for all of like our home pages and so on, for our landing pages and marketing and pricing tables, all that jazz. So in here, let's go ahead and create a layout.tsx. This is going to be a function, which is our marketing layout. Let's get the children inside of there. And we're going to say the children are a React node, just like that. Now inside of this component, it's going to be pretty straightforward. I'm just going to return a div that allows us to actually create some styling to wrap everything. I'm going to have a navbar inside of here. This is a custom component we're going to create outside of this component. And then I'm going to render out our children below that. Now, the only thing that I want to do inside of my nav is you can see on this page when I highlight, it gives me this nice color of like pink when I highlight. So I want to add that pink color. So let's add a class name here. We can specify the selection class, that's for Tailwind, and we can specify when we want to modify the background, and we want to give it a specific color. I'm just going to copy over that color, just like that. So we can see that this color is going to be this purplish color, but it's at a 20% opacity. So now, if I were to actually highlight something, for example, I put some text inside of there, come back to my application, and of course, right now when I'm refreshing, nothing happens, and that's because it's rendering this blank page here. We don't actually need this page to be here. I want it to be in my marketing layout. So now it's going to render that blank page inside of here. So let's make sure we give everything a quick save, close out of that. There we go. And now if I give my page a refresh, you notice we're getting errors. That's because this should be a default export. There we go. So now when I highlight this pink text or this text, you can see I get this nice pink background. It looks relatively good. Now let's go ahead and focus on our navbar because that's the next thing I want to work on. And also to help keep my code clean, I could put this component directly in my components folder, but this navbar is only for pages on my marketing layout. So instead, I'm going to actually put that directly in this folder here called _components. By putting an underscore in front of a folder name, it means it's ignored for all routing purposes. So this will not do any routing. And now inside of here, I can create my navbar.tsx file. This is really great because now all my marketing only components can be in this folder right here. This is just one small step on creating clean code, which we're going to cover a lot in this video. So now here I want to export that navbar component. It's not going to take in anything, and it's going to start by having a header because this is going to be the header of our application. Inside of there, we're going to have a nav, which is going to contain all of our different links. And then we can go ahead and create our links, which come from Next.js. Now, this very first link is just going to link to our homepage. So we'll give it that right there. And it's also going to push everything off to the right-hand side. You can see here, we have our big link on the left. And if I just expand my screen a little bit, we have all of our other links. Obviously, this is not super well mobile optimized, but all those links you can see are pushed off to the right-hand side. Again, this Parity Deals site has a lot of improvements that could be made to it, and we're going to be making those improvements. So to push all of our other links to the right, we'll say margin right of auto, and we also need to have a flex container to be inside of here to make that margin right work. So we'll make this a flex container. There we go. We'll also put our items in the center while we're at it. So we'll say items center, and a gap of 10 to separate essentially this Parity Deals from the text on the right. Otherwise, if we don't do that, we're going to run into a problem where we have all the text squished up together. So we're going to fix that by putting in a gap there. I'm also going to give this the container class to make sure all of the content inside this nav does not get too large. For example, if we increase the screen size here and we zoom out, you can see here it confines the size of the space that our nav can take up. So that's essentially what our container is allowing us to do, is just to confine the space that everything takes up. Lastly, just to make my font pop a little bit, we're going to say our font is going to be semi-bold, so it's just a slightly more bold than normal font. Now inside of here, I'm actually going to put my brand logo, and I'm going to put that inside of its own component. That's because I'm going to use this in a lot of different places. And I'm going to use this both on my homepage as well as inside of my dashboard. So this is a component that makes sense to put in this components folder. So we'll say here that we have our brand logo.tsx because this will be used everywhere inside of our application. Now I'm just going to copy the code over for our brand logo and explain what it is because it's relatively straightforward. All we have is a single span, which we have a flex container set up on with a gap of 2 to give it a little bit of space. We made the font semi-bold, which in this case is not super required, but again, we're just reinforcing that it's semi-bold. We're making sure it can't shrink down at all. And then finally, we're making sure everything is pushed off to the right-hand side. We could probably get rid of this. That should still work just fine. And we're also making it so our text is a little bit larger. Finally, inside of here, we have this globe icon that's showing up, and we have this span. Obviously, you can create your own custom icon and so on, but this is just a really basic bare bones version we can get working. So now let's import all of this to actually see if what we've written is working. So inside of here, we're going to import that navbar. And if we go back to our application, you can see at the very top here, we have our logo showing up. So far, we don't have any other crazy styling going on, but at least we have something working. Now, to make it a little bit more obvious that essentially we have our navbar at the top with different styles on it to distinguish it from the rest of our application, let's style our header a little bit by giving this some class names. So we can say here the class name on this is going to be flex, to be a flex container. We're also going to put some padding in the Y direction of 6 to space things out. I'm going to add a large shadow on it. So if we give that a quick save, you can already see that now we have at least separated this a little bit. I'm also going to fix this to the top of the screen. So we'll say fixed with a top of 0. And we're going to make sure it fills the full width by using a W of full. Lastly, to make sure it shows up on top, we'll put a Z index on it. And the background color, I'm going to make it partially transparent. So I'm going to use my background color, but I'm going to make it 95% opaque. So that means it has a slight transparency, which means if there's any text behind here, it'll slightly show through, which is exactly how the Parity Deals site works. If I expand this and I scroll down, you can see that you can see all the text behind it. Our site's going to have that exact same feature inside of our navigation as well. Now we're going to want to add the rest of our links down. So let me just paste in a couple more links. We have a features link, a pricing link, and an about link. They're all exactly the same, text of large. And right now we're not going to create these pages. So I just gave them blank hrefs, except for pricing. It has an href with an anchor on it. And that's because we're going to put the pricing on our page. So this will scroll to that section. So there is the rest of our links right there. And again, they do absolutely nothing when you click them. Now, the final thing I want to add is going to be a link for signing in and signing out. So we're going to have a span here to make that text large. So we'll say text large just like that. And then what I want to do is I want to come in here and I want this to either say dashboard or I want it to say log in. So if we are signed in, I want it to say one thing versus the other. So this is where we're going to need to integrate Clerk into our application, which is a relatively easy process, and it contains all the components that we need. So the first thing we need to do is to install Clerk. So we want to say @clerk/Next.js because we're using Next.js. That's going to install all the different components that we need inside of our application. And once we get that done, we can actually see now inside of here, we have a component for signed in. And this is going to be only rendering out the content in here if the person is signed in. So in here, we can put a link that goes to our dashboard page if they are signed in, just like this. Dashboard. So now if the user is logged in, it'll show dashboard. We also have a component for signed out, and this is only going to render if they're signed out. And we can render the sign in button. So we can just say sign in button like that, and it's going to say the text log in. Now we are going to get some errors when I try to render this out because we don't have Clerk set up on our application. The first thing we need to do is to handle some Clerk middleware, and we also need to wrap our entire application in a Clerk provider. So if we go to our layout, we can come in here and wrap the entire thing inside of a Clerk provider. So this Clerk provider just gives us access to the authenticated user in our entire application. That's step number one. The second step is implementing our middleware, and then we need to hook up everything. So let's go ahead and get started on creating an application. Just create an application inside of Clerk, determine how you want users to log in. Let's say that we want to be able to log in with GitHub, Google, and email. That works fine. Let's give our application a name of Easy PPP because that is kind of the name we gave our application. We'll click create application, and that's going to get us set up. And now we can click on Next.js for installation steps. And this will actually tell us how to install everything with Next.js. We've already gone ahead and installed this. We can set up our environment variables next. So I'm going to copy that over, come over to our application, and I'm going to create a .env file just like that and paste in our file variables right here. And the thing that I want to make sure that I do with this environment variable, so I want to make sure I ignore this from our git ignore. So we can come in here, .env, and we're going to make sure that that is completely ignored from our application. Now, the reason I'm using .env like this is because when I start to use Drizzle, it requires a .env file, so I can't use like .env.local. So now we have those environment variables saved. The next thing that we need to do is to create a middleware file and give it this exact code. So I'm going to copy this code. I'm going to create a brand new file called middleware.ts. I'm going to paste in that Clerk code right there. By default, this doesn't make any of our routes protected at all. Everything is still publicly accessible, but we can at least do login and sign up and so on. And I'll show you how to protect routes when we get to that point. Finally, we need to wrap everything in Clerk provider like we did. And that's literally it. We're entirely done. So now back to our application. We should see, hopefully if we refresh here, everything will work. And now you can see we have a login button because we are currently not logged in. And when I click on this, it's going to redirect me to the login page and so on. So now that we're done setting up Clerk, before we bother with doing like sign in, sign out logic and so on, I just want to go ahead and finish out our homepage because right now it's pretty bare bones. So inside of our homepage, we'll go to the actual page section and we should probably render out more than just null. So I'm going to come in here, I'm going to render out a fragment, and I'm going to break each of my different sections into a section tag. So the very first section I want to cover is going to be this like homepage section. So if we bring this out, you can see here it has this kind of interesting radial background with some text as well as like a getting started button. So I want to be able to incorporate all of that into our own page. So the very first thing that I want to do is to work on that fancy background. So we can come in here, we can say the class name is going to have a min height of screen. It's just going to make sure this section fills 100% of the screen height. And then we can specify our background. Now I'm going to copy over the value for this background because it's just a very complicated radial gradient, and I'll explain exactly what's going on. So we have a radial gradient right here, and essentially we're going between a few different colors. We essentially have this first color, which is going to be either that purple or that pinkish looking color, and our second color, which is the other version of that purplish pinkish color. And then finally, we're fading out to our background color at around 60%, and that's just to make it so that this radial gradient only fills up this middle portion of our screen and doesn't extend to fill our entire screen. Now, if I give that a quick save, you can now see we have that purplish orangish radial gradient in our screen that fades out to 60% to our background. If I were to remove this section with my background, you'll see that this fills my entire screen, not what I want. That's why I have this background section on there. So we have our really big, complicated radial gradient setup. Next thing I want to do is just center everything. So we'll say flex, items in the center, justify everything in the center, and I'm going to put my text in the center. And I'm also going to use text of balance, which makes it so that when I shrink down my screen size, my text stays as close to possible on the best looking lines. Instead of just having like one text on the bottom line like this one will, it'll actually perfectly balance my text across multiple lines, so it'll look even better than the home page that we're trying to copy. Finally, I want to make sure that I have a flex direction of column. I want to have a gap of 8, and I want to have some padding on the right and left of 4. So now what we can do is we can get our text inside of here. I'm going to have an H1 for my main text, this price smarter, sell bigger section. I might as well just copy that text because we're going to use the exact same text. Then I'm going to have a paragraph tag next, and that's going to copy this exact text. So we'll paste that into there. And then finally, I'm going to have a button, and this is going to be a sign up button. So all I'm going to do is when I click get started for free, it's going to bring me to the sign up page. So we're going to have our sign up button, and inside of that, we're going to have our button from ShadCN. Now I'm going to specify quite a few classes on here. For example, I want this to be a large button, so I'm going to have a large text size on here, just like that. I'm going to have some pretty large padding on the sides and the top, so I'm just going to say P of 6, just like that. I want it to be a rounded XL, so it's slightly larger on the rounding, a flex, as well as a gap of 2. And that's because inside of here, I'm going to have the text get started for free. And then finally, I'm going to have an arrow that is going to the right, so I want to get the arrow right icon. And we can also specify a size of that, which is going to be a size of 5. So now if I come back over to here, you can see I have that button set up with all the different styling I want. All I need to do is style my text to make it look a little better. But first you'll notice when I shrink down my screen size, you can see it's perfectly balancing my text across multiple different rows, which is really something that's quite amazing. I love that CSS feature. So let's come in here and we can style out what our heading is going to look like. We want our text to be rather large, so we're going to say 6XL, but if we're on a large screen size, I want it to be 7XL. And if we're on an even larger screen size, I want it to be 8XL. So it's going to scale the font size with how large my screen is. I also want my font to be bold. I'm going to set the tracking to tight to make my letters a little closer together and then add some margin. I'll show you what that tracking tight does. If I remove this, you'll notice how far apart my letters are spaced. While when I add that back in, it brings my letters closer together. Generally, when you have larger font sizes, it's better to use a tighter tracking because it makes your font a little bit easier to read instead of spreading everything out. While with smaller font sizes, it's better to have larger line spacing and have larger tracking to space out your letters a little more. So again, it's easier to read. Now for our paragraph here, we can change our text. I'm going to make it a large text by default, but on a large screen, I'll make it a text of 3XL to make it quite a bit bigger. And I'll also maximize the size that this can bring to my extra large screen. So that way it doesn't get too large. So now if I just come in here and I make this a little bit bigger, you'll notice that my font stays super big and it never actually becomes too wide because I'm making sure I'm clamping the size that it can actually be. So it looks really, really good on multiple different screen sizes. So that's essentially the top section of our entire thing done. We can close that down and move on to the second section, which is a section that's like, hey, here's all the different companies that use this particular product. This is a really great thing to have on a sales page to be like, hey, look at the proof. I'm this good and all these other companies use me. So we can come back over to our application here. I want to have this section be a class name with a background of primary, and I want to have my text be primary foreground. So essentially it's going to invert my colors. We're going to have this nice blackish background with white text on top of it. Then inside of here, I'm going to have an H2. That's because we already used an H1 up here. So I want to have a heading for my second section be an H2. And this is going to be the text right here. I'm just going to copy the text over. Same exact thing that's on their page, trusted by the top modern companies. And we can add some styles to this. For example, we can make our text quite large. We can center it. We can balance it. And we can also make sure that it's a little bit bolder by saying it's a font of semi-bold. Give that a quick save. And that should look pretty good, as you can see down here. And actually, I don't really like that semi-bold, so I'm going to remove that. I think it looks a little better without that. Now, in order to make sure that everything is spaced out correctly, I'm actually going to come in here with a div that I'm going to put all of my content inside of it. And first thing I want to do is add the container class just to space everything out a little bit better. That's at least going to give us a little bit of padding and margin on the right and left-hand side. And if we expand our screen, you can see it looks relatively good. We need to give some padding on the top and the bottom as well. So we're going to come in here with a PY of 16. That's going to give us a ton of space on the top and bottom of this. We're going to say that everything in here is going to be flexed in the column direction with a gap of 16 as well to really space things out. And we're going to give even extra padding on the right and left. So we're going to say PX of 8, but on larger screen sizes, we're going to give it even more padding of 16. There we go. So now everything should be super well spaced out. Make sure I do that like that. And now we can work on creating a grid of all of our different logos, because this, you can see, is essentially just a grid layout that scales as your screen gets larger and smaller. So that's what we want to emulate as well. So below our H2, we're going to have a div which we're going to give a class of grid. By default, it's going to have 2 equal sized columns. On the medium screen size, it's going to have 3 equal sized columns. And then finally, on the extra large screen size, we're going to go all the way up to 5 columns because we have enough space to support that. And we're going to have a nice big gap of 16 in between each different section. Now for our icons, I could copy over all these different icons, but instead what I decided to do is I decided to just use icons for the Clerk and Neon. Since they're sponsoring this video, I figured that I should just throw in their icons. So all I did is I took the actual SVG icons for them and I converted them over into a React component. As you can see here, this is the Clerk SVG icon, and if I come over to here, I have the Neon SVG icon as well. If you want to be able to get these icons directly from React, you can just come over to the GitHub repository linked in the description, and you can copy both of these different components over to your application, or you can create them yourself if you want, but I figured I would give them to you if you want to be able to use them. So now I can come in here, I can create a link tag. So let's make sure we import that, which in href, that's going to go to either Clerk or Neon. In our case, let's make this a link to Neon. So we'll put Neon's homepage inside of there, and then we're going to render out our Neon icon component, just like that. So now if we give that a save and we come over to our application, we should see we have the Neon component showing up right there. I can copy this down and do the same exact thing for the Clerk homepage. So this one is just clerk.com, just like that. And we can come over and render out our Clerk icon. There we go, give that a save. And now you can see our Clerk icon shows up, and I can just copy this down a few times to have 10 total icons. So this is going to be 4, 6, 8, 10. Give that a save. And now you can see I have 10 different icons showing up. But obviously this last icon should be hidden when my screen is showing 3 icons because it kind of looks weird with this extra one. So this final bottom icon, I'm going to have a class name on. And whenever I'm between the sizes of medium and extra large, I want to hide this. So I can say that I want to have this be a medium with a maximum of extra large, and it's going to be hidden. So between medium and extra large, it's going to hide this last final icon. So I give that a save, and now you can see that icon is removed. On smaller screen sizes, you can see I'm going down to 2 icons. I accidentally clicked the link to Neon there. And if I zoom my page out and make it wider, you'll see eventually I jump over to 5 icons as well on a larger screen size. So this is super mobile responsive, and it's looking really great on all different screen sizes. Now we finished up this entire section, and I could go through and build each one of these sections one-to-one from this homepage, but honestly, that's not the important part of this application. So instead what I'm going to do for the very last section is I'm going to build out a pricing section, because obviously that's something you need to have on pretty much any homepage, and it's going to show us a lot of really important best practice clean coding things we can do, which you're going to see the benefit of as we build out the rest of this project. It's going to save us so much time. So first of all, I'm going to give this an ID here of pricing, just so we can actually link to this page. There we go, pricing. So that way when I click this pricing link, it's going to bring me to this exact section down here. And if I put the text pricing in there and I scroll up, click pricing, you can see it brings me down to that page where the pricing text is at the bottom. Now for our sizing for everything, I want to have px of 8, and I want to have a py of 16 to give us a ton of space again. And for this one, I want to have a background of accent, but I want it to be very light. It's only going to be 5% of our accent color. So it's just going to give us a very light bluish color. It honestly might not even show up on the recording, but as soon as we put a white card over top of it, you'll definitely be able to see the difference between this very off blue color and the white card that's on top of it. The next thing we want to do is to add in our heading. So we'll come in here, we'll add in what our heading is. You can see my font size is going to be 4XL, centered and balanced with a semi-bold and some margin on the bottom. So I give that a save. You can see we get our nice pricing section header right there. And then finally, we can move on to our grid. So this is going to be a grid. We want to have 2 columns. So we're going to say grid columns 2, but on a large screen size, we're going to move up to a grid columns of 4. And that's because I'm going to have 4 pricing tiers. So it makes sense to either have a 2-column grid or a 4-column grid for this. And then I want to also make sure that I have some gaps in here. So a gap of 4. The max screen for this is going to be extra large, again, so it doesn't get too large. And we're going to center it by using MX Auto. So we can bring that down now. And all I want to do in here is render out all 4 of my different pricing tiers, but I want to be able to get this information in a place that I can reference all over my application. So when I'm doing things like permissions, I can reference it. Whenever I want to render my pricing cards in a different location, I can reference what are the things that each different tier can do. So what I'm going to do in my application, here inside my source folder, I'm going to create a brand new folder called data. And this is where I'm going to put things that are constant, things that never change inside my application. And I'm going to create a brand new file called subscriptiontiers.ts. Make sure I spell that properly. Subscription tiers. There we go. And now inside of here, I want to write out all the information for each one of my subscription tiers. Now I'm going to paste this down, but I'm going to go over exactly how everything in here works. So you can see I have this object with all my subscription tiers. I have free, basic, standard, and premium, and I'm including all the information I need. For example, what is the name of this? How much does it cost in cents? What is the maximum number of products the person can create? What is the maximum number of times I can show the banner for the user? And then what are their different permissions? Can they access the analytics? Can they customize the banner? Can they remove the branding? And then finally, to link everything up with Stripe, I'm going to add this Stripe price ID. For now, we can just get rid of this section because we don't have Stripe in our application. We'll come back and add that in a little bit later. But this is all of our different subscription tiers. Now I want to make sure I order these in the correct order. So I'm going to export another constant variable called subscription tiers in order. I'm going to set that equal to an array. And what I can do inside of here is I can say, I want to get my free tier, and then I want to get my basic tier. So we're going to have basic. I'm going to bring this down for my standard tier. And then finally, I'm going to add in my premium tier as the last one. So this is in order from cheapest to most expensive because that's how I want to show that. I'm going to set that as a constant variable because I never want this to change. So now we have this file that contains all of the source of truth for everything related to our subscriptions and how different things are handled. And if we wanted to be able to update this and say, you know what, on the basic plan, actually 20,000 people can view it, we can change that in one place and it updates everywhere in our application, even on our homepage. I'll show you what I'm talking about. Inside of here, we can loop through those subscription tiers. So I want to just map through each one of those tiers, and I want to render them out inside of a pricing card. So I'm going to say pricing card, just like that. We'll have the key be our tier, just like that. Make sure I spell all of this properly. And I can make sure I actually get the subscription tiers in order because that's what I really need. So now I can see, I get all my information. The name I know is unique. And then I just want to pass along all my different information for my tier along to this pricing card, which is a component I'm going to create right inside this file. So we'll say pricing card just like that. Now what I need to do is I need to specify all the different properties being passed along to this. So for example, I have a name, I have a price in cents, and I have all the other information that I've determined that I need to have that I set inside this subscription tiers file. And for the type of this, I can just say that this is going to be a type of, it's going to be my subscription tiers in order. And I want to get an individual one. So we're going to say get a number from there. So what this is essentially saying, give me the type of what one of the elements inside this array is going to be. And that's going to give me all of this information. And I can use this inside my pricing card. Now, just to show you that this is working, I'm just going to return the name directly from here and give this a quick save. And if we scroll down, you can see I get my names being printed out in order. Now we do have an error just because this is being imported. It doesn't need to be imported. And once we clean that up, now all we need to do is render out what our pricing card looks like. So to use the pricing card, I'm going to be using ShadCN. I'm going to import the card component. So let's get the card component imported from ShadCN. So now inside of here, I can render out a card directly from ShadCN. And inside of there, we're going to have a card header. And inside of that, we're going to have a card title. And then also I'm going to put a card description into here as well. So for my card title, this is just going to be whatever the price is. So I'm going to put a $, and I'm going to put whatever my price in cents is times 100. There we go. And I want that per month. So now that's just going to render that out. So if I look here, you can see we get our prices right there. Now it looks like things are wrong because this should be divided by 100. There we go. Obviously I wanted to convert from cents to dollars, not multiplying by 100, dividing by it. Now inside of my description, this is actually where I want to put the information for how many visits they can show up on the page. So this is going to be my max number of visits. Put that inside of here. And this is going to say pricing page visits per month. Give that a quick save. And now you can see we get 5,000, 10,000, a million, and so on. But that's kind of ugly. I want to format this in a compact number way. So I'm going to create a function called format compact number, just like this. And pretty much any time in your application, you have code you know you're going to use in multiple places. For example, a formatter for formatting compact numbers. I highly recommend breaking that out into its own file. So in this lib folder, I'm going to create a formatters file. So we'll say formatters.ts. I'm going to export a function, which is called format compact number. It's going to take in a number, and it's going to format it in a compact style for me. So up here, I'm going to say const compact number formatter is equal to intl.number format. I want to get a new one of these. I want to set the locale to be undefined. That way, depending on where the user is coming from, it'll show it to them in their actual locale. And then I want to specify the notation to be compact. And if we do that real quick, let me just finish out what this function is going to be. We just want to call format and pass in our number. Now, if I import that into this file right here, you'll notice it's going to take things like 5,000 and convert it to 5K. 1 million is 1M, 100,000 is 100K. It's just much easier to look at and read. And again, if we change our numbers, it's automatically going to change our formatting for us. Now we also want to put the name of our product in here. I'll put this inside the header at the top. And for this one, I want it to have some distinct styles. So we're going to say the text is going to be our accent color. So it's going to be that blue color. We're going to say the font is going to be semi-bold, and we'll put the margin bottom of 8 on this. Close that off, and inside of there, we'll put our name, just like that. So now if we give it a save, you can see it says free at the very top, which looks really good. And we can even make our card title stand out a little bit more by making the text a little bit bigger. So we'll say text extra large and font of bold so that our price really sticks out compared to everything else. So that's our header completely done. And now we can work on the content section. So we can say card content. I want to make sure that I import this file. There we go. And inside of here, I'm going to have a button for signing up. So we're going to have a sign up button. And inside of that, I'm going to render out a button component directly from ShadCN. So there we go. And our button component is just going to say get started. So now you can see I have a get started button right here, but I want to change exactly how this looks for different pages. So for my standard one, I want this to be considered my most popular one. So it's going to have like a fancy styling and coloring to make it look a little bit different. So what I can do here is I can say const is most popular is equal to, and let me make sure I spell this right, const, move it up here. So if the name is equal to standard, then it is the most popular. So if we're the most popular one, I want to change my variant. So is most popular, it's going to have one style, otherwise it's going to have a different. So by default, I just want to use my default style. Otherwise, I want to use my accent styles. But by default, there is no accent variant inside of ShadCN, so we need to create our own accent variable, which is going to essentially change it. So we're going to have a background of accent. So all I want to do is change my background here to accent. I want to change my text to be accent essentially. So we can say text accent foreground, just like that. I want it to have a shadow. I also want it to have a hover where it's background accent, and essentially I want to change that to a 90% opacity. So essentially it's the exact same thing as our default, but I changed everything to accent. So now we should have a purple button for our accent button. Let me just make sure everything else is working good. Is most popular should be working for our button. Give that a save, and now you can see we have a blue button for our standard button. I also want to change our styles a little bit, so we're going to come in here with a class name. I'll make my text a little bit larger, make the width full width, and I'll make it a little bit more rounded. So we'll say rounded of large. So now we have this big button that's essentially saying, hey, get started in bold letters. That's the call to action for our page. Now the final thing that we need to do that we have our sign up button done is to finish up what our card content is going to be, and that's going to be inside of our card footer. And that's where each of our different features is going to go. And I'm going to create my own component for those because this is something we're going to have repeated everywhere in our application. So a feature is going to be really basic. It's just going to have a child, and it's going to have a class name just like that. And I want to make sure that I actually give this some styles. So we'll say children is going to be a React node, and then we're going to have our class name, which is an optional string that we can pass into here. Let me make sure I have all that spelled out properly. There we go. That looks like it should be good. Import React node. And now we just need to use that information. So we can return here a div, which is going to have all my different classes. And I want to have a check icon. So we can say check icon, just like that. That's going to be that check mark that we want to show up. So for this one, I'm going to have a size of 4. I'm going to specify my stroke as an accent color. And the background is going to be the same thing, but with 25% opacity. I'm going to make it a full circle. And I'm going to give it a very, very small amount of padding of 0.05, just like that. So now we have our check icon showing up. I can look at what this looks like by just rendering out a feature, just like this. And I need to pass it along some really basic information. For example, whatever I want my children to be, that's going to be some text that I'm going to render inside of its own span right here. There we go. So give that a quick save, and you can see we have our check mark with some text showing up. Obviously, I want this to be side by side, so I'm going to use some class name information right here. And for this, I want to use the CN library. That way I can combine, for example, my flex, items center, and gap2 class with the classes that I pass in that are custom in case I need any custom classes. So now you can see that lines these up side by side, and I can also pass in custom classes if I want. So now let's go ahead and create all of our different features. First of all, I want to style this a little bit inside my card footer. So I'm going to say class name, which is going to be a flex column with a gap of 4, and the items are all going to be in the start, just like that. So now if I have multiple features, you can see they're spaced out from one another. Now what I want to do is I want to have this first feature be for the maximum number of products they can have, and I want this one to be bold. So we'll say font bold, just like that. And inside of here, I want to take my max number of products, and then after that, I just want to put the text products. Give that a quick save. Now you can see if I look down here and I make sure to actually refresh my page, that you can see it says 1 products, 5 products, 30, and 50. Now, obviously, I want to get rid of the S in the case that I have 1 product. So I'm going to add a little bit of extra styling into here. So I'm just going to say, if my max number of products is equal to 1, then the text is going to be product. Otherwise, my text is going to be products. Now, if I give that a save, you can see it says 1 product, or it's going to have an S at the end for all the other different quantities. So now let's go ahead and get the rest of my features implemented. So we're going to have a feature here, and this feature is going to be the ability to have PPP discounts. This is something every single tier has access to. And now for the rest of these features, I just want to check, hey, can I customize the banner? Well, if so, then I want to have a feature that says banner customization. There we go. So now you can see that only the tiers that have the ability to customize the banner, which is the standard and premium, show that particular feature. I can do the same thing here for if we can access the analytics. Well, I want to add in advanced analytics. Give that a quick save, and now you can see only the ones that have access to analytics have that information. And I'm actually going to bump this up one just so it shows up over top the banner customization. And I'm going to paste this down one more time, and this is going to be for anyone that can remove branding. So we're going to say can remove branding, and this is saying remove easy PPP branding. There we go. So now anything that has the option to remove our branding, which are these particular ones, can do that. And again, I'm going to move this all the way up here, right by the analytics. There we go. So now all these tiers have analytics and can remove the branding, and only these ones can customize the actual banner. So as you can see, now even on larger screen sizes, we have a really nice and robust looking pricing system. And the best part is, let's say I go ahead and I'm like, you know what? I want to change how my different tiers work. Well, I can go into here and say, you know what? The free tier now is actually going to be 10 products. Give that a save. Boom. It automatically updates everywhere in our application. That's why I love having these data files that contain all of our static data. Now, the final section I want to work on is pretty much a section that almost every site has, which is just this really large footer section right here, as you can see on Parity Deals site. So I'm just going to create our own version of that. Let's scroll all the way up here and create a brand new section. But this one is going to be a footer because obviously it's the footer of our application. I want to add a class name here of container to contain it in a size. I want to have a padding top of 16, padding bottom of 8. We're going to make it a flex, but on a small size, it's going to be flex column. Again, make it mobile responsive. We're going to have a gap of 8, except for on small screen sizes. We'll have a gap of 4 between all of our different sections. We'll justify the content to have a between, and we'll say the items are going to be at the start. So now we can go ahead and actually put all of our information inside of here, which has two distinct sections. The first is going to be a link, which is going to go to our homepage, and that's going to use our brand logo. So we've already used our brand logo once. So again, this is why we created a component for that. So now down here, you can see we have our brand logo in the footer. Then we're going to have a section which contains all of our different links. So we're going to come in here. It's going to be flex. It's going to be in the column direction. And on the small sizes, we're going to put them in the row direction. Otherwise, we'll have a gap of 8. And if we look back at the Parity Deals site, essentially, I want to have all these different groups. You can see here, I have a group with all these links. I have another group with all these links and another group with all these links. That's what each of these divs is. And for each of these divs inside of there, I need to have a div for the actual footer links. So let's come in here. I'm going to create a div, class name, flex and flex column with a gap of 8. That's going to be, if we come back to here again, for each of these individual sections. So this very first div I created was for all the sections combined together, and this each individual div inside of there is for each of the 3 different columns I have. So we can come back into here, scroll all the way up. So this div right here is for our column, and I'm going to create a separate component for this called footer link group. And this footer link group is going to have a few things. It's going to have a title. In our case, this will say help, and then it's going to have our links. And the links is going to be an array of objects where we're going to have a label, just like this. For example, this one will say PPP discounts, and then it's going to have an href. In our case, all of our hrefs are just going to be empty like this. And if I make sure I clean up my code by putting these brackets in place, give that a save, you can now see we have our first link showing up. I'm going to put this on one line so it reads a little bit better. There we go. And I'm just going to copy this down because we're going to have 2 links inside of here. Give that a save. And let's change this one to a discount API. There we go. And now we just need to create this footer link group. So all the way down here, function, footer link group, and we know that it's going to be taking a title that comes inside of our props, and it's also going to be taking our links. Now, if we type these out, our title is a string, and we're going to have our links, which is going to be an object, which is a label, which is a string, an href, which is a string, and we're going to have an array of those. There we go. And now we can render out what this group looks like. So the first thing is I need a div to contain all of them, and we're going to have these be in the column direction with a gap of 4 between them. Then the next thing I need to do is to put my header, which I'm going to use an h3 for. So we'll say h3, close that off, and this is going to be whatever that title for my group is going to be. And I just want to give it a few styles. So we'll say class name, font of semi-bold. There we go. The next thing I'm going to want to do is to have a list which contains all my information. And for this list, I want it again to be in the column direction, but with a smaller gap. So we'll use a gap of 2 and even some smaller text. Then we'll loop through each one of our links. So for each link, what I want to do is I want to render out an li, since we're inside of an ordered list, with a key that's going to be link.href, because that's the only thing that's going to be the same or guaranteed to be unique. Then we're going to come in here with a link, and this is going to be an href, which is my link.href, and the label for this is link.label. Relatively straightforward. So now if we give that a quick save, we make sure that everything that we need for this footer group is like it should be. So footer link group, footer link group. We have title, we have links, everything should be good. We're getting an error though. Oh, and that's just because I need to make sure I return our JSX from here. So now back to our application, scroll down to the very bottom, and it looks like this is not rendering out like we want it to. Let's make sure we save. Still not showing up. My guess is inside of here, I didn't render out something properly. It looks like all of that is proper, so that should be working. My next guess is related to caching. I'm just going to do a hard refresh, and there we go. It was related to caching, so we have our information showing up. And if we go to a larger screen size, you can see it's still working, but obviously looks like our flex is actually swapped. You can see on small screen sizes it shows up side by side, while on large screen sizes it shows top to bottom. So we have something swapped with our flex. So if we go ahead and we look at our footer here, this is where we have our flex swapped. On the small screen sizes, we should have a flex of row. So let me change that to row. And normally we should have a flex of column. That should hopefully fix that. So you can see on a small screen size, it's stacked like that. And on a larger screen size, it's stacked side by side. Now what we need to do is just to finish out the rest of our footer link groups. So inside of here, the next section I have is for solutions. So you can see we have our help and solutions stacked on top of each other. And now I essentially just need to copy this section multiple times. So instead of making you watch me actually type this information out, I'm just going to come in here and I'm going to copy it over for you. Because it's, again, exactly the same. If I copy this down, you can see if I minimize it, this is the exact same style. And inside of here, we just have footer link groups with each of our different links. So if I give that a quick save, you can now see all of our links are showing up. And when we shrink down to a smaller screen size, you can see they stack vertically like this. And that's just because we swapped everything to flex column on the smaller screen sizes. So there we go. That's our entire homepage entirely done for our application. And it looks relatively good. Obviously, you can make different changes to this, and it looks a little bit zoomed in right now because my screen size is very zoomed in, but on a more normal screen size, this looks even better than it does on this more zoomed in screen size. Now, the next thing that I want to work on now that we're done with our homepage is to work on our sign in and sign out workflow. Right now, it works just fine, but you'll notice in our URL bar, it actually redirects us to a different site. And that's because we haven't set up our own sign in and sign out pages. So we're going to do that next. And with Clerk, it's incredibly easy to do. All you need to do is to create a folder for sign in and sign out. And I'm actually going to put that inside of its own group called auth. Again, just to keep things separated. And so I can use a single layout file, which we'll create now, for both of our different auth pages. So to create your own sign in, sign out workflows, just create a folder called sign in. Make sure you spell sign in properly. There we go. And inside that folder, you need to create another folder for a catch all. So this is going to be double brackets, triple dot, followed by the text sign in. And again, close that off with a double bracket. And then inside of here, just create a page.tsx. Now you would think we have to write out a bunch of different code for creating our own sign in page, but Clerk has a component for us that we can use. So we'll call this sign in just like that. Make sure it's a default function, and I'll call it sign in page. And that's because the component we're going to be using is just called a sign in. All we have to do is just import that component and our sign in page is entirely done. Now I'm going to copy the exact same thing for sign up. So make sure that we call this sign up just like that. We're going to name this to be sign up. So it's the exact same thing, but instead of sign in, we use sign up. Let me just make sure I restart my server. That should hopefully fix that. There we go. And now inside of our sign up page, we want to use the sign up component from Clerk. So let's get that and rename this to sign up. That's how easy it is to get working with that. Now, the only other thing I want to do is to create a layout. So we're going to say default function, and that's going to be our sign, or actually our auth layout. And to save us some time, I'll just copy the code over for this. All we're doing is we're making sure it fills the full screen and it positions everything in the center. That's literally the only thing that this does. So now when we go to our sign in page, we should hopefully see that it's centered in the page and it goes to our own URL, but you'll notice it still goes to this Clerk URL. That's because we have one more step that we need to finalize, and that is telling Clerk that we created these brand new sign in pages for it to use. To do that, all we need to do is go into our environment variables here where we have our other Clerk information. I'm going to come down and we're going to paste in this next public _ Clerk sign in URL and the same thing for sign up URL and point them to our new sign in and sign up page. That's all you need to do. So now when I click on the login button for our page, give it a quick refresh, everything works. Click on login, you can see it redirects me to my own localhost 3000. Things are much more zoomed in because I'm zoomed in on my current page. And you can see we're on our own URL, which is really, really great. Now, a few more cleaning house things that I want to do before we start working on our dashboard is you'll notice that we have a lot of environment variables. It's hard to keep track of these environment variables, especially when you clone your code for a brand new time. So I'm going to create a brand new file called .env.example. This is going to be essentially a list of all of our different environment variables with sample values for anything that we can keep in there. For example, our sign in and sign up URL, we don't want to change that, so we'll keep those in there. But our secret keys that we have here, we're going to keep those hidden. So I'm going to make sure that those are completely empty. Now, when someone pulls down this code brand new, they'll have this file to give them an overview of what our different environment variables look like. I'm also going to label this to say that this is our Clerk environment variables. And when we move to other environment variables, we'll put them in their own section. I'm going to do the exact same thing inside of here. Put our Clerk environment variable label. So now we know that these are all Clerk related environment variables. This just helps with people in the future downloading our application and using it. So now let's open up our dashboard and create a layout file for us to use. We'll say layout TSX and we'll create a page. And this page for now, we'll say default, and that's going to be a function dashboard page. For now, it's just going to have nothing inside of it, just so we have something there to render. And then here, export default function, and this is going to be our dashboard layout. Make sure here that I spell layout properly. And inside of this dashboard layout, we're going to be getting our children in here. So we're going to say children, and that is a React node. There we go. And inside of here, I want to create a div to wrap everything, and that's going to have a background of accent. And that's going to be at that color 5, again, opacity of 5. So it's very, very faint, but it makes it so that white will really pop. And we're going to make it so that it's at least always the same size of our screen. That way that blue background covers our entire screen. Now inside of here, we're going to render out a navbar, but we're not going to get the navbar from our marketing folder. Instead, we're going to create our own navbar specifically for our dashboard pages. And then lastly, I'm going to have a div that contains all of our different children. I'm going to give it the container class and some padding on the top and the bottom. And we'll put our children directly inside of there. Give that a quick save. Make sure I return this. And now we at least have our dashboard. And if we just comment out this navbar for now, when we go to our dashboard, for example, /dashboard, and go enter, you can see we just get that blank page with that slight blue background. Now I'm going to go ahead and work on creating our navbar next. So let's comment this in. And to do that, I'm just going to create a brand new folder, _components. And this is where we're going to put the components that are specific only to our private dashboard pages. So we'll come in here, export function navbar. This navbar has no components that it takes in, and we just want to render out a header, kind of like we did before. Inside of here, we're going to have a nav, and inside of here, we're going to have a bunch of different links. So the very first link I have is going to be for our main page. So we'll say class name. That's going to go to our dashboard. There we go. And it's going to make sure, whoops, this should actually be our href, not our class name. There we go. And for our class name, this is going to be where we put our margin right on the auto. So now let's make sure we import our link just like that. And inside of here, we can put whatever we want. And in our case, we want to put our brand logo again. So let's just get our brand logo, render that out. And again, let's go to our dashboard page. Make sure I go to that page. And you can now see, hopefully at the top of our page, if we make sure that we have this imported properly, give that a quick save. You can see we get our logo at the top. When we click on it, it brings us to our dashboard page. Now, obviously I want to style things so it looks a little better. So we're going to come in here, make this a flex container, py of 4 to give it some spacing. Again, we'll give it a shadow. This will be a more neutral shadow, and we'll make it a background color of white essentially, which is our background right there. Also for our nav, I'm going to make this have some styles. So we'll say class name here is going to be flex. We're going to center the items in here, and we're going to give them a gap of 10. And finally, I'm going to make this a container just to give us some padding and make everything look a little bit better. So now we have our first link. Let's move on to our next link right here. And this link is going to be for our dashboard/products. And you can guess that this will say products inside of it. And we're just going to copy this down a couple times because we're going to have our analytics. And we're also going to have our subscription that we're going to manage. Subscription. There we go. And then finally, we want to be able to have a button for managing our user profile. Clerk makes this super easy by giving us just a user button component we can import. We don't need to do anything else, just give that a save. And now you can see we have this user button over here. Just give it a refresh to make sure it shows up properly. And actually the reason that nothing is rendering over here is because right now I'm on this page, but I'm currently not signed in. We don't have any authentication set up, which is a huge problem. So we need to go over to our middleware and actually set up this authentication. So inside this middleware, this Clerk middleware function is where we make sure we protect the pages we want to protect. So this function actually takes another function as an argument, and in this function that we're passing into it takes an auth as well as our request information. So if we want, we can call auth.protect, and what that's going to do is make it so that you must be signed in to view this page. But we only want to protect the pages that are private. So to do that, I'm going to actually create a variable called isPublicRoute. This is going to be a function, just like this. And I'm going to be using the create route matcher function, which comes directly from Clerk. And this allows us to pass in essentially the same thing we passed this matcher down here. And it's going to match, okay, if this page is matched, then it's going to be a public route versus not. So we just want to put in here a list of all the pages that are public. So our home page is going to be public. Also, our sign in pages are public. So we can say sign in. And by using this dot with the star inside parentheses, this says anything that comes after sign in also counts. So if we go to /sign-in/something else, it'll still be marked as public. Now I want to do the exact same thing for our sign up page. So I'm going to come in here with sign up. And then finally, we're going to have an API for this application. So I'm going to put our API in here as public as well, because that's how people show the banners on their particular pages. So now we can use this by saying if it is a public route, or if it is not a public route, sorry, pass in our request. Well, if we don't have a public route, then we should probably protect that route. So now if we've done that and we give our page a refresh over here, we should see we get redirected to the sign in because we are on a page that is currently public. So let's just go back to our actual local host right here. And what I want to do is I want to click that I want to log in or get started. So we'll say get started for free because I need to sign up. I'm going to create an account using GitHub. So we're going to use my GitHub account, give that a quick sign in. I've obviously already signed in before with GitHub, so it just worked perfectly out of the box, but it redirected me to the home page. I want to redirect to the actual dashboard. I don't want to have to click on this link to get there. I just want to be automatically redirected to that page. Luckily with Clerk, this is incredibly easy. And again, it's just a couple environment variables. So I'll paste these down for you. You can see that they are the next public Clerk sign in or sign up _ force redirect URL. And this is just saying redirect people to this page after they sign in or after they sign up. So now let's make sure we add those to our example environment variables as well. So now if I just sign out of my application, I'm on this normal dashboard page and I click that I want to log in with GitHub, and you can see it's going to redirect me to the dashboard when I'm done signing in, which is super great. So now we have our authentication essentially ironed out. We really don't need to change anything at all. The very next thing that I want to work on is to be able to get our database set up, because we really can't do anything on these dashboard pages unless we have a database set up. So to get our database set up, we're going to be using Drizzle. I absolutely love it. And you'll see in this video especially how amazing Drizzle is compared to something like Prisma because of the flexibility we get. So to get started with Drizzle, we're going to be using it with Neon, which again, they sponsored this video. They're amazing for database provider hosting. All we need to do is copy over this code right here, and we need to paste it down to import all these different libraries. Then you can see down here, we have the code right here that we need to import into a particular file to get started with Drizzle. So I'm just going to copy that code, create a brand new folder called Drizzle, and inside of that, I'm going to create a folder called db.ts, which is where I'm going to paste in this code right here. And I just want to make sure I export the information I need. So here I have this constant called db. I'm just going to export that from this file. So that gives me access to my database. Now I'm going to call this just my database URL, just like this from my environment variables. So I'm going to come into my environment variables. We'll create a section at the top here for our database. And we have a database URL. We need to set it to some specific string. Also, I want to make sure I put this in my environment variable for the example file as well, so people know they need a database URL. Now to get a database URL, we're just going to set things up on Neon. So I'm going to come over to Neon. All we need to do is give our project a name. We'll call this Easy PPP. We're going to give our database a name. Easy PPP is fine. And we're going to say create this project. Just that easy. You can see the really nice thing about Neon is I have the ability to branch, which means I have my production database right here, and I can create a development database just for me. Click this one button. Now I'm working on my own production database. Now I'm going to just make this full screen because this works better this way. And what I want to do is I want to actually connect to this particular database. So the easiest way to do that is I could just copy over this string, or I could come over and I could make sure I'm doing this properly by going to this overview tab, and I click on this connect button right here for this particular database. I want to make sure that I'm on the branch that is correct. I'm on the main branch. I want to make sure I navigate to my Kyle branch here, and then I click connect, and I want to make sure I use a pooled connection. The reason for this, especially if you're dealing with production, is that if you have something that's going to be produced on the edge, which Neon is great for edge databases, it's going to make it so that you actually have enough connections, because a lot of times databases only allow you like 5 different connections. And if you're using something serverless on the edge, you're possibly going to have hundreds or thousands of connections. So this is just going to make sure that your database will work flawlessly on the edge. So we're just going to copy over this database URL, and that's all we need to do from Neon to get this started and working. So let's come over to here, make this a little bit smaller so it's easier to work with, and paste down our database URL into here. And now we should have everything we need to get started working. But you'll notice we have a little bit of an error in here. And that's because this database URL could be undefined. It doesn't know. We could say, you know what, I guarantee this is going to be a string, TypeScript type this, and that's going to work fine. But if someone forgets to import their database URL, they're going to get a weird error because it doesn't have a database URL to connect to. So I'm actually going to go ahead and I'm going to set up a file for all of our environment variables, and I'm going to do that using the T3 environment variable package. So what we can do is we can install this package, npm I, this is at t3.oss/environment-next.js. This is going to make it really easy for us to have type-safe environment variables. We also need to make sure we have Zod for this, so I'm going to npm I Zod as well to do all of our different validation. So now that we have that done, we can go ahead in our data folder, and I want to create a brand new folder for my environment variables, and I'm going to have them for my client, and I'm also going to have them for my server. Just like that. You can combine these together, but I like to keep them separate to be really distinct which ones are client and which ones are server. Now the documentation for getting this set up is incredibly easy to understand and use. All we need to do is export what we're going to put our environment variables in. We're going to call this env, and that's coming from create env, just like that, and this takes in an object. The first thing you want to define is empty strings as undefined. That way, if you pass in, for example, something that's completely blank, it'll convert that to undefined, which is probably what you want. Next, we want to define what all of our server environment variables are, since we're in our server.ts file. So I have a database URL, just give it the exact same name you used before. And then for our validation, we know that this is a string, and we know it is a URL. So let's make sure we import this from Zod, just like that. So we're saying this is a string from Zod. And the last thing we need to do import is going to be our runtime environment. But there's also an experimental runtime environment, which is what I'm going to be using because it allows you to just pass in process.env for all your server environment variables, and it'll hook up everything for you. If you use the normal runtime, you actually need to manually say that our database URL is equal to process.env.database URL. This is kind of a clunky amount of code to write, which is why I think it's much better to just use the experimental version like this, which works great for our server. Now for our client, it's going to be slightly different. We're going to paste this in, and instead of server, this is going to say client here, and every single client variable obviously must start with next public underscore whatever our variable is going to be. So if we come into our environment variables, we have all these different environment variables. I'm going to copy them over so we know what the names are. Come into here. I'm going to put them down just below. So we have our clerk publishable key. We know that this is going to be a string, just like that. I'm going to copy this down a few times because we have all these other variables. So we have our redirects. Let me make sure I get those. We have our sign up URL and our sign in URL. All of those are going to be strings, and they're all required. Now, the unfortunate thing about the experimental runtime is you actually need to pass it in everything for your client-side code. So I must say that, for example, my public key here is equal to process.env. And whatever I called that variable, which is just the exact same name. I need to do this manually for every single one, which is a bit of a pain. So I'm just going to copy this down, make this a little wider so it shows up on one line for you. And I'm just going to paste the correct names down for both of these. There we go. One more to go. And there we go, that cleaned up all of our different errors. So now we have everything hooked up for all of our different environment variables. I just want to make sure I get my last environment variable in here, which I believe is called clerk secret key. There we go, clerk secret key. And this one is a string. There we go. That's everything we need. So now we have type safe access to all of our environment variables. So back into here, what I can do, instead of just getting my variable directly from process.env, I can say env, make sure I get my server variables, and now I have type safe access to my database URL. And if for some reason I don't include my database URL, I'm going to get an error when I try to run my application. For example, I'll just completely remove this and show you what I'm talking about. Give this a quick save. It's going to reload everything. And now if I try to access anything in my application that uses that database URL, it'll throw an error. Now, right now, I'm not accessing my database URL, but you would see myself get an error if I did try to access that information. For example, if my clerk secret key was empty, then I would get an error when I tried to deal with logging in information and so on. So like if I try to sign out, I may get an error. If I try to log in, I may get an error. But again, I'm not seeing any of these errors showing up because I'm not using those particular variables, but as soon as I use them, you will see those errors. Now to finish our setup for Drizzle, we need to also create a new file called drizzle.config.ts. I'm going to paste in the code for this. It's rather straightforward. You can see here, I have where my schema is going to be. So let's create a file for that. Schema.ts, there we go. So back into my Drizzle config, I said my schema is in this folder. I say all my migrations are gonna go into a folder called migrations in my Drizzle folder. Everything is gonna be Postgres. Strict true and verbose true, just make it so when you do migrations, it's going to give you extra warnings and validation on what's going on. And then finally, I'm accessing my database credentials right here inside of this. So now I have all my stuff hooked up. And again, I'm using that environment variable that I created on the server. So now we need to get started with our database configuration, which is all going to happen in this schema file. So let's just go ahead. And the first thing that I want to do is export a constant variable called product table. And we're going to set that to PG table, just like that from our ORM. And then we can give it all the different names and columns. So the first thing is we need to give it a name. We're going to call this products, just like that. And we're going to give all of our different columns inside of here. So for example, I'm going to have an ID column with a UUID, set it to ID just like that. And we're going to say we're going to have a primary key, default that to be a random UUID. Also, each of our products is going to be linked to a user. So we'll give it a clerk user ID, which is going to be a text field, clerk user ID. And we'll set that equal to not null. There we go. And make sure again that I import this text field directly from my PG core. Because we're using Postgres, we need to use the PG core. Now there's a few other columns that I want to have inside of here. So I'm going to paste these down. A name, which is a text, which is not null. Description, which is a text that can be null. And then a URL that again cannot be null. I'll even put it above my description. So all our not null stuff is up there. Then I want to have a created at and updated at, but I'm going to put these on like every single field I have. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to copy these over again, is I'm going to create a variable called created at and updated at, which are going to be timestamp variables, and they're going to have a time zone associated with them. Generally in Postgres, if you're dealing with timestamps, you want to add a time zone in there. It's not going to change your database by taking up more space. It's just going to make it easier to work with your times in the future. And again, let's make sure this is created at and updated at. Our created at field is not null and it defaults to whatever the current time is whenever we add it. Same thing with updated at, and whenever we updated it, it converts the time to the actual current date. So it automatically updates that date field for us. So now we have our product table completely done. Now the next thing I want to do on this table is I actually want to add an index. Indexes are really important if you're working with data where you need to access data based on specific fields. For example, I'm almost always going to be getting my products based on this clerk user ID. So where clerk user ID equals 1, 2, 3, and so on. So I want to set up an index on this clerk user ID so that way it makes those queries even quicker than before. That's what indexes are useful for. So here, I'm going to say that I'm going to have a clerk user ID index. I'm going to use the index property from the PG core. I'm going to give it a name, which is products.clerk user ID index. And then finally, I want to say what table that's going to be on, which is our table.clerk user ID. So I'm just setting up an index on that particular row in our database to make our queries on our product table using that row much quicker. Now, the next table that I want to work on is going to be the customization table. Because I can customize what the banner looks like, I need to have a table for storing that information. So I'm going to have a product customization table. This is going to have an ID. It's also going to have a class prefix. This is like what I put before my CSS. And this is the only thing that I can have be null because I can also not have a class prefix. I need to have a product ID, so that's not null, and it's going to reference my product table. And by putting on delete of cascade, that means what's going to happen is if I delete my product, it's going to delete the customization associated with that as well. I also marked this as unique because each product can only have one customization table for it. So each product has one row in the customization table, so by making this unique, it enforces that actual thing. Now, the rest of this information is just all the different things that I can customize. For example, I can customize what my message is. I can customize background color, text color, font size, banner container, and whether or not this is going to be sticky to the top of the page. And for each of them, I gave them a default value. So they all have default values. So even if a person does no customization, they're going to have something that will display on the screen with all these defaults. And then finally, our created at and updated at fields down there. Now, the next thing we need to do with Drizzle is to set up a relation between our product and our product customization. This will make doing certain queries much easier in the future. So we can export a const called product relations, and we can set that to relations just like that. Again, make sure we get that from the ORM on our product table. So these are going to be all the associations for our product table. And this is going to take in a function just like this. And this function takes in two parameters, which is going to be either a one or a many. So depending on if you have a one-to-one or a many-to-many or many-to-one relationship, you can define that using this right here. And this is going to return to us an object. So let me just wrap this in some parentheses. There we go. And the first thing I want to have is my product customization. Just like that. That is a one-to-one relationship where each one of these has one product customization. So I'm just saying my product table has one product customization in it, and I call that product customization. Let me make sure I got enough parentheses to close everything off, and you can see that that works fine. Now I'm going to copy this down here, and this is going to be for my product customization relations. There we go. So product customization relations. This is on my product customization table. And again, I can specify whether I have one-to-one or many-to-many. In this case, I only have a one-to-one relationship, and I have one product. So this one product is on my product table. And I also need to specify a few different things, because whichever table has the ID, you need to specify a few other things on that relationship. I need to specify what the fields are. So in my case, I have a product customization table dot product ID. The fields just references, okay, what field am I using for my foreign key? In that case, it's my product ID. And then the references section says, okay, what does this reference in the other table? Well, this references my product table ID. So this just allows me to create really easy join queries between these two tables because I know what the relation between them is. Now, if we go back to my homepage so we can look at the pricing section, you may remember that specific tiers have different abilities for how many times you can view the pricing page. This is how many times the product can have the banner show up. So we need a way to be able to track how many times each page has been viewed and then also use that information for analytics. So the next table that I want to create is going to be the product view table. And the product view table, all it's going to do is it's going to be, okay, which product am I viewing and which country am I viewing from, which is a table we're going to create in a little bit. And then when did I actually view that? So this when information is very useful for our actual analytics. This country information is very useful for analytics again, so we can see where is everyone coming from. And then obviously the product is very important, so we can associate how many times has each individual product been viewed, so we can make sure we limit how many pricing page visits we have per month. So that way we can make sure people upgrade from the free tier and so on to earn us more money. So as I mentioned, this uses a country table. So let's create a country table here. This is relatively straightforward. All it has is a name and a code, which again, we're making sure that these are unique, and we're giving it a country group ID, which just allows us to group our different countries together, because when we edit our coupon codes, we have the ability to view all the different groups for our coupon code. So for example, all the people in the group with 20% purchase power versus 30% versus 40% versus 50%. If you remember that edit page where it had all the flags, that's exactly what each group represents. So each country belongs to exactly one group. So let's go ahead and we're going to create our group as well. So we're just going to paste that down into here. And then finally, that should be the last thing we need for getting all of the different stuff for these tables associated. So we have our country, name, code, and group. And our group, all it has is a name and it has a recommended discount percent. This is just helping people that are starting up creating their first product. They don't really know how much of a discount to give for each different country. So this says, okay, for these countries, we recommend around a 50% discount or so on. Obviously, they can change it, but this just helps make their life much easier. So again, we have our groups, we have our countries, we have our product views, and we have our customizations and our products. Now this still isn't nearly enough to get everything done, but now we can set up the relations between all of these different things. For example, on our product, we now have relations to other things. Namely, we can have a bunch of different views for our product. So we have a many relationship that's on our product views. So there's many product views that are associated with the product view table. There we go. Now if we move down to our product view, we need to create the relations for this as well. I'm just going to copy this over because it's relatively straightforward code. We're creating a one-to-one relationship where it has one product and one country, and we're using these ID fields for those references. Then we can move on to our country, which again is very similar and rather straightforward. You can see here, our country is going to have a single country group, and it can have many different views in our product view table. Finally, we have our country group relationship, which again is going to be rather straightforward. Each country can have multiple different country groups. Now you'll notice in here, we also have this section called country group discount. So the way that I've structured our database is we have a country, and each country has a group that it falls in. So this is whether it's going to be parity purchasing group of like 2 to 3 or 3 to 4 or 4 to 5 and so on. And then each of those groups we can give a specific discount code to in our application. So that's where this next table is going to come from. It's going to be associating all of our different discounts for an individual group for an individual product. So here, if we take a look at this particular table, you can see that this table has a country group ID, which is going to reference our country group table. It's going to have a product ID to reference our product table. And then we have what our coupon code is, as well as what our discount percentage is going to be. So this is where the individual user saves a particular coupon and a particular discount percentage for a particular country group. So this way, if I want people in India and all other countries in that group to have 30% off using the coupon India, I can put all that information in here and save that. Also, I made sure that the primary key for this table is just my country group ID and my product ID, because there's no way that I can have multiple entries for an individual product and individual group ID. I can only have one coupon code and one discount percentage for this combination of information, so it made sense to make this my primary key. I can also go ahead and set up my relations. So as you can see here, my group discount relations is going to have one product and it's going to have one country group, again, based on these particular IDs. I also can modify our product relation at the very top of our page, because now we have another many-to-many relationship that I need to deal with. And this is my country group discounts, which is going to be a many relation on my country group discount table. Now, the final table that I need to add to my database is going to be for handling my subscriptions. So are they on the free tier, the basic plan, standard, premium, and so on? I need all of that inside of its own table. So this table right here has a Clerk user ID, so I can associate it with an individual user. It's going to have information related to Stripe, so I'm going to have the Stripe subscription item, the subscription ID, and the customer ID. This makes it so that I can let the user change their subscription between different tiers without making them have to sign up for multiple subscriptions. It'll automatically change one subscription to the next without like canceling and restarting. It's important that you store all this information for subscriptions. Then we have the tier that they're going to be in, which is going to be an enum I'll create in just a second. So for example, are they the standard, the premium, the basic, or so on? And then I have a few different indexes again to make my queries easier, because I'm always going to be querying this table based on either the user or the Stripe index. So that's why I have those different tiers. Now let's create that index or that tier. So we're going to say const tier enum equals, and that's using pg enum, just like that. And we're going to call this tier. And what I want to do for this is I want to get it based on all of my different subscription tiers. So I have my subscription tiers just like this, but I want to get just the keys. So we're going to say object.keys, just like that. That's going to give me all of my different keys for this particular user. But this is just going to be an array of strings. It doesn't know, TypeScript isn't smart enough to know that this is specifically just the names of my tiers. So I need to say that this is actually going to be an array of tier names. So to do that, I'm going to create this tier names type. So we'll say up here, type tier names is going to be equal to, all we're going to do is take the type of my subscription tiers, and I want to get the keys of that. So now if I hover over this tier names, you can see it's free, basic, standard, or premium. So let's export that type, just like that. And now inside of here, if I import that tier names, that's smart enough for Postgres to now know and Drizzle to know that, hey, I have this information. If I hover over this tier enum, you can see it's either free, basic, standard, or premium. And that is absolutely everything set up for my database. Now I know I went through this rather quickly, but that's because it's a lot of typing of code. And overall, the important thing is to get the high level of how the database works. So I'm going to go through that real quick. First, a user can create a product, and this product has the ability to be customized through our product customization table, and we have the ability to have specific discounts associated with that product using our country group discount table. Now, we only can put discounts for individual country groups, so instead of putting a discount per country itself, we put a discount for each group of countries. So that's why we have this country group table and this country table to make sure we track, okay, which group is each country in, and we can easily change what group a country is in based on how the economy in that country changes over time. For example, if India all of a sudden gains a lot of wealth and a lot of purchasing power for individuals increases in India, India may move to a different pricing tier, and nobody in our application needs to do anything. We can just move that country from one tier to another, and it's automatically going to work everywhere else. Now, we also have a table for tracking how many times a product has been viewed, which allows us to make sure that we're not showing the product more than they're paying for, and we can show different analytics to our user. Finally, at the very bottom, we have the ability to store which tier a user is subscribed to, so that way we know, are they on the free tier, the basic tier, the standard tier, and so on, so we can give them different permissions and allow them to use different things in our application based on what tier they're a part of. So now once we have our schema entirely done, we can go back to this Drizzle file here, and we need to make sure that we pass along our schema into this particular section of Drizzle. So let's import star as schema from our ./schema file. This is just going to make sure that Drizzle knows what our schema looks like, so we can do something like db.query. And it's going to give us all the different tables we've created, and it allows us to do all the different relationships between them and so on. It's really important that you do this, otherwise you won't get any type safety. Now, to work with Drizzle, we need to run a few different commands. So what I'm going to do is actually go into my package.json, and I'm going to create a script for all the different commands we need to run. I'm just going to paste this down. Here we go. We have our db generate command, which is going to run drizzle kit generate. We have a migrate command to run migrate, and we have a studio command to run studio. The generate command will generate migration files for us. So now that we've changed our schema, we should probably create those migration files. npm run db generate. There we go. Give that a quick second to run, and we should see it's going to run. And if we look over into our DB folder, you can see we have this migration folder. And in here, this is all of the SQL code that needs to run to create our entire database. And every time we make changes, we'll add a new file to that migration by using the generate command. Now we can use the migrate command to actually push those changes up to our database. So now that we have our database URL, we're actually pushing those changes to our database. And now if I go to Neon and I look at all the tables for our particular database, you can see we have a table for all of the different things that we've created inside of our application. So now we've actually connected our database with the changes that we just made using that migrate command. The last thing is the studio command, and this just allows us to actually view our application from our local host if we really want to. If I open this up, you can see that now we can view inside of here, essentially the same thing we can view inside of Neon, all of the different rows in our database. There's no information in there right now, so we can just close out of that. Now, even before we start working on more information for our dashboard, I want to make sure all of our users have a subscription tier as soon as they sign up. Because we have this free tier, I want to associate someone with a free tier as soon as they sign up for our application. And Clerk makes this really easy to do. If we go back over to Clerk, we actually have the ability to configure different things inside of our application. I'll make this a little bit larger, click on configure, and if we scroll down, we have this webhook section. This webhook section allows us to actually run specific code in our application when certain things happen, such as creating a user. So let's add in an endpoint. We need to give this a particular URL, and then we can associate it with specific events, such as user created. That's the only one we really care about. You can also make sure when users are deleted that you do certain things in your application and so on. But for ours, we're just going to deal with user created for now. Actually, let's go ahead and do user deleted while we're at it, might as well. Now, to make sure we understand how everything in here works, we can go up to this view docs section. That's going to open up the documentation for this. And if we scroll all the way down, it's actually going to tell you exactly what each of these webhooks looks like, and it's going to tell you how everything works. And most importantly, it's going to give you the code to actually implement this inside of your own application. So this section for sync data to your database, if we click here, this is going to give us a step-by-step guide on exactly what we need to do. First, we need to actually expose our application to the internet so that we can hook up to it with Clerk. They tell you to use ngrok, but if you're using VS Code, the ability to port forward is built into VS Code. Click on ports and click forward a port and just type in your port. For ours, it's going to be port 3000. This is going to set up a forwarded address, and we need to make sure we set the visibility to public so that way Clerk can access this information. Then all we need to do is just copy that address, and inside of Clerk, where we need to set up the endpoint URL, copy in that address. This is how they're going to connect to our application. Then what we need to do inside of Clerk, if we come back over to here, is this is going to tell us exactly what to create. So first, create the endpoint in our Clerk dashboard. That's what we're going through right now. So inside of here, let's go ahead and just click create since we have our events that we want to listen for. And that's going to give us a bunch of information, most importantly, our signing secret. So let's go ahead and we're going to copy that over. This is our webhook secret for Clerk. So in our environment variables, we need to make sure that we add that information in. So we'll call this Clerk Webhook Secret. There we go. I'm going to copy that over into our example as well. And then also, since we're using this as an environment variable, that needs to be inside of here as well. That is our Clerk Webhook Secret, which is a z.string. There we go. That's all we need to do to get our environment variable hooked up. Back to our documentation on what to do next. We need to add that signing secret. We already did that, so that's already done. And then finally, we can set up a webhook route inside of our middleware. So make sure that that is public. We've already done that inside of our middleware because if we go to our middleware file and we open this up, you can see our API is currently public, and that's where our webhook is going to lay. So we already know that that is public. Finally, we need to install this SVIX library. This is how they actually do the communication to verify everything is coming from Clerk. And then finally, we just need to create the endpoint for it and put this exact code inside of there. So I'm going to copy this code over, and I'm going to create an endpoint inside of that API route. So inside of here, create an API folder. And inside of that API folder, I'm going to put a folder specifically for handling all of my webhooks. And I'm going to create a folder specifically for Clerk. So in here, route.ts, and we can paste in all of the code that it gives us. This is what we need to run. And it literally is essentially as simple as that. Now I'm going to clean up this code slightly. So the very first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take all this stuff for getting all of our different headers. I'm going to paste in my own code version of that. So you can see we're getting our headers and we're getting the information specifically related to SVIX. And we can check if any of this information is not there, we're going to return an error down to the user. So at least we know that we have all of the information that we need. The next thing I need to do is to be able to get the information for the payload. This is like all the JSON information for our new user being passed up to us. And then we can get our webhook secret, which is our env dot, make sure I import env from the server version. There we go. And this is going to be our Clerk webhook secret. So we're going to be passing that directly into here, and that's going to give us back an event. I'm going to rename this to event just to make it a little easier to work with. There we go. It's a little more descriptive that way. So we've created our webhook, we've created our event. Now what we're doing is we're verifying that all of our information is correct. And I've renamed these variables to be a little bit more, JavaScript focused by making them camel case like that. So now we have verified based on our headers. We're verifying, okay, does this body correctly signatured by this SVIX library? It's just making sure that other people don't post information to this, and it guarantees all this information is coming directly from Clerk. So then the next thing we need to do is way down here, we can set up a simple switch statement. So we're going to say switch on event.type. And now we can say, you know what, in the case that we have a user created, I want to run some specific set of code. So inside of here, this is going to be user created. And I can access that event by saying event.data. And I get all the information from my new user, such as the ID of the user, which is really all I care about. So now let's go ahead and write the code to create this user subscription. So we can access our database by saying db dot, and we can do an insert statement on our user subscription table. What I want to do is I want to insert the values. So for my data inside of here, you can see we have our Clerk user ID and our tier that are the only required things. So our Clerk user ID is our event.data.id. Then what we can do is we can pass in the tier, and by default, we want to sign them up for the free tier. So that's all we need to do to actually give the values that we're inserting into our database. We obviously want to await this to make sure that it runs, but that's literally all we need to do to add a user to our database. Once that's done, we can just add in a break statement here, make sure occurred is spelled correctly, and that's it. So pretty much all this code is directly from the Clerk documentation, and that is actually going to run every time we create a brand new user. Now I've already created my user, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete my user. So we can go over to our dashboard real quick, click on my user here, click on manage account, and I want to just delete this account. So we'll say delete account. There we go. Now we're back onto this page, and I can do a quick login and sign up for a user. So we'll click sign up. I want to sign up with GitHub, give that a quick second. And you can see that now we've actually signed in with GitHub, and it should have called out to our API to actually connect and create a brand new user for us. As you can see, it's already made GET request to all that, made a GET request to here, but I don't think it actually made our post request. What we can do is we can go over to our dashboard to check to see if this is working in our endpoint. So in our overview for our endpoint, we can click on our endpoint itself, click on this one, and you can see no messages were received or sent, but you can see right here, actually, there was 2 succeeded messages for user created and user deleted. So it was actually properly sending information over. So let's check our Neon console to see if we have a user subscription. And it looks like we don't have a user subscription being created. So let's make sure that everything is working as we expect it to. We can minimize this down a little bit. We can put a console log inside of here that just says hi, so we know that we're hitting this particular endpoint. And what we can do is we can actually call this replay function, which is just going to resend this message for us. So we'll come in here, click resend, and that is going to resend this. And you can see it did make a post request, but it went to post slash. That's because I didn't actually add in my API/webhooks/clerk. There we go. So I'm making sure I call the correct endpoint now. Let's try retrying that again. We should hopefully see, if we do that retry properly, it should actually log out hi. You can see it's compiling that page, and it looks like we're getting hi being logged out. We are getting some warnings, but we can pretty much ignore. But we should see in our database, if we refresh, that we now have a row inside of our table, and we do. And if we scroll over, you can see that they should be set to the free tier, which they are. So this is working really, really well. So now every time a user is created, we actually have them being hooked up to a particular tier. So now I should be able to have that free tier on this user account, and I can do different verification. Now, before we dive into that, I want to do a huge thing that's going to massively clean up our code. It's really easy when you're working with a database to just write a bunch of DB statements all over your application. And then all of a sudden you realize that your database code is literally everywhere, scattered throughout all of your application. It's difficult to track what's going on, to fix errors, and so on. So what I want to do is I want to create a brand new section in our application for only storing database related queries. So I'm going to put a server folder for all of our server related code. And inside of here, I'm going to create a database folder. Now in this database folder, I'm going to create a bunch of different files for all the database interactions we can do. For example, anytime I want to deal with a subscription, it's going to be in this subscription.ts file. And now I can create a function that's going to create a user subscription. So I can export a function called create user subscription, just like that. And it's going to take in whatever data is related to creating this. So to easily get that, we can just say type of, that's going to be coming from our user subscription table, dot, and we can just use the infer insert. That's going to essentially say that this data is whatever we can insert into our particular table. Then we can just do our database call. So I'm going to come back to here. I'm going to take this entire database call, copy that out of here. I'm going to paste that directly into here, and we're just going to return that for now. We'll say DB just like that. And this is going to be taking in all of our data. So we're just going to pass in our data as our values. So now this is where we do our create. We can come back into here. And what I want to do is I want to call that create function just like this, pass it in this information, and now my database information is being stored in this one file. So every time I want to deal with a subscription in my database, I can write the code in this file and I can reuse it everywhere in my application. And I can even make sure I get rid of all these different imports I don't need. And you should see, if you do this, that the database file is never imported anywhere except for inside this DB folder. And that makes your code much easier to clean. And if you ever want to change from Drizzle to Prisma or something else, you can just change these one set of files, and that's going to do all of the changes for you throughout your entire application. This is a must-have on any larger scale application. You may not think this is as important as it is, but I guarantee you, once we start dealing with caching and other more complicated database queries, you're going to see how amazing this is. Now, one thing I want to do is on this, if there's a conflict, I want to do nothing. So if, for example, I try to insert a user into the table that already exists, I'm going to make sure that we don't do anything. So anytime that the clerk user ID already exists in my table, I'm just going to do nothing at all. And this is really important to have in cases where I replay this again. So if I come back into my clerk dashboard and I were to replay this user created event a second time, and I already had information in my database, it doesn't reset that information or throw an error. It just says, okay, you know what? They already have a subscription, just completely ignore that. Now, in order to handle deleting as well, since I mentioned that we're going to do that, let's go back into our route for that webhook. And I want to be able to have another check here. So we'll put in a case. This one's going to be user.deleted. And inside of here, I just want to do a bunch of deleting. So we're just going to call a function called delete user, just like that. And we'll pass it in my event.data. And this is going to be the deleted user's ID, which should just be ID. Now it does say that this ID field could be undefined. So we'll just say if the event.data.id is equal to null, well, then we just want to essentially ignore everything. So we'll just come in here. And if it's not equal to null, then we want to do this delete user function. And this, again, is going to be coming from that DB folder. So inside of here, let's create one for users.ts. And I'm going to export a function called delete user, which takes in a user ID. So we're going to say clerk user ID, which is a string. And now we just need to delete everything from our database that's associated with that user. So we can come in here and we can say DB, and we want to do a delete statement, and we want to delete from our user subscription table. So we're going to say user subscription table dot where, and we want to do it where the particular ID is. So we can say where equals clerk, user subscription table dot clerk user ID is equal to our clerk user ID. So first of all, we're going to do this delete function, and I want to do all of these inside of a batch. So we'll say DB batch. And what that's going to do is it's going to make sure it runs all of these one after the other. And if any of them fail, it's going to roll back the entire thing. So first of all, we're going to do this delete. Make sure I put this inside of an array. There we go. So we're going to do our delete for our users in the subscription section. Then after that, we're going to do a delete. And this time we want to do it for our product table. So we'll say product table where, and we want to do the exact same where clause. So I'm just going to copy that over. I want to make sure that this is for our product table. And let me make sure I capitalize that. There we go. Product table. And that's all we need to do, because our clerk user is only associated with products and it's only associated with a user subscription. And the really nice thing about doing it this way with all of our on delete cascades that we set up is in our database, if we look back at that file, in our schema, we set up a bunch of on delete cascades. So if I just scroll up a little ways, you'll see that whenever we delete, for example, a product, it's going to delete all the country group discounts associated with them and so on. So anytime we delete something, it's going to make sure it does that cascading for us. So to be able to delete a user, all we need to do is do this, and we can just return this so we can make sure we can await it back into here. So delete user. There we go. So now when we delete a user, it gets rid of all their information from our database, and we can really easily test this by just coming into here, and I'm going to delete this particular user account. So come over to security, delete account. Whoops, make sure I spell that properly. Click enter. You can see it didn't look like any errors were thrown. If I go over to our Neon database, we should see that there's now no longer any subscriptions when I refresh the page. Give that a quick step, and you can see our subscription has been removed, so it properly deleted everything. And now if I were to log in and sign up with my account, it'll recreate that subscription for us. So we have deleting and creating users hooked up properly. Now, when we start dealing with Stripe, we're going to need to come in here with like a to-do that says remove Stripe subscription. So if they are on a Stripe subscription, we'll want to make sure that we cancel that, but otherwise we should be good to go. Now, up until this point, we've done a lot of work for our application to essentially be a blank page, but this has been a lot of groundwork, which is going to make moving forward with the rest of our application so much easier. So inside of our dashboard, we can work on this main page right here. So the very first thing I want to do is I want to render out a few of the products that I have. So as a user, I want to get a specific number of products. So I can say const products is equal to, and I can say await get products, which is a function we're going to create in that database folder. So we'll say get products based on a user ID. So export this as an async function. Now to get my user ID, I can just say const user ID is equal to awaiting auth, just like that. This comes directly from Clerk and gives us essentially the user ID. And we actually don't need to await that because this isn't asynchronous. It just gets it directly from essentially a local storage JWT. So it's really quick and super easy. We get the user ID. And technically this user ID comes back as string or null. We know that we're on a private page, so we know that this is going to be non-null. So what we could do is we could put an exclamation point here that tells TypeScript that this can't be null. But what I prefer to do is just to do a check at the top of our page. If the user is equal to null, then we can just redirect them to the sign-in page, which is something that comes directly from here. So redirect to sign-in, we can just call that function right here. The reason that I like to do this instead of forcing TypeScript to say that it could be not null is just because it's going to make sure that my user ID is now set to not null everywhere in this file, so I don't have to manually type it everywhere. And it's going to make sure that if I accidentally access this auth on a non-private page, that it's going to make sure it fails safely for the user that is required. So here we're getting our products. So let's create this get products function. So we're going to go back into that DB folder, create a new file called products.ts, and we want to export a function called get products. Now this is a relatively simple function. It takes in our Clerk user ID, which is a string. And then all we need to do is just return calling db dot query. And this query is really nice because we can query on the product table and we can find many. So it gives us that really nice syntax that you're used to with Prisma. And that's because we set up all of our relations in Drizzle. So we can say we got to do a where, and we want to do it where our Clerk user ID column, which we'll just call Clerk user ID call. And we want to check for equality. This is actually going to be a function. So let me make sure I wrap that in parameters here. And what I can do is just call that equal function, pass it in my Clerk user ID column and my Clerk user ID, and boom, that works. Now I'm going to clean this up a little by calling this user ID. That way I don't need to rename this file or this column. And we can just say user ID just like that. So now all I'm doing is just saying, hey, give me all of the products where the user ID matches this user ID. And I also want to order them. So I'm going to say order by, and in this case, we're going to have our properties inside of there. This is a function. I want to get the Clerk user ID, and I want to order them in descending order. So I'm going to say descending order, and this should be actually created at. There we go. So I'm going to order them by that created at field. Perfect. Now for our particular page, I want to limit how many things I get back. So right now, if I import this, everything will work, but I want to limit this to like 6. So I want to say limit of 6. And in my get products, I can make sure I take in a limit. So we're going to say we're going to take in a limit, and this is a limit that is optional, and it's going to be a number. So now I can just pass that along here because this query takes a limit. So like I could pass along a limit of 10, or I can just use the limit we pass in. So now it's going to give us only 6, or it'll give us all of them if we don't pass along any limit. So now you can see we have our products and we can print out any information we want about our products. So the very first thing I want to do is to make sure we have products. So I can say here, if our products.length is equal to 0, then I want to return a component I'm going to call no products, because if we have no products, I obviously can't render out the rest of our page. So this no products component is something that I'm going to create. It's going to be something only I use on these private pages. So we'll say no products.tsx. Now this component is going to be a rather simple component. We'll take a look at the code real quick. You can see here, I just have a ton of margin on the top and I'm centering all my text. Then I have an H1 that's rather large that just says you have no products. And then finally, I have a section that says, hey, get started by creating your first product, and a link that links us to the actual add product page. So if I give that a quick save, give this a refresh, make sure that I import this no products component, we should hopefully see on our main page that it says you have no products, get started by creating a product, and this will bring us to the product/new page, which we have not created yet. Now we should probably go ahead and create a page for creating brand new products. So what we can do is we come over to here, we can say inside of our dashboard, we're going to create a products folder. And inside of here, we're going to create a new folder and we'll create a page.txx directly inside of there. So export a function new product page. There we go. And to emulate essentially as close as we can what this Parity Deals site looks like, we can come into here and log in. And once I log in and navigate to a page, you can see that this is essentially what the create page looks like. I'll even click create. We want to create one of these. And you can see it has this back button, a title, and then a card with all the different information we want to associate with this thing. So I want to create this like back button style card that we're going to put on our page. And that's going to be a component we can use lots of different places. So I'm going to put it in this components folder. We'll say page with back button. Make sure I capitalize button.tsx. And we'll make sure we export a function page with back button. Now for this particular page, we're going to have a few different props that we pass in. The props we're going to be passing in is the href for our back button. We're going to be passing in the title for our page. That's that section that goes up here. And then finally, all the children, which is everything else we render on our page. Now to give it this really distinct 2-column layout, we're going to be using grid for that. So we can come in here with a div, class name of grid. We're going to say the grid columns are going to be auto and 1FR. That way the left column is as small as possible, while our right column is as large as possible. Then we're going to say a gap in the X direction is going to be 4, and our gap in the Y direction is going to be 8 to space out our top and bottom from our left and right a little bit more. Then we're going to come in here and style what the actual icon is going to look like on the left side. This is going to be simply a button that we're going to render out as child, and that's because it's going to have a link directly inside of it, and that link is going to go to our back button href, and inside of here, it's going to have essentially 2 different things. First of all, it's going to have the text back, which we're going to give a screen reader only, so that way anyone on a screen reader knows that this is our back button. Otherwise, it's going to have a caret left icon, which we'll give a class name of size 8 to give it a nice and large back button arrow. Make sure I close that off and make sure I import button just like that. Give that a quick little save, and before we do anything else, we can test to see if this is working like we expect it to. So we're going to go into our new product page here. I want to return our page with back button, just like that. Close that off. We're going to say this is our inner content, and our back button href is just going to go to our products page. There we go. That's going to be dashboard/products. So now we don't have all the components passed along. That's fine. We can click add product, and we can see if this brings us to the right page. Looks like we need to make sure we export this as a default function. I always forget to do that. There we go. Now you can see it looks like nothing's quite rendering right now. Let's go back to this page with back button and make sure we're rendering out our children as well, and to make sure, obviously, that we're returning this content. So let's give that a quick return. You can see we have our back button showing up. Let's give it a bunch of styles to make it look a little bit better. So first of all, we can change the size on this to icon. That's going to make it more of a square shape. So as you can see, we now get that square shape icon. I want this to be rounded though, so I'm going to say rounded full. That's going to give it a rounded style. And I want this to have a variant, which is going to be outline, just like that. Now by default, this outline variant gives us our accent color when we hover it. I don't really like that, so we're going to modify what that outline variant looks like. So here on our outline, when we hover, instead of giving it this accent, I'm going to give it the muted color, and same thing here, this is going to be our muted color. So now when I hover, you can see it gives me that gray color instead of giving me that blue color, which I think looks a little bit better in this particular scenario. Now we can come back to here and finish off what the rest of this page is going to look like, because now we have our button section. The next thing to work on is our title, which is going to be inside of an H1. That's our page title. And then finally, the next thing that we're going to have is going to be our children. So that's going to be in our div. That's going to say children, just like that. Now, if we give that a save and we make sure that we pass along a page title, so we'll say page title equals new product. Doesn't really matter. You can see we have new product and we have our text, but this text is in the wrong position and this title does not look super great. So let's clean that up. We'll go back to our page with back button. First of all, we'll work on our title. We'll make the text much larger. 2XL will probably do. We'll make it a semi-bold font, and we'll make it so that it's in the center of the page. There we go. And this is actually centering it vertically. So if we remove that, you can see it's up a little bit. And when we add that, it's centered perfectly with this button. Now for our children, to make them in the right section, we can say our column is going to start in the second row, and that's going to make sure it starts over on this right-hand side instead of on the left-hand side. And that's all we need to do to get this entire page with a back button working. And when I click back, it brings me back to my products page, which we don't actually have yet. So that's why it's giving me a 404, but we at least know that that is working like we want it to. So let's go ahead and here, we'll change this to create product. And now we can work on this intersection, which I'm just going to be using a card for. So we'll import card. We're going to have a card header. And inside there, we're going to have a card title. And inside that title, we're just going to say product details. And I want to make sure I change the class on this to be a text of large because I want it to be really large. Actually, let's make it extra large. There we go. We have our product details. Finally, after our header, we're going to do our content, card content. And this is going to be our product details form, which is a form we're going to create for all the different details. So over here, be like things like name, description, URL, so on. So for our form, this is going to be something that we're going to put inside this components folder. And I'm actually going to create a separate folder specifically for dealing with forms. And inside of here, I'll create a file. We'll call it product details form.tsx. Now to work with this, we'll just export a function product details form. Make sure I actually spell all this properly. There we go. return null for now. We need to import a bunch of components from ShadCN to get this to work. So let's come into here. We're going to go down, import a bunch of components. We're going to say npx ShadCN at latest. We want to add, and we want to add the form component, the input component, the text area component, and we also want to deal with toast. So we're going to add in the toast component as well. Give that a click enter right there, and that should import all the components we need. But it looks like I spelled text area wrong. So let me just make sure I get that spelled properly. And now let's try that again. It should import all of our different components. Give it a quick second. It's asking us if we want to overwrite button. Obviously we do not, so we will not overwrite that. And now we have all the different components imported that we need to be able to work on creating this particular form. Now creating a ShadCN form is really not too complicated once you know how all the different parts work. First, we need to get our form, and this is coming from the use form hook. And this is a hook that's part of a React hook form. So we can import use form from React hook form, just like that. And this use form hook is going to take a type for what type of thing we're importing. So this is actually coming from Zod, since we're going to be using Zod for our actual schema definitions. So we'll say z.infer type of, and we want to specify what my schema is. This is my product details schema. And this is something that we need to define. So I'm going to come up here and we'll say const product details schema equals, and we can say like z.object, and let's just say it's an object that has a name, which is a string. There we go. That's all this is going to do. So what we have right here is we're importing that particular thing as our type. And now to make sure that we hook everything up to make sure it does type checking, we can say resolver, and we're going to make sure we're using the Zod resolver function. This is a function that we can import. Import Zod resolver from, and that comes from at hook form /resolvers, just like that. Now we have our Zod resolver. And we need to make sure we get it from the /Zod portion of that. Now we can pass in our schema, which is our product details schema. And then finally, we can specify any default values that we have. In our case, we don't have any default values, so we'll just put in an empty object, for example. We just don't have any defaults at all. Since we have no defaults, let's just leave that off for now. So now we have our form created, and we're using that Zod schema, and right now the only thing in that schema is our name. So once we have a form created, the next step is to work on actually creating the JSX for our form. So we can use the form component from React hook form, close off that form component, and inside the form component, we need to put our very own form. And we need to also make sure we pass along all the information from our React hook form. So here, we can say form just like that. And what that's doing is it's taking this form and hooking it up to all the schema related information I have up here and using that for our actual normal form. And inside the form, we need to make sure we hook up our onSubmit. And this is going to be calling form.handleSubmit, and we can pass in our own onSubmit function. So this function called onSubmit, this function right here is going to take in all of my values, and the values is just going to be the type of whatever our schema is expecting. So this values right now is just a name that is a string. So we can come in here, and now we can do whatever we want with these particular values. For now, I'm just going to log them out to the screen. Now, we can also do some styling on our form. This is purely just visual. I'm just going to make it a flex with a gap of 6 and flex column, just to make our form have some spacing between things. And then we can specify that we want to create a form field. Now, this is coming directly from ShadCN. So we can say form field. I want to make sure that I import this. So let's just close that off. Let's try to do an import. It looks like it's not auto importing, so I'll just manually import form field from, and that's going to be @/UI, actually components /UI/form. And it looks like it did not import our form components. They are there actually. They're in our source components UI folder. Let me see exactly why they're not working. So if we come over to here, they are right in there. I may just need to refresh some things on my page. Actually, it looks like maybe that is now working. We just need to pass along all of our fields. So for the form field, we need to pass along a few things. First of all, our control. This is what hooks up our form to the actual form field. So our form control goes into our form field. The next step is the name. And this name property is type safe. Our only thing we have is name. So we're going to set our name to name. Obviously, this can be whatever you want. For example, if I had description in here, which is a z.string as well, description, there we go. I could change this to be description or name. So we're just going to do it as name for now. And then the final thing that we need to pass along here is our render prop. And this is just telling us what we want to render in this form field. So this is going to be a function that takes along all of our field properties, and it's going to give us something we want to render. So with ShadCN, it's really easy to do because we have a form item that we can pass in. This form item will give a class name of FlexGrow, just because I'm going to put it in a container in a second here. I might as well just do that now. So we'll say we have a div with a class name of grid, and a gap of 6 and grid calls of 1 and large grid calls of 2. There we go. So this is just going to allow me to put 2 form inputs side by side. So I actually don't even need the flex scroll on this because it's inside of a grid container. So inside the form item, we then specify a form label. There we go. And inside the label, you can put whatever you want. For example, it's going to be the name of our product. We'll specifically call it product name, just like that. Then after our form label, we're going to have a form control. And this is where you put your input. So in our case, we can just put an input field like our text input. So let's make sure I spell input correctly, just like that. And I want to make sure I close that off. And I want to pass along all of my field related information. And again, make sure I import input correctly. Looks like I need to manually import that again. Import input from, and that is going to be at components/UI/input. There we go. Now we scroll all the way down here. We looks like all of our errors are cleaned up. Finally, we can add in a form message, and this is going to show my error message if for some reason there is a particular error with our form. So let's go over here, make sure we import this so we can actually see our form showing up on our page. Come over here. Obviously, we're getting quite a few errors right now, so we need to go ahead and clean that up. So let's scroll up. It's something to do with this use form function. It's saying it's not a function. I believe part of the problem could be because I imported my form from the wrong section. This form should be imported here from React or from ShadCN. Let's see if that actually cleans that up. Give it a quick refresh. Still not quite working. Oh, it's because, obviously, I need to be able to use a client component if I want to use client-side code. So this is a client-side component, and now we have our product name, and I can type inside of there. Also, to prove to you that validation is working, I can specify that this has a minimum value of 1, and it'll show me the error required if I don't. And now, if I just make sure that I do everything correctly by putting a comma in there, and I come in here and try to submit my form, I get the error required, but as soon as I type this in, it goes away. So this is really nice for giving me errors for my different validations. It's all hooked up automatically, and I don't need to do anything else on my own. So I can just copy this down, paste it in, and all you need to do is change this name property, change the label, and everything else should just line up perfectly. So for me, I'm going to change this to my URL. So we'll come into here, URL. Whoops, that's not where I wanted to type that out at. There we go, URL. And this is going to be enter your website URL as the label. And the really nice thing is I can add additional field descriptions if I want. So I can say form description, just like that, and add additional information. For example, for this one, I want to make sure that I explain exactly how this works by saying, hey, make sure you include the HTTPS and the full path to your sales page so that this will work. Now I'm getting an error because I don't have a URL field up here. So I'll say URL is a string. It's also a URL string, and it has a minimum of 1 because it is required. And this I will mark as optional because it is not required. So now if I scroll down, you can see that I get these two side by side. Well, actually they're top and bottom, but as soon as my screen's larger, they should show up side by side. As you can see there, they're now side by side, and now they're top and bottom from one another, depending on what my screen size is. Now the next one I want to work on is my text area. So I'm just going to copy down this entire form field. Make sure we get our screen a little bit easier to work with. There we go. Minimize this div down, and right below it is going to be my description. So this is going to be a description. This right here is going to say product description. And then finally, I'll add in a little bit of description to tell people what this description does. There we go. Make sure I close this off. So it looks like I need to do that down there, close that off there, that off there. There we go. So now I have that optional description, and instead of an input here, I want this to be a text area, which again, I need to import manually because it's not auto importing. So get our text area from @/components/UI/text area. There we go. Make sure I spell area properly. Scroll down, and now we have our text area showing up. I'm just going to add a few classes to it. So I'll say min height of 20, and I'm going to say resize none, so it's impossible to resize. And now I have my description showing up. Finally, I can add in a section here, which is a class name of self-end. And this is just going to be where I put my button. So button, just like that. Make sure I import button. I'm going to say that it's going to be disabled whenever my form is submitting. So form.formState.isSubmitting, is submitting. There we go. And the type is submit. And here I'll just set save. So now at the bottom of my form, I have a save button. And when I click on that, it's going to try to save my form. And you can see I automatically get the errors because these things are technically required. Now, before I go about fixing all my validation errors and making it so we can save things, I do want to mention one particular thing to you. If I inspect my page, I'll just do a refresh here. And I go ahead and I start typing information into this product name, you'll notice I get a huge error. And that's because this is going from a essentially controlled to uncontrolled and back and forth from the component. So essentially what I need to do is I need to make sure I give it a default value of a string. So here, my default values, I need to have an object where the name is a string, the URL is a string, and my description is a string. That way, when I go ahead and I start changing my inputs, I won't get that error. You can see now if I inspect, go back to my console, close out of all the errors, I type in here, you notice I get no more errors showing up on my page. So now we go ahead and actually make this on submit work. And to do that, we're gonna be using an action. So what I can do is I can open up my folder here inside of my server folder. I wanna create a brand new folder called actions. And inside this actions folder, I'm gonna create a file called products. And actions are just ways to actually call code from the client on the server safely and securely. So I'm gonna say use server to say that this is actions inside of here. Export an async function called create product. And this create product function is going to take in some unsafe data. That's because you can never trust anything that comes in from the client. And this unsafe data is going to be typed based on that schema that I used on my client. So I need to take that schema that's on my client and move it out into somewhere more accessible. So I'll create a new folder called schemas. Let me rename that to schemas. There we go. And I'm going to create a new file called products.tss directly inside of there. So now I can go ahead down onto my client, which is in the app section. Right here, I have that schema defined up here. I'm just going to remove that. I'm going to paste that directly into that brand new file that I just created. I'm going to export that and make sure I import Zod. Now, the final thing I'm going to do is I'm going to make sure that my URL does not have any trailing slashes on it. Because, for example, if I type in product/new/ at the very end and hit enter, it brings me to the same page as if I didn't put that slash at the end of my URL. So I'm going to do a transform here. A transform is a function that gets called to transform your data after it's been validated. I'm going to call a function called remove trailing slash, just like that. I'm going to create this function as like a utility function. So if I go into my lib utils folder, I can export a function called remove trailing slash. It's going to take in a path, which is a string. And all it's going to do is I'm going to run a simple regular expression to remove the trailing slash. So this regular expression says, you see the slash symbol at the very end. If there's a slash symbol at the end of it, replace it with essentially an empty string. It's super straightforward and simple. So now if I go back into my schema and I import this function, you can now see that essentially any time that I call this function, it's going to remove the trailing slash from my URL. So that way there's no confusion between a URL with or without that trailing slash. It's going to make tracking my views and so on so much easier. So here's my create product function. I need to get my z.infer from the type of, and I want to get it from that product details schema. So I called it product details schema, just like that. And now I have my unsafe data directly inside of here properly typed. I just need to make sure I validate it. Also here, I need to make sure I import that schema now that I've moved it out of this particular file. There we go, that has been imported properly. And let's go ahead and write my action. So the very first thing I need to do in this action is to get my user ID for who's actually creating this. So user ID is equal to awaiting calling that auth function. And again, I don't need to await that. I can just call the auth function because it's going to happen in line. And then what I can do is I can get a success flag and a data flag, and I can get that from calling product details schema.safe parse and passing in my unsafe data. This is just going to go through and validate that all the data that I'm getting in here matches everything inside of this schema. If it doesn't, then my success is false. So we can go ahead and check that. If we do not have any success, or if our user ID for some reason is null, which should not be possible, but if it is, then we're going to go ahead in here and we're going to return down an error to the user. So we'll say error true, and we'll give them a message that just says there was an error creating your product. Super straightforward so that they know something went wrong. Because if we get to this point, there should be no errors unless someone maliciously passed up some incorrect code or tried to access this page without a user ID or so on. Then what we can do is we can create our product, and we want to create that product inside of our database. So we'll create a function called createProductDB, and that's going to be coming from that DB folder that we worked on. So inside of here, we have our get products. Now let's create a function called createProduct, just like that. So this is going to be a rather straightforward function. Again, it's going to take in my data, which is my type of product table.infer select, or not infer select, sorry, infer insert. There we go. Then we can call db dot, and I want to call insert on my product table. I want to insert specific values, and that's just my data that I'm getting passed in. Super straightforward and easy to do. And we can await the creation of that. And I want to get the ID specifically from here. So I want to say my new product is equal to this. I want to make sure this is async so I can use await inside of it. And I can pass along this returning flag, and I can say I want to return an ID, which is my product table.id. So now when I insert this data into the database, it's going to return to me an array of all the new things inserted, which in my case, I insert one thing. So there's one value in my array, which is going to be my brand new product with an ID of a string. So what I can do after that is I can do just a really simple try catch. So I can come in here and I can create a brand new product customization. So in my product customization table, what I want to do is I want to insert some values, and the only value I want to insert is the product ID, which is equal to my new product .id. There we go. So I'm inserting a brand new thing inside of here, and if for some reason I already have one, just completely skip it. So if there's a conflict, do absolutely nothing. And I want to specify what the target is going to be. The target for this one is going to be product customization.product ID. There we go. So if the product ID is conflict, just completely ignore it and don't do anything. Then we can add in a catch, because if for some reason there is an error trying to execute this particular thing, well, I want to delete my product, because when I create a product, I want to create both a product and a customization at the exact same time. And if I have an error creating my customization, I want to delete the product because that means there was a problem and I don't want to have one without the other. So I can come in here, db.delete, and I want to delete my product table just like that, where my product ID is equal to, so product table.id is equal to my new product.id. There we go. So that's going to make sure that when I create a product, it also hooks up a brand new customization for that. Otherwise, if there's a problem, it just returns and deletes that. Now, the very last thing I want to do is return my new product back to the user. That way, where I'm using this inside of my actions. So if I go back to my actions, I can create that product from the DB. So we'll say import create product, and we're going to be importing that as create product DB from, and that's coming from that DB folder. So we're going to go into our server, into our database folder, inside the products folder. So now I can call this and pass along all the information I want, and it's going to return to me an ID for the brand new table that was created, and I can do some type of redirecting, for example, to a correct location. So let's go ahead and get the create working. I want to pass along all my data as well as my Clerk user ID. That's all the data to create this. And then to redirect, I'm going to go to the /dashboard/products page, but I actually want to bring them to the edit page. So I'm going to say ID/edit, and I specifically want to bring them to the tab for editing the countries. And that's because on this Parity Deals website, if I were to go to one of these and I were to click edit, you can see, if I actually make it so you can see because it's not mobile responsive, there's a bunch of different tabs, and I want to just bring them to the tab for editing the actual countries associated with that particular table. So we can go ahead and we can make sure we redirect them to that specific tab using our ID right here. And we need to make sure we await this because this is a promise. And that should be all the code we need to do to be able to create a brand new product. And again, you'll notice there's no database code in this file at all. Everything for our database is inside of the specific folder for database. As you can see, only this file has anything related to our database code at all. So now let's go into that particular form and make sure we hook everything up. We need to call that create product function. I want to make sure I call my action right here. I want to pass along all of my different values. So I can come in here and I can say const data equals await calling that particular thing. Make sure that this is an asynchronous function. And then if our data.message is there, then we want to render out that particular message. And first of all, we want to check to see if there's an error. So if our data has an error, and if we have a message, data.message, then we want to render that message to the user using a toast. So we can say const toast equals use toast. That's going to be coming from ShadCN. And to make sure our toast actually work properly inside of our overall layout for our entire application, all we need to do inside of here somewhere is render out this toaster. And that's just going to be a location for rendering out all of our different toast. Doesn't matter where you put it as long as it's in your application somewhere. So now we can come and we can call that toast function just like that. We can pass it along the title for what this is going to say. So actually, I don't even need to check for error here. I'm only going to check for message because I can check for my error here and render out a different title. So for example, I can say either error or success, depending on if it was an error or not. My description is just going to be my data.message. And then finally, my variant is going to be either an error variant or not. So if my data.error, then it's going to be destructive. Otherwise, we're going to have default as the variant. So now this is going to render out essentially a toast, which is either going to be an error toast or a success toast, depending on if things worked or not. Now, I do want to fix one particular problem with the code. It's a Next.js problem. You'll notice here that I could technically return nothing. For example, if I redirect the user, I don't actually return any data. So I could have this being null. But you'll notice when I look at the actual form and I look at my data type, you can see this is not ever null. So there's a problem with the return type. So I need to manually give myself a return type on this. It's going to return a promise. And the promise is going to have an error, which is a Boolean, and a message, which is a string, or it's going to return null from that promise, or undefined, sorry. So it's going to return undefined, just like that. So it's going to return one of these two different things. Now you can see here, data could be undefined, so I need to make sure I check that it could be undefined before I run the rest of my code. So let's go ahead and see if all of this code that we wrote actually works. We're going to come over to this page and we'll create a brand new product. This is going to be test name. We're going to enter a URL. We'll just say localhost 5500, and we'll just give it some bogus description. If I click save, you'll see that it looks like it's saving and it redirected me correctly to the edit page. So if I go back to my dashboard, we should hopefully see that it no longer renders out no products because we now have a product in our database. If I go to Neon and I click on my products, you can see there's a brand new product in the database with that test name. So everything was hooked up properly, which is amazing. So now we can go ahead and actually render out a grid of products on our dashboard. So let's go ahead back over to our page for our dashboard. And instead of rendering out null, we're going to render out a bunch of information. So the very first thing that I want to render out is an H2 that is going to have all the information for our products. So it's going to say like products, for example, but I want to actually put this inside of a link. So we'll give it a link here real quick. Our href is going to bring us to the dashboard/products page. And that's because on this dashboard, I'm going to render out things like analytics, products, and so on. So I want to be able to have a link that lets me go between these different things. So I can put my products directly inside of there. And I'm going to add an arrow right icon, just like that. Close that off. And I'm going to give this a class name of transition transform. And that's because I'm going to do some fancy animations on that by making it so that anytime I hover over this particular link, I'm going to animate it. So for the link, I'm going to give it a class name of group, just like that. And here I can say group hover. I want to translate this in the X direction by just a little bit. So it's going to make the arrow move just slightly to the right when I hover. And these small little touches are really what bring your application from to really impressive to users. So now let's finish off the rest of the classes on our link. For example, I want to have a flex and a gap of 2. I want my items to be in the center. And when I hover over it, I want to give it the underline treatment so that they know that this is a particular link. Now we should go ahead and give that a quick save, and we can see we get our products text showing up. And when I hover, you can see the arrow moves off to the right, which is just a really nice little flavor right there. Now to style my H2 to make it look a little better, let's come in here and make the text quite a bit larger. Margin on the bottom of 6, text 3XL. We'll make the font that semi-bold font. We'll also use some flex, and we'll justify some space between all of our different elements. There we go. And that's because for this product section, I'm also going to add a button for creating a brand new product right here. So we'll create a button. This is going to be an as child button, just like that. And inside of this button, I'm going to have a link with an href that goes to the new product page. So dashboard/products/new, just like that. New product. And let's even add in a little plus icon into it as well. There we go, plus icon. Let's say the size is 4, margin on the right of 2, and close that off. Give that a quick save. Make sure I import my button component. And now we should hopefully see we have our new product button. So now we have the ability to actually go to the products page, which we haven't created yet. We have the ability to create a new product directly from the dashboard. And we have this nice little hover animation over this products link. Let's go ahead and make it so that we can render out all of our products. We're going to do that inside of a products grid component. So we'll say product grid, and we're going to pass in all of our products just like that. And the reason I'm making my own component for this is because I'm probably going to use this exact same grid on my products page and on my dashboard. So it just makes things easier for me to work with. So we're going to come in here. We have our product grid. I'm going to go back over to my components section. This is used only on our private pages. So we'll create our product grid just like that in here. Export function product grid. There we go. And to be able to get the type for this, I'm just going to copy over the type because it's a little bit easier than making you watch me type it. You can see it's an array of products with a name, URL, description, and ID. Relatively straightforward stuff. We are probably already familiar with this because that's what our product structure looks like. Now inside of here, we can return a div with a class name of grid because we want it to be a grid. By default, we're going to have one column for our grid. We're going to move up to 2 columns when we have a larger screen size. So grid calls 2. And then when we have an even larger screen size, we'll move up to 3 specific columns. And then I want to give a gap of 4 between all of my columns before I loop through each one of my products and I render out the product card. So for the product, make sure I spell that properly. I want to render out a product card just like this, which takes in a key, which is my product.id, and it takes in all the information for my product. So now I can create this component, which is pretty similar to this component up here. So product card, just like that. It's going to take in all of my product information, which is just this right here. So it's going to be, ID, name, URL, description, just like that. And there we go. That should be all the typing I need for that. And now in here, I can return my card. So let's create a card just like that, import that properly. We're going to have our card header. And inside of our card header, I'm going to have a card title. And this is just going to be essentially the link that goes to my particular product to edit it. So let's go into the here. Card title has a link with an href that goes to that edit page. So that's /dashboard/products/ whatever my ID is /edit. There we go. And that's where I'm going to put my product name directly inside that link. Now let's make sure I get these imported properly so we get rid of all those errors. There we go. We have our title showing up. Give that a quick save, refresh over here, and make sure that I import my product grid properly. And we should now see we have a card with that test name inside of it, so it looks really good. And on larger screen sizes, you can see we have it showing up inside of a grid-specific layout. So now let's go back into that product grid and modify what our product looks like. So below my title here, I'm going to have a description, just like that. And this is just going to be whatever the URL of that product is, just like that. And then below my header, I'm going to have card content. And this is going to be where I put the description of my card, just like that. There we go. That's showing up perfectly. And I only want to show that if I actually have a description. So we'll save description. Then we'll render out that card content. There we go. So now if we don't have a description for this particular product, for example, if I create a brand new product and I don't give a description, there we go. Give it a save and make sure we navigate back to our dashboard. Since this page doesn't exist yet, you'll see it doesn't render out that section for the description. Now, I also want to add a button here that allows us to create a drop-down menu for things like edit and so on. Because if I go back to here, make this so you can see I have this little button, which means like edit and so on. So I want to be able to create a button that allows me to do that as well. So that is going to require some more ShadCN components. So the components that we're going to need in this case are the dialog component, the alert dialog component, and then finally, we need the drop-down component. So let's just click enter on that to install all those components. And it looks like I probably spelled something wrong. There's no drop-down. I believe it's called drop-down menu. That should hopefully fix the particular problems I'm running into. There we go. It looks like it's installing everything for us. And once that's installed, we can start to use those particular components. I don't want to overwrite my button. And there we go. We now have our different components. So first, let's create the particular button that we need to have. So we need to go inside of our card header and create a div to be able to space some things out because I want to put my button on the far right. So we're going to use flex with a gap of 2, justify between to give me that spacing, and items on the end to make sure everything is pushed as far down as possible. And this is going to go all the way onto the other side of my header, or my title, sorry. There we go. So right before my description, because I want it to be in line with my particular header. Then what I want to do is after my title, I want to be able to render out that button. So we'll say button variant for this one, after I make sure I get the button imported, is going to be my outline button. And the class name for this is a size of 8 with a padding of 0. And inside that button, I want it to be a dots horizontal icon with a class name of size 4. And we also should probably put some screen reader text inside of there. So this is just going to say div class name screen reader only. And this is just going to say like action menu, something like that, just so that they know that this is something they can click on. And now we have that button on the right-hand side that we can click on. Now, the first thing I want to do is convert this over to a dropdown. So to do that, we need to put everything inside of the dropdown component. There we go. We got drop down, and it looks like it's not letting me import this information correctly. So I'll have to manually add an import for that all the way up here. Drop down from, and that's going to be /component/UI/drop down. and actually I think it is drop down menu, and I think it's actually with a hyphen. There we go. That should import it. There we go. It does import that drop down component for us. And it looks like it says that there's no component with that name. Let me make sure I got this right. Drop down menu is what it's called. So let's come over here, drop down menu, and drop down menu. Then inside that drop down menu, we need the drop down menu trigger. There we go. And this trigger is just going to wrap our button, whatever we want to have open our component. So we can say as child to render that button out inside of our drop down menu trigger. And now when we click on this, it'll open up a drop down menu as soon as we create the content. So drop down menu content. Inside this content, which I want to give a specific size, so we'll say W of 56. That's going to be constraining the size of what this menu can look like. We're going to have a drop down menu item as child, and we're just going to render out essentially a link. That's what all these are going to be. This one's going to be a link that allows us to go to editing this particular application. So we already have our edit link somewhere else, but we'll just retype it out. Dashboard / products / edit. Actually, we need the ID first. So ID / edit. Close off this link and just make it say edit. And let's make sure we import this drop down menu item, give that a save, and now you can see when we open this up, it has that text of edit directly inside of there. And if we wanted it to be a little smaller, we can actually get rid of this class name, and I believe that'll just shrink it down to a little bit smaller size. I think that looks a little better, so we'll keep that class name off there. Now we'll copy down this drop down menu item because we need another drop down menu item, and this one is not going to be a link. This one's just going to say add to site. We don't even need the as child because that's all that's going to do. There we go. We now have the add to site button as well. And I'm going to copy this over one more time. And this one is going to be for deleting. So we'll say delete just like that. So now over here, I have this delete button as well. I also want to separate my delete section. So I'm going to use a drop down menu separator. All that's going to do is add a nice little line between this add to site and delete to make them a little bit more distinct from each other. So you don't accidentally click delete if you don't really want to. Now to be able to make this add to site work, when I click on it, I want it to make a pop-up on my screen that shows me exactly what I want to do. And same thing with delete, I want to create a pop-up that says, are you sure you want to delete this? So to do the pop-up for the very first thing, I need a dialog. So I can say dialog just like this and wrap my entire menu in this dialog. Then I need a dialog trigger, which is going to be this drop-down menu item. So we can say dialog trigger just like this and wrap my entire thing in that. And that is going to be as child. And again, this is not letting me auto import. So I'm going to come all the way up here, import dialog from, and that's at /component /UI /dialog. There we go. Now if we scroll down here, we can import our dialog trigger, give that a quick save. And now when I click on this, it at least should render my dialog as soon as I put some dialog content inside of here. So to do that, directly outside my drop-down menu content, I can come into here and I can create a section for my dialog content. So it's like dialog content just like this, but I'm going to create a separate component for this, which is going to be the add to site product modal content. I'm going to pass along the ID for the product that I want to actually do this for. So this is a component that I need to create. So in my components folder, let's go ahead and we'll create that component.tsx export function with that name. And this is actually going to be a client component because I'm going to have the option to actually copy things, which requires me to deal with the clipboard, which is a client-only state. Now to get started, I'm going to paste in just the basic starting boilerplate code for our dialog. I'm going to import all these things and then explain exactly what's going on inside of my code here. Let's get that one imported. There we go. Get our description imported. So really all I'm doing is creating my dialog content that says start earning PPP sales and a description of exactly what this is going to do. So now if I come over to my thing, I'm also making it so that it's a much larger size dialog as well with some large font. So if I click add to site after I make sure that this is properly imported, there we go. You can now see start earning PPP sales, close that out, click add to site, and you can see it opens that up with all my information directly inside of there. Refresh the page, you can see, boom, open that up. Now all I need to do is add the code to copy and so on. So after my dialog header, what I want to do is I want to add a pre-tag. Directly inside of here is where I'm going to put all of my code for the content. So in the pre-tag, let's add some code. And if I spell that properly, there we go. We can add the code that we want to do. And I'm just going to put this inside of code. We're going to generate that code in a little bit. Let's come up to here. I'll paste in what that code should look like. We give that a quick save. All this code is doing is saying, okay, here's a script tag that points to our current URL /API/products, whatever my product ID is, and banner. So it's really just a URL that points to an API endpoint, and they're going to put that in their site, and it's going to download some JavaScript for them when they put that on their site. So let's come in here, ID string, there we go. And we want to make sure we add these variables to our environment. So this is going to be an environment which is from our client, and we need this next public server URL. Again, we have type safety on all this information, which is really great. So inside of that data folder in our env for our client, we need to add along the information for our server URL, which is z.string.url. And we need to put that down here as well, which is going to be process.env.that. There we go. And then finally, in our actual env files, we can come into here. We have our database, we have our clerk. This is just going to be other, for example. And this is just HTTP localhost 3000. And when we deploy our site, we'll obviously change this to something else. So now in our example, we can paste that down and keep the value in there because that's pretty much what we want. So now if we go back to the file we were just working on, let's open that up. That is inside of our dashboard components. And we have our add to site modal right here dialog. Now our script is showing up. And if I give that a quick save, we can actually see what this looks like by adding to site. You can see we just get this script tag. It's not really styled right now, so I'm going to go ahead and add some styles to this. So we'll say class name, margin bottom of 4. Overflow in the X is going to be auto, so we get a scroll bar. Padding is going to be 4. Background is going to be secondary. It's going to be rounded. The max width of this is going to be our screen extra large size, so it doesn't get too big. We're going to make this text on it in the foreground for the secondary. So that's just going to put it inside of a box, which we can scroll across, which looks a lot better. And as you can see, this is just a link to a script tag that points back to our API. So essentially, they're going to take this code, copy it, paste it into their own application, for example, like this. And then when their page loads, it's going to call our API and we can load down the banner for them. That's what this code is going to do. Now I want to create a button that allows them to copy this particular code. So I'm going to come in here, I'll copy this over so you don't have to watch me type it, and I'll explain what's going on. So first of all, getting a button just like this, super simple button. The onClick function we'll get to in just a little bit, but inside of this button, all we're doing is we have a getChildren function right here, which is going to get the text inside of here, and an icon that we're going to be rendering out to the user. So all this is going to do, I'll copy over these two functions so we can see them. GetChildren is just going to be taking in this copy state. So whether we're in the idle state, the copied state, or the error state, it's going to change my text. So I have a copy button that when I click on it is going to say copy code. And when I click on it, it's going to say copied if it was successful, or it's going to say error if there was an error. Same thing here. I'm going to render out a different icon. So I'm going to get this icon, and this icon from there. Now I want to be able to define the type for my copy state. So we'll just copy that over. You can see my copy state is either idle, copied, or error. And to be able to get that state, we're going to be using a use state. So copy state, set copy state is equal to use state of the copy state type. And by default, we're in the idle state. So let's import that from React. There we go. Now we can scroll back down here and we can get our icon. So we can just get that by calling a simple function right here, getting our icon from our state. And that's going to give us the correct icon we want to render. And that's because we want to render a different icon if there's an error and so on. Finally, we need to import this dialog close, just like that, which is going to be a button for closing out of our dialog. And now in our onClick, to understand what's going on here, is when they click this button, I'm going to write the text to their clipboard. So I'm going to copy the text for them, set my state to copied if it was successful, and after 2 seconds, bring it back to the idle state. Same thing with an error. After 2 seconds, bring it back to normal. So now you can see we have a copy code button as well as a close button. Close just closes, relatively straightforward. When I click copy code, you can see my text changes and so on. And if I come over here and I click paste, you can see it pasted exactly what was copied in my clipboard. So it's a lot of code to do this, but most of the code is just with handling the state. If I were to remove all the state code, I could get rid of this code and all this code down here. But the state is nice to be able to give people visual feedback that everything was copied successfully and so on. And now I have my modal, and on different screen sizes, you can see my modal looks different. So you can see it's perfectly responsive to all different screen sizes. So now that we have our copy modal all done and set up, the final thing we have left for this grid view is just to work on this delete button and make sure that's working as expected. So we can come back to the page we were just on for our grid. So there we go, our product grid. We can scroll down to this section where we have our dropdown, and inside of our dropdown menu area between our dialog and a dropdown, we want to have our alert dialog show up next. So we're going to bring that in, make sure we put that between the same two sections, and we need to have an alert dialog trigger just like we did before. So here, alert dialog trigger, close that off. There we go. Make sure that this is an as child, so it's going to render properly. And then we need to have the content. So the content for this is going to be our delete product alert dialog content. Just like that, pass along the ID just like we were doing before. And I'm actually going to move this add to site product modal down into our dialog just so our tree is a little bit cleaner. So we have our alert dialog with its content, drop-down menu with its content, and our dialog with its content. So now let's go ahead and make sure we import these things. It's looking like I'm going to have to manually import these again. So we'll just come up here, import alert from @/components/UI/alert. There we go. And down here, let's go ahead and make sure that these are getting imported as well. Actually, it's called alert dialog, not alert. So let me bring that up. There we go. And this is alert dialog. There we go. That should clean up those imports. And now we just need to manually import these ones. And we need to create the file for our alert dialog content. So let's come over to here, create a brand new file, .tsx. There we go. Looks like I created it in the wrong place. Export function, paste that in there. And we know that this is taking in an ID. And the ID is a string. Now the bulk of this is going to be very straightforward code. So I'm just going to paste it down, do all of our imports, and explain exactly what's going on here in just a second. So let's get all of our imports done. Get the footer and the cancel in there. And let's make sure we close out our footer and close out our dialog content. There we go. So what I'm doing here is I'm rendering out the content. I'm rendering out a header, which just has a title, "Are you sure?" And the description says, hey, you cannot undo this. This will permanently delete your project or your product. That makes sense. We want to make sure people know that this is a permanent thing. And then the next thing I want to do is I want to render out the ability to actually confirm this. So that's our alert dialog action. Make sure I import that from the right location. There we go. This alert dialog action is essentially just going to render out a button for us. So we can set the button to be disabled in a certain state. And that's going to be when our delete is pending. And that's because all the way up here, we're going to have an is delete pending and a start delete transition. And that's coming from the use transition hook. This allows us to essentially call code from our client onto the server and get a nice loading state. Also, I'm going to render out some error messages using a toast in case there was an error. So we'll say use toast just like that. There we go. So now we have the ability to do a delete with something showing up. We also want to have some text inside of here, maybe delete. And we also should probably put in an on-click event listener, which is where the bulk of all of our code for this entire component is going to go. So the very first thing inside of here I want to do is I want to call the start delete transition. And while this code is running, I'm going to get that nice little loading state. So that's going to be an asynchronous function. And inside of here, all I want to do is delete my product. So we can say data is equal to calling delete product and passing it along the ID that we want to delete. So we need to create this as an action. So we can come all the way back to where we have our server with our actions. And inside of here, I can export an async function called delete product, just like that. This is going to take in an ID, which is a string, and I can use that inside this function. So the first thing I want to do inside of here is get my user ID, which is equal to calling that auth function. Then if for some reason my user ID is equal to null, I'm just going to return an error. So we can say error is true and message there was an error deleting your product. There we go. Then if there is no error at all, map that inside of there, just so it's a little bit cleaner and easier to work with. So now if there is no error, we want to delete this. But again, I don't want to call my database directly in here. I want to call my function to delete things from the database. So we'll say delete product, call this from the database just like that. I'm going to pass it along my ID and my user ID to make sure I only delete a product if the user is associated with it. So now let's create that function inside of here. Export async function delete product. That's going to take in an ID, which is a string, and it's going to take in a user ID, which is a string as well. And all I want to do is call await db.delete on my product table. And I specifically want to do it where and, so I want to do an and query. The equality of my product table.id is equal to my ID, and the equality of my product table.clerk user ID is equal to my user ID. So I only want to delete the product if they have access to. And from here, I can actually get some data back from this to get the number of rows that were deleted. So I can say row count just like that. And then I can say return row count is greater than 0. This means that there was a successful delete. So it's going to return true or false if it was successful in deleting. So we can say const is success is equal to awaiting, calling that function. And I need to make sure I import that from up here, which is delete database or delete product as delete product DB. There we go. And it looks like I didn't put these inside of an object. So there we go. There's my thing. But actually, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into that function and redefine how I did this as an object, because I find that generally objects are a little bit easier to work with when you need to pass things along to make sure you don't do it incorrectly. So that's a string. User ID is a string as well. There we go. That cleaned that up a little bit. All the code is still working as fine as it was before. And now we can say if is success, then we can return. Actually, we might as well just do this all in one line. We'll just say return error is equal to is success. And we'll also return a message. And we'll come up here, const error message is equal to, just so I don't have to type this entire thing out twice. There we go, error message, paste it into there. So if my success, then I want to render out one message. Otherwise, I want to render out my error message. So we'll just say successfully deleted your product. There we go. Make sure I close everything off. Looks like it is all closed off, but it looks like up here I have an extra quotation. That's where my error is coming from. So now I have this delete product function done. Now what I need to do is make sure I have everything just hooked up properly. So this, first of all, I should probably import. That works fine. Now what I can do is I can go into here, make sure that my delete product is being imported, make sure I get the action version properly. And now I can say if data.error, actually I need to make sure I await this first. If data.message, which it should always have, but just in case it doesn't, then I can render out a toast message. So up here, I already got my toast. So I can essentially do the same thing I used my toast last time. So let's just search for where I used my toast last time to just copy over that code. So here, take that code, and we're going to copy it into this section right here, because the code is essentially exactly the same as what I had before. And now I'm going to get a toast message properly back. And I need to make sure that this is a client component, since I'm using client-side code. So now, if I wanted to, for example, delete this one, I can come in here, click delete. Are you sure? Yep, I'm sure I want to delete. There's an error. It looked like my error messages and all that was kind of messed up. So let's go back and make sure everything is working properly. Inside my action, you can see here if it's successful, successfully deleted your project. Otherwise, it's going to show my error message. Error should be the opposite of is success. So it should have actually deleted my product. So if I refresh, we can see the product is gone. The reason why you didn't see anything change though is because I didn't actually deal with caching and revalidating my page properly. Now you may think, well, that's easy to fix. All you need to do is just put a revalidate path in there. If I can actually spell properly, revalidate path. And we know that our path is the dashboard path. And boom, that would fix our problem. But we also render this on the products page. So now we need to add in the products path. Oh, and you know what? We also have to deal with the edit page as well. So we need to put that in there. And oh, maybe it messes with our analytics or something else. Having to manually put every single path you need to revalidate is incredibly tedious and difficult to do. So instead of doing our revalidations with our path here, I'm going to be handling this using tags. And I'm going to have a full robust system. This is honestly the thing that I think is the best about this entire project is how we're going to be handling caching with tags. And it's going to be really nice because everything's going to be handled in one place. So we're going to have like a cache manager almost. So inside of our lib, I'm going to create a brand new folder called cache.ts. This is where all of our caching is going to take place. And I'm essentially going to have 3 different tiers of caching. The first tier is like a global cache. So like, for example, the countries. There's the same amount of countries for every user. And if I change one country, I want to refresh my entire cache for all of the countries. The next tier is going to be a user tier. For example, when a user creates a product, I don't want to refresh the cache for all the products. I only want to refresh the cache for that user's products. And then finally, there's the instance where I have an individual product. For example, if I delete this one product, I only want to update the cache for that one product. I don't want to update the cache for literally everybody in our entire application. So that's how I want to make sure I handle my caching. So I'm going to have a few different functions inside of here. I'm going to have a get global tag function, which is going to be how I get a tag for a global cache. I'm going to do the exact same thing then for a user tag. So this is for user level caching. And then I'm going to have a final tag here for ID level caching. So I have my 3 levels of caching. I have something that's at the global level, the user level, and the ID level. And to determine what I'm caching, it's going to be based pretty much on my database. So I'm going to export a constant called cache tags. And that's going to be an as const, so I make sure that this is never changing. And inside of here, I'm going to say, for example, my products is going to be a string called products. So now I have the ability to cache anything with this product tag, and I have the ability to do it globally with a user or with a particular ID. So here, all I want to do when I cache something globally is pass along a tag, which is a key of the type of cache tags. There we go. So now this tag is either going to be products or whatever else I pass in here. For example, if I have the ability to do product views, this would have product views. And now you can see that I have 2 options that this can be. So to get a global tag, I'm just going to return the text global followed by a colon followed by whatever my tag is. So it's going to be cache tags of my tag. And again, I want this to be a constant variable, so I know that this is going to return to me a string that is always either global products or global product views. Now for my user tag, it's going to be very similar. This is going to take in a user ID, which is a string, and it's also going to tag in this particular tag, just like that. So now here, I want to pass in my user, followed by my user ID, followed by a hyphen to distinguish that, and this is as const. So now you can see here, it's always going to be user colon, whatever the ID is, dash products or product views. Now the final thing I want to do is the same thing for the ID, but instead of saying user, this is going to say ID, and this is going to have an ID here. I'm pretty much going to copy over the exact same types. So now we have our ID. And again, you can see when I hover this, it's ID colon, whatever the ID is, products or product views. So now I have 3 different granular levels of caching. The final thing I want is a function just to clear my entire cache. So we'll say export function clear full cache, just like that. And that's going to call revalidate tag, and it's going to call it with this star symbol. And this is something I'm going to put as a tag on every single thing that is cached in my application. That way, if I call this function, I can clear the entirety of all of my cache across my entire application. This is kind of useful for development or if you do something that really needs to just nuke the entire cache. Now, the next thing I need to do to make sure I handle caching properly is to make sure that I only allow certain tags into my cache. So I'm going to export a type called valid tags. And this is going to be equal to the return type of my type of get global tag, just like that. Or it's going to be equal to the return type of my user tag. So we can come in here with our user tag and the same exact thing for my ID tag. So this valid tags is either going to be a global tag, a user tag, or an ID tag. So now I know all the different types of tags I can use, and I have the ability to create those tags. Now all I need to do is actually set up my caching, because this just gives me the tags that allow me to revalidate and cache things. Now I need to make sure that I actually do this caching. Now in Next.js, the way that you cache something, let's go back to our database file. We'll just do products, for example, and we have this get products function. The way that you cache things inside of Next.js is you call the cache function. This is built into React, and this allows you to cache something for each individual request. And you also have the unstable cache function in Next.js that allows you to cache things across multiple requests. This is similar to how fetches are cached by default. This allows you to cache things like database calls as well. So we need to wrap all of our function calls in a cache and an unstable cache call. And the nice thing is we pass in a function here. It doesn't really matter what it is. And then you have a second parameter where you can pass along all the different tags that you want to cache. But first of all, we need the key parts, which we're going to put as undefined because that's just going to default them to whatever they should be. And then we're going to come in here and we can say tags. And this is where we put an array of all those different tags. So for example, I could say like global and then products. And this is going to tag things globally on the products table and so on. So this allows me to do all my different tagging. So what I want to do is I want to implement this in a helper function that makes it a lot easier and more type safe. So let's get rid of all those imports. We don't need them anymore. Go back into our caching section. I'm going to create a function, which is going to be called dbCache. And there we go. This is going to take in some props. And all I wanted to do is call the cache function from React. I also wanted to call unstable cache. That's going to be from Next.js. And I want to pass it in whatever my function is. Now in our particular case, I want to essentially just get the type of whatever unstable cache is and pass it along as my props. So my props here, or my arguments, or whatever I want to call them, we'll say args, just like this, is going to come directly from whatever the type of the unstable cache is. So what I can do, my first argument is going to be my callback function. So that's parameters. And I want to get the type of unstable cache, just like that. And I want to get specifically the first property from there. So that's going to give me my callback function. So I can pass that in just like that. And that's the first parameter passed along. Now I know for a fact I'm always going to pass along undefined as the key parts. The key parts essentially determine how do we know what the ID of this cache is. So like if you have different parameters you pass along to a function, it's automatically going to generate the key parts based on the function name and the parameters you pass along. So as long as you make sure that everything you pass along to your function and the name of the function is unique, that's all you need to do for the key parts. So leaving it undefined will work by default. But if you need to add extra things to uniquely identify that function, you can add them in here. But for our case, everything works with undefined. Now, finally, we have where we're going to get all of our different tags that we need to be implementing into this particular section. So we can say tags like this, and that's going to be our second parameter that we're going to pass to this particular function. It's going to be an object with all of our different tags. And by default, we're going to set it to an empty array if we don't have any tags we want to add to this particular thing. Now, for our particular use case, we're always going to want to add tags, even though these are optional. So we're going to leave that on like this, saying that it's not actually optional. And for the type of this, I'm going to say it's going to be tags, and it must be one of those valid tag ideas that I've created up here. This type right here for valid tags, it must be one of those particular types to work. So here we go. We need to pass along a tag, and it must be one of the valid tags that we have allowed. This is how we actually have type safe tagging. We know it's now going to be one of these 3 different types of tags being added to this every time we do this caching. Now I'm going to add that star tag to every single thing I cache. So I'm going to take all my normal tags and add in the star tag. So now everything that I cache with this db cache function is going to have that star tag on it, so I can easily clear my entire cache just like that. Now this, unfortunately, I don't think will work quite out of the box like this. I think we'll need to do a few little modifications. We'll just come in here with a return type and try to use this db cache. So what we can do is we can go back into our database for our products. We have our get products function, and I want to wrap this inside of a cache. Well, to do this, first we're going to need to split this into 2 separate functions to make it a lot easier to work with. So I'm going to create a function down here called get products internal. And this get products internal function is just going to do everything my normal get products does. It's just going to return all the information, and it's going to take in the exact same props. It's essentially the exact same function, but the get products up here is what's going to do the caching for me. So what I want to do is I want to get my cache function. We'll set that equal to calling db cache. And what I want to do is pass it that name of get products internal. So I'm just going to be calling that particular function right there. And I obviously need to give it all the tags that I need. Now, the way that I'm doing tagging is whenever you're tagging something that's getting information, you always want to tag it as specific as possible. So if it's getting something that's just an individual ID, tag it as an ID. If it's getting something based on a user ID, which is what we're doing here, tag it based on the user ID. And if it's getting something globally with no user ID or normal ID, then we tag it as a global. So in our case, for our tags here, we want to get a user tag because we're doing this for a user ID. And we know that we're doing this specifically for the products table. So I'm going to say cache tags product. So now we have our cache function. And what I can do is I can return calling that with my user ID and my limit, just like that. So the nice thing about how all of this works is when we do this caching with our key parts, this is going to be caching the user ID and limit. So if we try to call this function with a limit of 5 or with a different user ID, it's going to be a different cache. But if we call it with the same user ID and the same limit, it's going to hit this cache and it's going to get the information from there. Now, the reason I'm saying that I don't think that this will work as we expect is because right now the type that's being returned from here is promise of any. And that's because this unstable cache is actually a generic. So we need to convert ours to a generic as well, which is a type T. And this needs to extend whatever the type of callback is inside of here. If we look at what the type of callback is, it is this right here. So we need to extend this specific type to make this the same thing. So I'm going to put the extension right there for our specific type. So T is extending that type. And then we can just say everything for our parameters and for this function are using that type of T. So now if I give that a quick save and we go back to that products section, we should hopefully see here that now this returns the correct type. As you can see, it's returning all of our type information. So everything has been typed properly by setting up that generic. So now every single time we get information from our database, we first need to create the internal function that does the actual call for us. And then this wrapper function, all this does is make it so that we get the proper tagging, for example, a user tag and so on, and we just call the function and pass it on. So this is really just saying, hey, get the information from the cache and return it to the user. Otherwise, if it's not there, call this particular function. So now we're caching things as specific as possible. Again, user tag, ID tag, or globally. Now we need to make sure we clear that cache every single time we make changes to these specific things. So for example, in this create product function, after I'm done creating my product, I need to do some revalidating of my tags down here. So I would need to revalidate a tag for like my user with the specific user ID, that I have inside of here. I would also need to make sure that I do this for whenever I have a single ID. I need to make sure I get the global one as well. There's a lot of things I need to revalidate every time I make a change to something. So I'm going to create a helper function that allows us to do that much easier. So I'm going to go back into that cache, create a brand new function. And this one is called revalidate db cache. And all this is going to do is take in the tag. It's going to take in a user ID, and it's going to take in the ID. And for typing of this information, the tag is going to be required. It's going to be that key of type of cache tags. But my user ID, well, this is going to be a string that's optional. And my ID, that's also going to be an optional string. So now what I can do inside of here is I can make sure that I'm always revalidating my tag. So I'm going to revalidate my tag, and this is going to be for the get global tag. I'm going to pass it in my tag. So there we go. Whenever I do this revalidate database cache, it always revalidates my global cache. So if something requires all of my global data, it's going to make sure that no matter what happens, it's revalidated. Then if I have a user ID that's not null, well, then I want to revalidate a tag. So we can say revalidate tag, and this is going to get user tag for my user ID and my tag. So now if the thing that I created, for example, is a new product for a specific user, it's going to say, hey, anywhere that I'm caching information for a user and for products, why don't you revalidate that as well? Which is really convenient because this get products function is something that specifically gets products for a specific user. So when I create a new product, it's going to revalidate this as well. So it's making sure that that updates the information. That's why when we put a tag on our information that we were getting from our database, we put the most specific tag possible. And that way, whenever we revalidate a cache, we revalidate all of the different caches from the least to the most specific. That way, the things that need revalidated only get revalidated when they actually change. Now, I can do the exact same thing here with my ID. So I can come in here, that would be ID, and this is going to be an ID tag. There we go. Now we have the ability to revalidate our database cache, and we can just use this function anytime that we change our database. We can call this function, and it's going to be doing all the hard work for us. So here, I want to revalidate our database cache. I want to get our tag, make sure I import this function. There we go. And for the tag, I want this to come from our cache tags.products. I also want to specify a user ID, and I want to specify an ID that we can pass along as well. So the way we can get that is just from here. I'm already returning the ID. Let's just go ahead and return the Clerk user ID, which we'll just call user ID as product table.user ID. There we go. So now I can just say that I want to get my new product.id. And here, I want to get my new product.id, and this one should be user ID. So now, this is going to revalidate all my cache information for me every time I create a product. I can do the same thing down here in delete. I want to just make sure that I revalidate my database cache, and I want to get that new product. So I'm going to do the same thing up here where I did a returning field. Down here, I'm going to throw in a quick returning. Actually, I don't even need to throw in a returning because it already has the user ID up here. So I'll get my user ID and my ID. I'm already passing that information in, so I don't even need to bother with the returning. I can just revalidate my cache because I did a delete. But again, only if my row count is greater than 0. So just like that, I'll only recache or revalidate my cache if things actually change. So let's minimize that down, minimize this down, and we can minimize this down, and we can kind of do a little bit of a high-level overview of exactly what happened. So whenever we do anything that modifies our database, for example, we delete something or we create something, what we do is we make sure we call revalidate database cache, and we pass it along all the information we have. So for example, when we delete a product, we know exactly what user that was for, we know exactly what the ID of the product was, and we know what thing we're tagging that as. In our case, it is a product. So we're going to revalidate all the different tags, the individual ID, the user ID, and the actual tag for the overall global products. Then whenever we're trying to get information, if we're getting information for an individual user, we're tagging that as a user. If we're getting information based on a single ID, we would tag that with the get ID tag. And if we're getting information generally with no user or no ID, we just tag that as a global tag. Then we guarantee that any time that we're accessing information, it's going to be the most up-to-date information, and it's going to be cached if it hasn't changed recently. This is the best way to deal with Next.js's cache that I've found. And the only other thing that we need to do, this is just something that's currently a problem with Next.js 14, Next.js 15 fixes this, is inside of our next config, inside of our experimental, we need to make sure that for our stale times on the dynamic pages is set to 0 because we don't want any dynamic pages to be cached unnecessarily because that's caching our pages, not our data. Everything we dealt with was caching our actual data. And now this is actually going to make it so our caching works flawlessly. So let's go ahead and create a brand new product real quick. So I can come in here, type in some information. It doesn't really matter what any of this is. There we go. Click save. And you can see it's going to bring me to this page that doesn't exist. But if I navigate over to my dashboard, you can see that in just a second, it's going to load and all my products are there. If I then want to delete a product, for example, I delete this product, click delete, you can see it successfully deleted. My cache was invalidated, so it refetched my data for this particular page. It all works flawlessly. And the best thing about this system is it's so easy to use. All you need to do is think, okay, am I creating something? For example, if we go down into our database for our products, am I creating something? If so, revalidate my cache. Am I getting information? If so, get it based on whatever the most specific tag is possible. And that's literally all you have to think about when you deal with this caching, and everything else will work for you flawlessly. That's the thing that I am really proud of in this application. I think is applicable to pretty much any application you can build. And setting it up took a little bit of time, but using it is incredibly easy. Now, before we forget, I want to make sure that inside of my database section for subscriptions, we do the exact same thing here. I want to revalidate my cache. So revalidate DB cache. And again, what's the most specific information we can get? Well, in our case, we can get ID and user ID information from here. So I just want to make sure I put in a dot returning into here. Make sure this is my data, just like this. And I should probably call this like new subscription or something like that. There we go. So we're getting our new subscription. And the information I want to get is the ID, which is my user, subscription ID. And we want to get the user ID, which is just user ID. User subscription table dot clerk user ID. So now I can revalidate my cache. I have my tag, which I need to actually add to the particular thing because I don't have a tag for user subscriptions yet. So all the way up here, user subscriptions, we'll just call it subscription is subscription. There we go. Then down into here, I can say a tag is going to be cache tags, cache tags dot subscription. My ID is my new subscription dot ID. And then finally, we have my user ID, which is new subscription.user ID. Now I do want to do a quick check. If new subscription equals null, then I don't want to do this. So if it's not equal to null, then we can run this code right here. There we go. Now let's just make sure we throw in on a wait up here, make this an async function, and we can return our new subscription back to our user. And then we can make sure, I'll just search to make sure that we're not messing anything up where we use this. So here we're just awaiting it. We're not waiting for any information back. That works fine. Lastly, we need to make sure we do the same exact thing with our delete user to make sure we're doing all of our caching properly. So this is going to give us essentially an array of data based on what we've deleted and so on. So we already have the user ID. I just need to get the ID of the things that we're deleting, and we're deleting multiple different things. So this is going to be by far the most complicated section we're dealing with. So first of all, in our returning section, I'm going to just throw in a quick returning here, and I want to return just the ID. So we're going to say ID is user subscription table.id. Same thing down here. I'm going to do a returning on my products. Drop that in right there. And this is product.id. There we go. Then what I want to do is I want to get all my information being returned back to me. So we essentially have our rows for our user subscriptions, and we have our products that are being returned back to us. So let's come in here. This user subscriptions requires us obviously to throw in a quick await here, make this an async function. There we go. So now this user subscriptions is essentially an array. We can loop through each one. There should only be one, but we'll just loop through them just in case. And we'll come into here, and for each one, we're just going to revalidate our DB cache. So revalidate DB cache. The tag is going to be our cache keys, our cache tags dot subscription. Our ID is our subscription. Let me make sure I get this. Sub, we'll just call it sub.id. User ID, that is just our Clerk user ID that we got from up there. So we just loop through all of our user subscriptions, do the exact same thing for our products. So for our products, for each product, we want to make sure this is revalidated in our cache for our products. There we go. And this is by far the most complicated of all the ones that we're dealing with. Finally, we can return down our information if we really want. So we can say user subscriptions, and products, just in case we want to use that information anywhere else. And now that we have that set up, setting up our future functions is going to be so much easier because we don't have to go back and re-implement everything. But now we have a super bulletproof caching system implemented. So we took a pretty long detour getting all this caching set up, but now we can actually work on the edit page for our product. So when we click here to edit a product, now we can finally work on this page. So the very first thing that we want to do is go into our application. We want to go into our dashboard, into our products. We'll create a brand new folder. This one's going to be for a product ID. And then inside of there, we obviously want to have our edit page just like that. So export default function edit product page. Now this is going to take in two separate sets of parameters. We have our params, which is our product ID, as well as our search params. And that's because if you remember when we created a new product, we actually redirected them with the tab of country. So we can go directly to the country page, but by default, we're going to bring them to the details page. And this just allows us to choose what page they go to because we're going to have a tab-based design. Now the next thing I want to do is I want to get my user ID, and we can get that from auth. And again, I'm going to get the redirect to sign in. So if my user ID is null, we can just redirect them to that sign in page. Then finally, I want to get my product. And this is going to be calling await get product. And we don't want to call it get products. We want to just get a product for an individual ID and for a user ID, because we want to make sure that the user has access to this particular product. So we'll come in here with an async function and we can create get product. And this is where all that caching stuff is going to come in really handy. So very first, export function get product that takes in an ID, which is a string, and a user ID. There we go. Make sure I actually type that properly. So I can get rid of the type from here. There we go. And this function is essentially going to do the same thing as this function, but just call a different function internally. So we want to call the get product internal, and we want to pass it along all these props right here. So I'm just going to copy our props and we're going to paste them down. Now, again, when it comes to tagging, you always want to do the most specific tag. So in our case, we want to get an ID tag because that's the most specific tag here that we can do. And we're going to paste in the ID just like that. Now, the query for that get product internal is going to be very simple. I mean, it's almost going to be exactly the same as this function. So I might as well just copy this down. Get product internal is going to take in an ID and a user ID, which is an ID that's a string, and a user ID, which is a string. And then instead of finding many, we want to find the first one, and obviously don't pass in any limit or order by. So we're just going to be getting the very first product that has both the ID and the clerk ID. So equal product table dot ID is equal to our ID, and then make sure we import the and function from here. There we go. Get all my parentheses closed off, give that a quick save. So now essentially where our clerk ID and our ID are equal, let's call this ID column, just like that. There we go. So when our ID and our clerk ID are equal, we're going to be getting a particular product, and we're returning that right here. So now we have that set up. You can see with the caching, that was very easy to do. And the nice thing is automatically it's going to be revalidated with all this other stuff we've already done. We don't have to worry about, now that we created a new page, going back and changing all of our revalidations. Again, it's all handled for us automatically. So back to that edit page, we can import this function. There we go. And it looks like that was correctly imported. My user ID is string or null here, if to make sure we return. There we go. That gets rid of that. And we get a product right here being returned to us. Obviously, this product could be undefined though. So if our product equals null, then we just want to return not found, just like that. Let's make sure we import not found. And now for our actual edit page, to be able to return the information that we want, I first want to make this a page with a back button, just like we kind of had before. So for this, I want to have my back button href equals /dashboard /products. And then I also want to make it so my page title is equal to edit product. And then inside of here, we're going to be using tabs. Now tabs are something we need to import from ShadCN. So come in here, we want to add tabs. Give that a quick second to actually import everything for us. There we go. So now we should have our tabs be able to be imported directly for us. And by default, our default tab is going to be whatever our search param tab is. So search params, actually I think we just call it tab, just like that. There we go. Now we're getting our default tab. Oops, default tab. Actually, it's default value. There we go. That's why it wasn't working. Now we can get into our tabs list. Make sure we import that from the right location. I'm going to give this a class name of background, and I'm going to do 60% opacity, just so it's going to look relatively good in place. And now we can put each of our individual tabs in here, which are our tabs trigger. So for each trigger, we give it a value. This is like the key. So in our case, details, for example, for the details page, that's what our default is. And then we give it a label of details. Now we can do this for all of them. So we have country, country, and we have our customization. And here, customization. Give that a quick save, and you can see we get our 3 different tabs, and we can toggle between them, and we can display different information for each of our individual tabs. So after our list, we're going to have to do tab content, where it has a specific value. For example, details is going to be the value for this one, and let's just say it renders out details. Now we're just going to copy that down. Make sure I spell that out properly. There we go. Copy that down. We're going to do this one, country, and then this one, customization. So now you can see as we toggle between them, we get different information being shown. I just need to make sure I spell customization properly. There we go. And now you can see we get all of our different tabs showing our information. Now, obviously, I want to show much more complex information, so I'm going to create essentially custom components. So for this one, we're going to have our details tab, which is going to take in all of the information for our product. Now I'm just going to put this component directly in line, and it's very simple. It's going to take in a product with all of our product information and render out a basic card. So let's just import all the different things related to our card. You can see that the card is honestly incredibly simple. There we go. We have extra large text, product details, and we're rendering out our product details form, and we're passing along the product for our default value. So let's make sure we get this spelled properly. Details tab, there we go. And now I just need to make sure that this accepts all of our product details. So let's go down to that form, open it up, and by default, this is going to take in a product optionally. And for the type of this, we come over here, we can just copy over essentially what the entire type is. So I'll just paste all that in there. There we go. And I'm going to make sure that this is optional. So I'm going to pass it in saying that this is optional, that this comes in there. And now we can use this for our default values. So if we have a product, then we're going to use our product. Otherwise, we're going to use this as our default values. So I can just use the double question mark symbol here, and that's going to use by default our product for our default value. Otherwise, it's going to use this information. But our product needs to be slightly modified because the description here is string or null, and this essentially determines it needs to be either string or undefined. So what we can do here is take all of our product properties and change the description to be product.description, or we can change it to be an empty string, just like that. There we go. So now I need to essentially go back to how I had this before, where I said product. If we have a product, then we render this out. Otherwise, we render this out. So by default, we use our product if we have one. Otherwise, we use essentially all the information that's defaulted to just a bunch of empty strings. So this should hopefully fill in our default values. If I refresh, you can see it fills them out. Now we just need to make it so we actually update our product if we have one. So here, I'm going to get a variable called action. And if product is equal to null, then we're going to call out to create product. Create product. Otherwise, we're going to call update product. I'm going to bind the ID of our product to that. So we'll say null product.id. There we go. And then down here where we call create product, we can just call action instead. And all we need to do is implement this update product function. So where we have create product, I'm just going to copy this, paste it down. I'm going to call this one update product and essentially do the exact same thing that I did in my create, but instead of creating, I'm obviously going to update. So the really nice thing is most of our code stays the same. This gets changed to update product DB. So up here, we're going to say update product as, and paste that in. We'll create that function in just a second. There is an error updating your product. And then instead of redirecting the user, we're just going to send them down essentially a success error message. So error is going to be false. And then we're going to have a message that says product details updated. There we go. So now that they know it was updated, and we don't even care about getting the ID back because all of our cache invalidation is going to take place in this update product DB function. So now we just need to create that function. So inside of here, we can export a asynchronous function called update product. There we go. I'm going to put that in between these two. And for this update product, it's going to take in a few things. First of all, we're going to take in our data, and this data is just going to be the same as our insert data, but instead of being a full thing, it's actually going to be partial because we can update just one field. We don't have to update all the fields. Then we're going to be passing in the ID as well as the user ID that we want to update this for. So ID is a string and user ID is a string as well. So this is essentially our data to update with, and this is the where clause for how we want to update this. Then we can just call this to update our database. So I'm just going to copy this code over because it's rather straightforward. db.update on our table. We want to set our data to whatever we pass in here. And we want to only do it where the product table clerk ID is equal to our user ID and the ID is equal to our ID. If that happens and we're able to successfully update things, so we can get from here our row count. So if row count is greater than 0, well, then that means that we had a successful update. So I can come down here, row count greater than 0, and then I can just revalidate our DB cache. And I want to do it where my tag is my cache tags.product. I want to do it here where my user ID and my ID are based on what I pass in. This should say products. And there we go. That'll revalidate all of our caching information for us. And we return true or false whether or not it successfully updated everything. So now we can save this cache file because it looks like I forgot to save it for some reason. Now into our actions though, that's where we really want to be. Come into here. Whoops. There we go. This update DB is going to take in the information we want to update. So in our case, it's just our data. And then we're going to pass along our ID, which is going to come in here, and our user ID, just like that. And to be able to get our ID information, we need to make sure that we pass that in with our update product. So we're going to say ID is a string, is the very first parameter. That way we know which product we want to update. Then we're just going to say is success is equal to that. We can come up here, error message is equal to, again, just so I don't have to type this out multiple times. There we go, error message. And then we can say our success right here, opposite of that, obviously. Error is the opposite of if we have a success. And then we can say is success, then we want to render out that it was successful, otherwise our error message. There we go. That's all we need to do for the entire update product function. Now what we can do is we can go and make sure all of our code is working. So inside of our components, product details, we need to make sure that we import this function. So get it from the actions. There we go. That updates. It looks like it's working fine. No more errors in here. Let's refresh our page and let's just try changing the test name to test name 2. Click save. You can see product details updated. And if we go back to our product page, this is bringing us to the overall products page, which we still don't have. We'll go to the dashboard. You can see it looks like it's not actually updating everything properly. It still says test name. And when I go to edit, you can see it's still not properly editing this properly. Let's go back and make sure, yeah, it's still not working. Let's check our database to see if that's working because it could be something that's wrong with our caching. So let's just bring this over, check into our database. We'll go to our products table, give this a quick refresh, and we should see that the name is test name 2. So it does look like it's updating properly. We just have a problem with caching. So let's bring this back to being a little bit bigger here. What we need to do is on this page, we're essentially calling the get products function. So let's look at our get products function to see how the cache for that is working. I most likely just implemented something slightly wrong in my caching. So inside of here, we're going to look at get products, and get products is based off that user tag right there. Same thing with get product. So most likely our update product is where the issue is coming in, revalidating our cache for the products tag, user ID and ID. That does look correct. Let's make sure here we're using the products tag. Here for our get product, we're using the products tag. So that again should be correct and we should be revalidating these things. Let me make sure that I actually implemented the cache itself correctly. This looks like it's passing along all of our different tags. That seems correct. And our revalidate cache function, let's make sure that is correct as well. You can see here the get user tag takes the user ID first, then our tag second. That is what we're doing here. Same thing what we're doing here. That all, again, looks like it's 100% correct. Let's just give our page a refresh, see if it implemented it. No, it's still not working properly. The next thing that we can look at to really help figure out if this is a caching problem is inside of Drizzle, we can actually log every time we make a query. So I can set my logger to true. And now if I look at my logs inside of here, if I just come up there, now we should see a log inside of here every time I actually make a query. So if I refresh my page, you can see I got no logs showing up. If I go to my analytics page, that showed analytics. Back to my dashboard, you can see it's getting the dashboard page, but there's no database queries being made. So it is something to do with our caching. The next step, if you have a caching related problem, is just to remove the cache completely. So here I can just return calling get products internal with all the information, user ID and limit. Now, if this actually works, then it probably is 100% a caching problem. There we go. That completely updated it. So we definitely have something wrong with our cache being stored right here. This is why it's really handy to have that clear cache function, because maybe there's something that's currently cached that we need to get rid of. So I'm just going to call clear full cache right here, give this a quick refresh. That'll clear out everything inside of our cache, at least it should, but you can see it's still getting us the old information. So I'm guessing why this is being cached here is because it's getting us the information from before we properly set up our caching while we had it halfway implemented. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to close out of our entire application and delete the entire .next folder. This will get rid of anything that's cached at all in your application. Now we can just run this application back up, and we can give this a quick restart again, and hopefully now we'll see that when we refresh the page that it will get the correct name, and when we update, it'll also still give us the correct name. So test name 2, let's go ahead and we'll change this to 3. Give that a quick save. It looks like it's saved properly. Go back to our products, and it looks like it's still caching incorrectly. The only thing I can think of is we need to check our update product function, and yep, sure enough, I have this set to less than instead of greater than. Stupid mistake. There was nothing wrong with our caching, which is at least a good sign. When I refresh, we should hopefully see that this will be updated as soon as I make a new update, because now it'll revalidate my cache. So let's change that to 3, click save. It was saved, go back, and now it is set to 3. So that was just me being dumb, essentially, why that didn't work. So you shouldn't hopefully have that problem if you don't flip your greater than sign. So now we need to work on our country and customization tab, because the details tab, luckily, was really easy. So let's get back to that page that we were on. I'm just going to close all of our tabs so we have something a little bit more fresh to work with. Over to that edit page, and I'm just going to copy down what that country tab is going to look like, because it's almost identical to what we have up here. We essentially have the country groups that we're going to be getting. We'll implement this function in just a little bit. We have a card description, which kind of describes what this particular page is doing. And then we have our form, which again, we need to create. So very similar to what we have up here. We just have essentially a title and description and a form, and that's what this is right here. So all we need to do is just take our country tab, pull it up into this section, country tab. Need to pass it along a product ID, which is our product ID, and a user ID, which is our user ID. And now we should hopefully see we get our country discounts with obviously nothing being rendered, because we need to get all the information for our country groups. So we need to essentially implement this function to get our product country groups. And this needs to get us quite a lot of information. So let's go ahead. We'll copy that to implement it. And it's going to be implemented in the same place get product is implemented. So we'll come up here. We'll just do it all the way at the very top. Why not? Export function, get product country groups. This takes in a product ID and a user ID, pretty much the exact same thing we had here. There we go. And then what we want to do is make sure that this is product ID. And then inside this function, just like we've done for all these other functions, essentially we do the exact same thing. So we take our props, which are these right here, pass them into the cache function, and make sure we call the internal version of this function, and then we need to set up all of our different tags. Now for now, I'm just going to leave this tags blank, because we're going to come back and figure out what the tags are after we implement this function, because really it's hard to write the tags unless you know what you're using inside the function. So here, we're going to create a function. It's going to take in a user ID, product ID, make sure that we get those typed properly. There we go. Make sure I spell them properly too. And now we can implement this function. So for this function, what I want to do is I want to get all of the groups, because essentially, let's say there's 10 different groups, 1% or 10%, 20%, 30%, 40%, all the way up to 100%. If there's 10 different groups, I want to get all the groups and all the countries for the groups, and I want to get any discount codes that are currently associated with those groups. So the very first thing I need to do is just make sure that the person has access to getting all of the information for the country, or for the product, sorry. So I can do that by very simply just calling the get product function. I'm going to get the product for a specific user, and as long as I have access to that product, it'll return me a product. Otherwise, if it doesn't, it's going to return to me an empty array. This is going to guarantee that the user has access to this information. Then I can get all of my data, and this is going to be coming from calling db.query, and I want to query on my country group table, because for each group, I want to create a row inside of this section. So my country group table, I want to find many. Essentially, I want to find all of them. So I'm not even going to add a where clause, because I want to find every single group inside of here. And for each group, I want to get specific information. For example, I want to get all of the countries. And for each country, I want to get specific columns. The only columns I care about are the name and the code column, because I want to be able to use the name to display what the country name is and use the code to render out a flag for that specific country. So I got all my country information. The next thing I want to do is get all the discount information. So for country group discounts, inside of here, I'm going to get a bunch of columns. And for each column, I just want to get the coupon. So coupon is true. And I want to get the discount percentage. We'll set that to true. So I want to get what is the coupon and discount that the user set for this thing. That's relatively straightforward. Then I want to set a where clause. So here, I only want to do this where my product ID, which I'll just specify as ID for the column name, I want to do that where it is equal to whatever product ID I pass into here. So let me make sure I put that inside of parentheses so it'll actually render properly. There we go. Equals, and I want to do where my product ID is equal to that ID, just like that. So here, essentially what I'm doing is I'm getting all of my country groups. And for each country group, I'm getting individual countries for each of them. So if this country group has 7 countries, it'll give me all those countries. And then I want to get the discount that the user has associated with that country if they have one. Now they may not have one, but that's okay. We'll just set the limit to 1, and if they don't have one, it'll be undefined. So now we have our country group discounts and our country, and that gives us our data. And if we look at the type for this data real quick, we hover over this, you can see we get all the information for our group, we get all the information for the countries, and we get all the information for the country group discounts. But again, this could be null. So what I want to do is I just want to map through my data, return only the things I need in an easy to use format. So for each group, I want to return this information. So we'll say return. I want to get the group.id. I want to get the group name. I want to get the recommended discount percentage, which is just group.recommended discount percentage. I want to get all the countries, which is just group.countries. And then finally, I want to get whatever discount is associated with this, which is just the group.country group discounts. And I want to get the very first one. So we'll just say @0. So if I give that a quick save, that should make everything in this file work properly. Now we can figure out what our tags are going to be. And if we look down here, the things that we're querying are our product, we're querying our country group table, and we're querying our countries themselves as well as the discounts. Now the discounts I'm associating with the project, or the product, sorry, because it's on the product edit page. So this is essentially a product, this is a country group, and this is our countries. So what we can come up here to do is we can get a user tag, and that's going to be specifically for the user ID that we pass in here, and we want to do it for our products. Then the next tag that we need to do is actually going to be a global tag, and that's because the user doesn't have individual country groups or countries. These are global to every single user. You notice when we do our filtering, there's no filtering on the countries and there's no filtering on the country groups. We're getting all of them. So that means it's a global tag. So cache tags dot countries, and we need to do the exact same thing for our country groups. And we should just make sure we add those tags. So we can come in here. This one is countries and country groups, just like that. So now that should hopefully clean up all those errors. Give that a quick save. You can see we're doing the tagging just like we want. And actually I can make this more specific because I have a product ID. So I might as well get the ID tag based on our product ID, just to make it as specific as possible. So now I can actually use this. Let's minimize all these functions down to make it easier to work with. Come back to here where I'm getting my product, scroll all the way down, and I should be able to import this function. And that's going to give me all of my essentially country group information, the ID, name, the recommended discount, all of the countries, and the individual discount if there is one associated with that. Now with all that information, I can go ahead and build out this form with my ID and with that country groups. So let's create this function inside of our forms folder. This is called country discount form.ts, and that's actually country discounts, and make sure it's tsx. I'm going to paste in just the typing so you can see here, this is the same type we had from before, just because it's easy to work with. I don't want to have to type that out for you. And now we need to set up our form. So we can say form is equal to use form, just like that. I want to call that function, and let's make sure that we import that. Now, before we do that, I want to go over here and make sure everything's imported properly. So let's import this function that we just created. And it looks like we are getting an error here, and that's because this is a type of undefined. That's not definable as null. So let's just change this to undefined. There we go. That should clean that up. And we can even just make this an optional property. That's even easier. That should clean up all of our different errors. And if we just make sure from here, we return something. There we go. There we go. Now we got no more errors in this file, which is perfect. So now we can go ahead and actually start implementing this form. So we can say z from zod. We want to infer the type of, and we want to create a schema. So we'll say product country discounts schema, just like that. And then inside of this, use hook form. What we can do is we can pass along the resolver, which is just going to be a zod resolver that takes in that exact same schema. And then the next thing we can do is our default values. Now, before we go about defining these default values, let's go ahead and create our schema. So schemas inside of products here, we can export a constant for that name. And this time we're going to return an object. And this object is only going to have one property. This property is our groups. And this groups is just going to be an array. So we're going to return array essentially of different objects. So we'll say array of z.objects. And each of these objects is going to have the country group ID. This is the ID for each group that we're associating with this with. So we're going to have a string, minimum of 1, and this is required. This should never be missing though, because we're going to make it a hidden field in our form. The next thing we need is our discount percentage and our coupon. So I'm just going to copy those over, paste that down. So our discount percentage is going to be a number. The maximum value is 100%, minimum value of 1%, or we're saying that it can be not a number. And in the case that it's not a number, what we're going to do is convert that to undefined, and this is optional. Now I'll get to the point of why this can be optional in just a second. Same thing with coupon. This can also be optional. Now there's some other refining we're going to do here in just a little bit, but I'm going to leave that off until we build our form, because then it'll make a lot more sense. So right now our form is just throwing a bunch of errors and not doing anything. But as soon as we start importing different stuff, we import this. Let me make sure that this infer is coming through properly. I believe this may just need to say type of in front of it. Actually, that obviously does not need to have type of. I'm just missing one of my angle brackets over here. That fixes the problem. There we go. Now we have our default values that we can work on implementing. As you can see, the only thing inside of here is our groups, just like that. But it does look like we have some errors going on. That's because we need to make sure we pass this inside of an object. There we go. That solves all those errors. And now you can see that the only thing we have inside of here is groups. So to make those groups, we can just take our country groups that we're already having passed in, and we can map through each of the groups, and we can define them exactly like we want. So we can come in here, we can return an object, and this object needs to have a country group ID. Well, that's just our group.id. That one's relatively straightforward. We need to have our coupon. That again is pretty easy. That's just going to be our group.coupon. That's going to come from our discount. So discount.coupon. But again, this can be undefined. So if it's undefined, we'll pass along an empty string. Then finally, we need to do our discount percentage. And this is where it gets a little confusing. So up here, I'm going to say that our discount is equal to, and first I'm going to get my group discount. And if we don't have a discount, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to fall back to my recommended discount percentage. So I'm either going to use the currently defined discount by the user or fall back to whatever the recommended discount is. Then for my discount percentage, if my discount is not equal to null, well, then I'm just going to take my discount and multiply it by 100, because our discounts in the database are stored between 0 and 1, and in the actual form, we're storing them between 0 and 100, so it's easier for people to understand. Otherwise, we're going to return undefined here as the discount percentage. Now, if we give that a quick save, that at least gets our default values for our form. Now we can actually render out what our form looks like. So we'll get started with the basic form stuff. We use the form component from the form library. We need to have an onSubmit function. There we go. And that is going to take in values, which is z.infer, and that's the type of our product country discount schema. So let's just paste that in there. So now at least we can console.log our values out if we really wanted to. So now we have all that information. We can close off our form and our other form to get our actual thing working. And now inside of here, I just want to loop through each one of our country groups. So country groups.map through each group. And for each group, I want to render out a card, because this is going to be a card-based layout, and the key is the group.id. There we go. And inside the card, I don't even need a header. I just need the card content. So for our card content, I'm going to add a class name here. I want to make sure I import this so we can actually use class name. Padding on the top of 6 to give it some space on the top. We're going to flex with a gap of 16. And our items in the center. And that's because the left side of this is going to be all the flags, and the right side is going to be all of the different input fields. So let's put in a div that's going to render all of our left side content. So we're going to have an h2, which is our group.name, just like that. So if we give this a save, go over to our country tab, and we make sure we have everything imported properly. Let's just give this a refresh to make sure. Again, my problem is I need to make sure I use this as a client component. Now if we go to our country, we see that we currently aren't actually getting anything rendered out, and that's because we don't have any country groups yet. So one thing that I'm going to do before we worry about adding country groups is I'm going to go back to this page. I'm going to pass in essentially a placeholder value. So we know that we have some countries that we can store inside of here, which is an array. And inside this array, we're going to have a code. So for example, like US and a name, United States. And let's just do another one inside of here. Code is going to be IN. and we're going to have the name be India. There we go. So now we have our countries being defined. Let's make sure that we also define our ID. It doesn't really matter. We'll just put in something like that. We're going to need a name. This is group 1. We're going to need to have here our recommended discount percent. Let's just say it's going to be 0.1, so that's 10%. And then finally, our discount if we have one. So we'll say the coupon is high, and the discount percentage is going to be 0.2. So we can obviously play around with taking this discount off and not, but now you can see we have a group showing up inside this section, and then we'll go about actually making it so we have all of our groups. But for now, I want to get the form working pretty well. So let's get our group name in place. I'm also going to drastically shrink this down. So for our class name, text muted, foreground, text small, font semi-bold, and we'll put a little margin on the bottom of 2. And that's because directly below this is where we're going to put each one of our flags. So we're going to say flex and a gap of 2, and we're going to do a flex wrap. Now inside of here, we just want to loop through all of our different countries. So countries.map for each country. I just want to render out what that flag is going to be. And to do that, we're actually going to install a library called React Country Flag. So we can come in and we can use the React Country Flag component. Let's just make sure that we import this. So all the way at the top here, we're going to import from the React Country Flag library. You can use whatever library flag you want. Really, this just downloads a bunch of SVGs. And what we can do is we can say that our country code is going to be country.code. And then we can specify we want to use an SVG. And now if we give that a quick save, you can see we get the US and India flag showing up. Now there's tons of different libraries you can use for this. For example, another library you can use is just a URL right here for a source for an image. So if I import this image from Next.image, give this a save, you can also see if I were to go to the country tab, I now get the flag showing up this way. Personally, I actually like this image source a little bit better, and this is just another flag library. This is country flag icons, so if you search for country flag icons, you'll get this exact URL, and I'm just pasting in my country code, uppercasing it, and then getting the SVG. I personally find that these icons look a little bit better on a smaller screen size, so I'm going to be specifically using these icons instead of the ones in the React Country Flag library. But again, you can use whatever library you want for this particular use case. So now we have all of our flags as well as the group names showing up. That's everything inside this div. The next thing I want to do is I want to add a hidden input into our field. So we're just going to say type is hidden, and then we can just register this input manually. So we can say form.register, and this is going to be at groups dot, and then whatever our index is, dot, and then this is going to be what the field is, which is our country group ID, just like that. Make sure I close off my input, and I make sure I import this. There we go. So now this is just giving us a hidden input at this index. I want to make sure I get the index just like this. So that way when we submit our form, we'll actually know what the country group ID is without manually having to type it in. So there we go, we have our group 1 showing up. Now I want to create our form fields off to the right-hand side here. So we'll create a div. We'll give it some class names, margin left of auto to push it all the way to the right. We want to make sure it doesn't shrink down, and we want to make sure it's a flex with a gap of 2. And we'll do flex column as well so that they can stack vertically on top of each other. And the W is going to be minimum. So that's going to make this div shrink as much as possible. Now there are 2 things that I'm going to put. The first thing is going to be a div that contains all of our different inputs. And then below that, I'm going to have a form message to display any error messages that I have. And this error message is going to be at the root level of our application. So form state.errors.groups at our particular index, get any root level errors. And that's because when I mentioned that we have extra validation we need to do inside of here, that's what I'm going to put inside this root section right here. Now what I want to do next is style what our inputs are going to look like. So we'll say a flex with a gap of 4 to space them out from one another. And now I'm going to paste in this input for our coupon. You can see this is stuff that we've all done a million times before. So let me just get all these imports in real quick. There we go. Whoops, didn't get that in there properly. There we go. So I just have a form field. The group is just going to be the group at the index, and this is my coupon field. So it's our coupon, and the width is going to be 48. We don't want it to be too big. Now I'm going to do the exact same thing by copying down another input field as well. This one is going to be for my discount, and I believe it's called discount percentage, just like that. There we go, that's our name. This is going to say discount percent. Inside of here, the class is going to still be a 48 width, but I want to change a few things about this. For example, I want to specify how my value is going to be set. That's just going to take my field.value, or it's going to set it to an empty string. And then my onChange, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to get my E And then I just want to say field.onChange. I want to specify e.target.value as number. And this is just going to make sure that it's going to convert this number input, the string that it gives back to me, into a number for me to save. Then again, I have my class with a width of 48. In my case, I'll make this one quite a bit smaller at 24. And then I'll specify a minimum of 0 and a max of 100. There we go. Give that a quick save. And now you can see my discount percentage and my coupon, and they're both being set to high right now, which is obviously not correct. So I have something mislabeled. Let me just give it a refresh, see if that fixes it. There we go. Discount at 20, coupon at high. And if I make my screen a little bit larger, you can see all the flags are showing up really nicely. Now, if I go over here and I get rid of this discount, we should see the coupon goes away and the discount percentage changed to 10. So let's give that a refresh. Go to country. You can see discount percent falls back to the recommended and my coupon goes away completely. And this is why I made it so that the coupon field is optional. And I also made it so the discount field is optional, because if you don't have a coupon, you don't need a discount to be able to be passed in. Now, it does look like I have some issues right here with this showing up as not a number and so on. So I'm going to go about and try to fix that right now. I think all we need to do for fixing that is here where we're doing the field value. We can say if the field value is not a number, then we're going to render out an empty string. Otherwise, we're going to render out our field.value. There we go. And also, I believe our field value could be undefined. So we'll say here field.value. If it is undefined, then we're going to just do whatever is inside of here. So this should hopefully just be a number. Nope, it's actually only undefined there. So of course, we'll do a check here. If it's set to null, then we're going to do all this is nan shenanigans, put all of that inside of parentheses. Otherwise, we're going to render out, if it's not null, the field.value. There we go. And here I should say if it's not null, then we want to do this check here. And if it is null, then we're going to print out an empty string just like that. There we go. So now you can see that that got rid of that problem. And to clean up our code a little bit, we'll say if the field.value is not equal to null, and if it is not nan, then we're going to render out field.value. Otherwise, we'll render out an empty string. So if the value is null or it is nan, we'll render an empty string. So now we'll give that a refresh, go over to country. You can see it looks like we still have a problem. And I believe the reason for this is because I need to make sure that this input field is a type of number. That should solve all my different problems. Let's give that a refresh. Go over to country. You can see I can delete this. I can type in numbers. Everything's working perfectly fine. I believe I can even simplify this code by bringing it back to that double question mark syntax and following it up with here. There we go. This should hopefully be much simpler and still work. Let's make sure that works. Come in here, delete that, type in, yes, that is still working just fine. So a much simpler version of our code. So now the final thing we need to do below all of this section, after our card content, after our card, literally after every single thing, right before our form ends, let's just add a button that allows us to save this information, import the button. And now if we go over to our country, give this a save, if we scroll down, you'll see that we have a save button all the way down here, which is exactly what we want. We can click save and it's going to run some code. Right now, all it does is console log out our values. So what we need to do is instead of hard coding this information, we need to actually get this information from our database, which we're already doing, but right now there's no data in our database. So this is completely empty. So we need to write some code that allows us to import all of our different country groups into our database, because this is information that never changes really unless a country drastically increases or decreases its purchasing power. And it's the same for every user on our site. So first of all, we need to get all of the data for the different countries. I'm just going to paste in a file here called countries.by_discount.json. This gives us a name, a recommended discount percentage, and a list of all the different countries that fall into that group. And it does it for every single group of countries, as you can see. If you want to get this exact file, I'll have it inside of the GitHub repository. So there's all of our countries by the different discount. And then what we want to do is we want to create a task. So I'm going to create a folder called tasks, just like this. And inside this tasks folder, I'm going to create a file called updatecountry_groups.ts. And this is a task that I can run that's going to read all the contents of this file and update all of my country groups based on that information. So I'm going to create a function called updatecountry_groups. I'm going to create a function called updatecountries, and this allows me to update both of these different sections. So I'll just call this an await and await, just like that. Now you will notice I'm getting an error essentially on all of this stuff. I need to make sure I use imports and exports to do all of this. So let's come down here. Let's create the async function, update country groups, just like that. That'll clean up some of those errors. And the very first thing I'm going to need to be able to access is my database. So we might as well just import that right into here. Now you will notice it says top level await is not valid unless I have some set of ES modules or so on being enabled inside my TypeScript. So we can go ahead and enable that. So in our TS config here, right now we have certain things being set really far in the past, and that's because we don't have a target being defined. This is the target that our code compiles down to. We're going to say ES 2017. That's the earliest that you can actually do top level await, and there shouldn't be any code that's relying on 2017 features or beyond. So here we go, that fixes our top level await, and now we can go ahead and actually write this function. So first I need to get the data I'm going to insert. So this is going to be called country group insert data. I'm going to set that to countries by discount. And this countries by discount is something that I need to import. And that's coming from the /data/countries by discount JSON. So I can loop through each one of these by mapping through each one. And for each one of these, I'm going to be getting a name, and I'm going to be getting a recommended percentage. Let's see, that is recommended discount percentage. There we go. And that's going to give me a function. And inside this function, all I want to do is return combining those together. So name and recommended discount percentage. So essentially I'm just removing the countries portion of this information. And now I have an array with names and recommended discount percentages that I can insert into my database. So I can say my row count is equal to calling db dot, and I want to insert into my country group table. Since I have all the information I need for it, I want to insert specific values. And the values I want to insert is that insert data that I just created. Now this is actually going to work, but I want to make sure that this also works for updating my information. So if I run this file twice in a row, it'll still work. So in that case, I can do an on conflict. On conflict, I actually want to update things. So first of all, you have to specify the target. This is the thing you're searching for. In our case, whenever our name is the same, that means that I want to do an update instead. So if my name is the same, then I want to update that recommended percentage. So here I call the set function, and this allows me to set specific things. For example, we don't need to worry about the name because we know the name is the same, but what we can do is we can say that we want to set the recommended discount percentage. And the easiest way to update this is by using this SQL.raw function. And this allows you to pass in a string, and we can pass in the string called excluded dot, and then we pass in whatever the name of the thing we want to do is. So in our case, it's the country group table dot recommended discount percentage dot name. So what this fancy line of CSS is essentially doing is it's saying, okay, insert into my country group table all this data. And every single time you find a duplicate, should make sure you update only the recommended discount percent. And this excluded dot syntax is just saying, hey, get whatever the value of the recommended discount percentage would have been for the insert and instead use that for the update. It's a relatively complex line of code, but it doesn't really do that difficult of things. Now, obviously, after this, we need to revalidate our database cache. In our case, we only have a global tag to work with. So our cache tags dot country groups, we want to revalidate our cache for that. And then what we can do is we can return our row count just like that. So this is going to show us all the things that were updated. So we'll say group count is equal to that. And we can do some kind of log, for example. I'll just copy over the log, just like this, updated this many group counts and this many countries. And here we can say our countries is equal to that. So this is just telling us how many of those different things we updated. So first we update all of our groups, and now we can go ahead and update all of our countries. So this is going to be update countries, just like that. Again, it's going to use this exact same countries by discount array that we have up here. So first I want to get our country groups. So that is actually going to be coming from our database, just like this. And you will notice here, I'm okay with using my database queries in this specific file because this is code that's not part of our application. This is outside of our application. We're never going to call this code from our application. So it's kind of its own unique entity. I want to keep it as separate as possible from the rest of our code. So that's why I'm okay with using a database directly inside of here. Now I want to get our insert data. Country insert data is equal to, and again, loop through that array. I want to use a flat map this time because I want to convert that array of countries into a single array instead of a nested array. And this is going to return to me countries. And it's going to return to me the name, which is the group that they are a part of. Now, the next thing I want to do is take each one of my countries and I want to loop through each country. So now I'm looping through each individual country and mapping them into their own array. Let's get the country group for this country, which is just country groups dot find the group where the group dot name is equal to our name. Make sure I spell that all properly. And I can even move that up to here so we can get the country group once for each set of countries. And if for some reason our country group is null, I want to throw an error. This should never happen. It should be completely impossible, but just in case, we're going to put that error in there. Then down here, I can just return an object that has the name, which is my country.name. We want to get the code, which is just country.code. And I believe it's called country inside of my array of data. And then finally, the country group ID is just country group.id. There we go. So that's all the data we want to insert. Just like up here, we essentially need to do the exact same line of code. So I'm just going to copy that down, but instead of into the group table, we're going to be inserting this into the country table, just like that. And this is my country insert data. And again, this is my country table. And instead of using the name, I'm going to use the code as the uniqueness indicator. Now here, I want to change my name. I want to update that from my country table. So anytime that I have a code that's the same, I want to be able to change my name. And I also want to change, instead of here, the country group ID. So again, update only these fields if the code already exists. That way, if I run this update function multiple times, it'll only update the ones that have changed. Now down here, I want to update the cache for my countries, and that should be all that I need to do. And now this is going to add information into my database for all of my different countries. So now inside of my package.json, I can just make a script that lets me run this. So for example, db update country groups, and this is going to run tsx with an environment file of .env, and it's going to run the file inside my source folder, inside tasks, inside update country groups.ts. Now I can just run this exact command, npm run db update country groups, just like that, and that should run my command. But of course, I have to install tsx first. So npm I, this is a dev dependency, tsx. That allows me to run TypeScript files without actually doing anything else. And now we can click run on that. And you can see we are getting some errors showing up. Again, top level weight is not supported with the CJS output format. Now I just need to come in here, change my type to module. That should fix that problem. Now let's give this a quick run and hopefully that should work. But again, we're still getting an error. React does not have an export named cache. This is unfortunately a bit of a trickier problem to get around. And the reason why this cache export is not there is because the current version of React does not have this cache export. It's only available in the Canary version. It should be out in React 19, which is not quite out yet. And the reason we can use it though is because we're using Next.js. But when we run this file outside of Next.js, it doesn't know about that cache. So for now, the best way to get around this is just to remove everything related to the caching. So we're going to remove the revalidation of our cache here, and we're going to remove the revalidation of our cache here. And if we run this function, we're just going to need to make sure that we manually clear out all of our caching information, which is not that big of a deal. Again, in future versions of React, when this is actually a function that you can use, you won't have to do this. But right now, we do have to do this while we wait for React 19. So now let's go ahead and try to run out that file. So we can come in here, run that file again, and hopefully this time it should work. As you can see, it printed out all of my database queries, as well as it said we updated 10 country groups and 192 countries. So it did look like it worked just fine. Now to make sure that we don't have any caching problems to worry about, I'm just going to manually update my cache. So inside of whatever country or component I was working on, so let's just come over to this page right here. I'm just going to call the clear full cache function, refresh my page. That should have hit that function, and now hopefully our caches are cleared. So now if we go to the country tab, it looks like it's still not pulling in all of our different country groups. Let me just make sure again, we are clearing the full cache, calling that function, give this a refresh, go to this page, refresh, still doesn't look like it's actually clearing the cache. And if we check to see if we are hitting the database, we refresh our page, it looks like it's not hitting the database at all. So our cache is not being properly cleared. Let's go back to the page we were on before. Let's make sure that our caching is working properly. So we can go over to our lib folder inside the cache. We should see the revalidate for clearing is revalidating the star tag, and every single one of our things should have the star tag if they're inside of our DB cache, but it doesn't look like that's working as expected. The next best thing that we can do, instead of having to worry about figuring out that caching issue, because it could just be something that's stored in the cache from before, just delete the .next folder. That'll clear out the cache and restart your server. There we go. That should fix any of those particular problems we were running into. Now when we're on this edit page, should grab everything from scratch, and hopefully we won't have any caching problems going forward. So now in our country tab, you can now see that we have all of our different country flags, the recommended percentages, and the coupon code. And that's for every single group that we have, which means that all of our code is working flawlessly. And if we click save, you should see it allows it to actually save. But right now it's not doing anything because we're not calling any particular function. So let's go ahead and work on calling a particular save function. And then I can talk about why I wanted to be able to leave coupon and discount blank. Because, for example, what if I don't want to add a coupon for this group? Well, I want to be able to leave that blank. That's why I left that field as optional. Same thing with the discount. If I don't include a discount or a coupon, I don't want to include anything for that group. The only time I want to throw an error is if they type in a coupon but don't add a discount. Obviously, in that particular scenario, I want to throw an error. So let's write a schema for that. We already have our schema. I just want to add some validation to that particular schema. So inside of our schema, I'm going to add a statement for refining that schema. So if we look at this code, all I'm doing is I'm checking, okay, do I have a coupon? That essentially means that my coupon is not null and the length is greater than 0. Also, do I have a discount code, which means it's not equal to null as well. Essentially what I'm saying is if I have a coupon code and I do not have a discount, then throw an error. And I just want to say a discount required, and I want to put that at the root level. And the reason I put that at the root level is because when I render out my form message, if I pull this down and look down here, I'm rendering it at that root level. So now if I were to try to save this, I can actually demonstrate that by deleting the discount, having a coupon. I'll refresh my page so I get the most up-to-date information. Put a coupon on here, click save. Immediately I get an error. A discount is required if a coupon code is provided. As soon as I put in a discount and then I re-click save, you can see that error goes away and it tries to save my form. But of course, we're not doing anything when we save our form. So that is our next step. Now this saving code should probably look pretty familiar to you. I'll just paste it in. We're going to call this update country discounts function, which we'll create in just a second. And then we're going to make sure that we render out a toast message depending on if we have a success or an error state given back to us. So I'll come all the way up to the top, make sure I say const toast equals use toast. There we go. So now we actually are able to render out toast messages. And now we can work on creating this update country discounts. So we're going to go into the actions section. So inside of our server, our actions for our product, export an async function, which is called update country discounts. And for the parameters, I'm just going to copy those over so you don't have to watch me type them. It's going to take in an ID and it's going to take in all of our schema data. Then we can do the same thing we've done for create and update and all those other ones. I'll just copy this down. We essentially want to first compare this to our schema, parse the data, and if it's correct, we get our data. Otherwise, we're going to throw an error message. There is an error saving your country discounts. There we go. Then after that, we can create our insert data and our delete data. So this is going to be a little bit complicated. I'll paste down the code and then explain exactly what's going on in just a second. So for each of our country codes, whenever we submit our form, we're going to be submitting this entire form. So we're going to submit every single group with every single discount and every single coupon code. And we just need to check, okay, is there a coupon and a discount? Then we need to insert this data into our database. And if there is not a coupon or not a discount, we need to delete that information from the database wherever it exists. So that's what this is doing. I'm first getting all the rows to insert, and then I'm getting all the rows to delete. So first of all, the insert data, I can come down here, and for each one of my groups of data, so each one of these cards that has a coupon and a code and a group number, I'm first checking, is my coupon equal to null, or my length, or my discount percentage, or my discount percentage? Essentially, do I have a coupon and do I have a discount percentage? If I do, insert this into my insert data, where I'm just inserting my group ID, my coupon, my discount percentage, and my product. And again, I'm converting that discount percentage to a number between 0 and 100. So if I have a coupon and a discount percentage, add that to the insert rows. Otherwise, just add the ID that I want to delete to the delete row. Then what we can do is we can actually call our database and we can do all of our inserts and we can do all of our deletes. And some of these inserts might actually be updates. It really depends. So then after we get all of our data grouped between inserts and deletes, we then need to call the update country discounts function from our database again, because we're essentially doing the same thing we've done up here. Update country discounts, and I want to call the database version. Again, just calling out to that database to handle all the database stuff for us. And inside of here, I want to get all of my delete groups. I want to get all of my insert groups. So we're going to say insert, just like that. And then finally, I want to pass it along the product ID. And I want to pass it along my user ID as well. So the product ID I know is just ID, just like that. And I already got my user ID at the top all the way up here. And that's just to make sure we have all of our different validation and stuff in place. And I can just await this function. Now I need to create this function. So we're just going to go to the file where that function will be defined. That's inside of here. Export an async function with that particular name. I'm going to copy over the actual data types for the things we're inserting into the data. So give that a quick save there. You can see we have our delete group, which is just an array of IDs. We have our insert group, which is just an array of insert data. And we have our product and user ID. Now inside of here, first I want to get our product. so we can get our product. And if they don't have a product, then we want to essentially return null or return false or something. We'll just return false or whatever. It's just saying, hey, we could not update any of this information because you don't have access to this product. If you do have access to this product though, then what I want to do is I want to create a batch. So I'm going to create a bunch of statements, which is batch items. And these are going to be of the type PG because we're doing Postgres data here. I'm going to get an array of those. I'm going to set it equal to an empty array. Then what I'm going to do is if I have anything to delete, so if my delete group is not equal to null, and my delete group dot length is greater than 0, then I know I have data that I want to delete. And of course, these should not be able to be undefined. I don't know why I have that set to be undefined. So we're going to remove that. And essentially we can just check if our length is greater than 0, then I want to run code to delete information. So inside my statements, I'm going to push a new database query. So we'll say db.delete. I want to do a delete from my country group discount table. And I want to do it where specifically certain criteria is true. So I want to do an AND query here. I want to do it where my country group discount.product ID is equal to the product ID that I pass in. So first of all, for the product that I'm currently editing, I want to be able to do that particular row. And I want to make sure that in an array, I want to check my country group discount table ID for the group. And I want to check to see if that's in my deleted group array. So for each one of these, I'm going to map them to just getting the individual ID. So group is group.country group ID. So what this code is doing right here is I'm deleting all of the rows from my discount table for this particular product where the ID for the group is inside the array of deleting IDs that I want. So essentially everything I marked as deletion is going to get deleted inside of this statement. Then the next thing I can do is handle my insert group. So if my insert group.length is greater than 0, then I want to run a bunch of insert code and push that into my statements. So statements.push db dot, this one's going to be an insert in my country group discount table. The values is just going to be whatever my insert data is. So I think I called it insert group. And then if there's a conflict, I want to do a specific update to this information. So let me make sure I get my parentheses in the right place. And then I'll explain exactly what this particular line of code is doing. So on conflict, if, for example, I already have a row in my database for this product ID and this country ID, well, then I just want to update my coupon and update my discount percentage. That's all this is doing. So it's inserting new rows, but if there's already rows for that group and that product, then I just want to update the coupon and discount that I added into that section. So now I've essentially created my two statements. And if my statements.length is greater than 0, there we go, greater than 0, well, then I want to run some code. So I can say db.batch. That's going to run all my code. I'm going to pass in my statements. Now this will give me a TypeScript error because this expects the element to have at least one thing in the array. We've already checked for that. So I can just essentially cast this to be batch item of, PG, just like that. And that's essentially telling TypeScript, I know that this element has at least one value in the array. Once that's done, we can revalidate our cache. We know what the tag for this is going to be cache tag.product, because anything on the product edit page I consider a product. User ID, and the ID is our product ID. Then what we can do is we can return any type of validation that we want from here. So for example, equals this information. This is going to return an array of data actually. So we can get from the first one our row count, and the second one is going to be a row count value as well. But honestly, we really don't care about this information. We know that if we ran through all this code, that's really all that we care about, it being successful. We don't care about anything else. So back in our actions where we had all of our code inside of here, we should see that we don't have any errors. I just want to make sure I spelled all this right. Update discounts DB looks like I did spell that incorrectly. So inside of the database, this should not have DB inside of it. There we go. That cleaned up our code in here. So this is working. Now here we can import this from the actions just like that. That should be the action one that I imported. Looks like it is. And that should be working just fine. And this is going to return to some data, but it says that this data could be undefined. So we'll make sure that that data is not undefined by at the very bottom here. After this runs, we want to return error false. And then we can put down a message that says country discounts saved. So if we give all of this a save, come over here, refresh our page, we should be able to actually set some coupons. So let's say that this one's going to be C1 for our 60%. Down here for 40%, we'll set that to C2. Let's actually change it to 32%. And down here, we'll create a brand new one with a C3 value. So we should hopefully see all these different values. When we click save, you can see it says our country discount saved. We'll refresh our page, go back to here. C1 was saved for 60%, C2 at 32%, and C3 at 12. And if I change this to be like 2% and I resave, you can see when I refresh my page, it'll go through and it'll properly update this. That's why we have that on conflict do update statement. So now we can finally move on to the final tab. This one's quite a bit easier. Don't worry, this country one was by far the most confusing. So what we can do is we can go back to our edit page. I'm going to paste in essentially this section for customization. I'll comment out the things that we are not able to handle right now because we're going to get to them in just a little bit. But essentially, it's the same thing. We're rendering out a card with all of our information, and we're getting all the stuff from our database and rendering it out the form. So if we give that a save, refresh our page, you'll see if I actually make sure I use this customization tab up here, import the information we need, which is our product ID. So we can get that from our product ID and our user ID, Now you can see it says banner customization, and obviously we can get our information from our database. So the very first thing I want to do is handle getting our product customization from the database based on our product and user ID. And again, we're going back to the exact same database file to implement this function. So export function, paste in the name here. This is taking in the exact same props, and it's essentially doing the exact same thing as this function. Paste that down. There we go. So all we're needed to do is just call the internal version of this function. There we go. Now again, I'm not sure what I'm going to need for my tags just because I haven't written this function yet, but I'm pretty certain all we're going to be doing is updating information from our product. So I'm going to put the ID tag for the product. We'll come back to that if we need to update it. Now we can come down to the bottom here and we can put in that function if we want. Async function, get the name of it. And again, the props are the same as this one. So I'm just going to copy the props over so we don't have to type those out. There we go. Now this function is incredibly straightforward because all we're doing is we're just querying our product table and getting the very first product for our product ID and our user ID, and we're returning with that our product customization. That's straightforward. Then what we can do is we can return our data.product customization, and if our data is null, it'll return to us null here. So really, all the code we're doing right here, minus this with section right here, is exactly the same as getting a product. We're just making sure we're tagging on the product customization and returning only the product customization from that section. So that gives us our product customization. That was by far the easiest thing we've done in a while. And here we can just make sure we import that function, and we'll now have access to that customization. And if it's null, we'll return not found. But again, this should not be null. Now, the next thing we need to focus on is how we deal with permissions. This is kind of something we've been ignoring up until this point. And to really focus in on the customization section, we need to focus on permissions because there is a permission for being able to remove the branding from this. And luckily, I have a really bulletproof and easy way to handle permissions that I'm going to show you right now. So the first thing I want to do is inside of a folder for my server. So we'll go all the way down to our server folder, create a brand new file called permissions.ts. And inside this permissions function, I'm essentially going to export a bunch of asynchronous functions for what we want to do. So in our case, async function can remove branding. There we go. And this is going to take in the user ID, which is a string. So I'm just saying, hey, can this particular person remove the branding? Well, the first thing I need to do is if my user ID is equal to null, then I'm going to return false. And I'm going to make sure that this could be also null. This is just making it easier for me to actually call this function because if I don't have a user ID, it'll always return false. This again is just a ease of use thing. Then what I can do is I can get the tier for the particular user that we stored in our database. So we can call get user subscription tier with our user ID. We need to create this function inside of that DB folder here. So we have a create function. We need to get a function for getting a particular tier. And this takes the user ID, which is a string. Now this function is actually going to piggyback off of a second function I'm going to create called get user subscription. And this will allow us to get just an overall user's subscription. And this again is going to be just like all the other stuff that we've done inside of our application where we have an internal version of it. So function, just like this, user ID, which is a string. And this get user subscription tier is essentially just going to call get user subscription and give us just the tier portion of it. So I'll actually show you exactly what that code looks like. We're going to get the subscription from here, and we're going to get the tier and return that to the user based on our subscription tiers. So our subscription tiers, if you don't remember properly, is all of our different tiers, free, paid, and so on. And it includes information like, can I remove the branding? Can I customize the banner? And so on. So that's essentially what this entire section is going to be talking about. Now to get this code to work, we need to make get user subscription work by making get user subscription internal work. So this function is actually a relatively easy function. We're just going to return db.query, and we want to query our user subscription table. We want to find the very first one where, let me make sure I pass in all the information we're going to need into here. We want to get our clerk user ID and the equal functions, and we're going to check to see if the clerk user ID is equal to our user ID. So just give me the user subscription for this particular user. Then inside of here, we're just returning that information and we're caching it based on the user tag, just like that. And then if we come down here, you can see we get our user subscription tier. All we're doing is getting the subscription. If it's null, we're throwing an error because they should not have a null subscription. And then otherwise, we're getting all the data for that subscription based on the tier, free, basic, and so on. So now back into my permissions, when I call that function, now I have this tier that has all the information on what they can and cannot do. So I can just call this and return, can they remove branding? That's as easy as this function gets. It's actually so straightforward that the next two functions for customizing the banner and accessing the analytics are the exact same lines of code. The only thing that changes between them is what I call down here, is it can access analytics, can customize banner, or can remove branding. So that's what I need to do for this basic set of permissions. Now back over to here, I can just call that function with my user ID, and now I know whether or not I can remove this or not. Same thing down here, if I comment this in, I have the can customize banner function. Again, I call that, and I can see whether or not I can actually customize this. And I can even move this await statement into here if I really want to, just like that, relatively straightforward. Now I just need to create my form itself. So inside my forms, let's create a brand new and actually our final form for the entire project. Customization form.tsx. I'm going to paste down the typing information because again, this is not super important for you to learn how to type out. This is just all the different things that we're passing into this particular function that we want to use. Now, before we go ahead implementing this function, what I want to do is first import this here. So we at least know that that is working. You can see all the errors were removed, which is great. Now, if I refresh this page, you can see it renders. Obviously, there's nothing in our form, but it's working. Now, if we go over into our schema, we're going to be implementing the last and final schema of our entire project as well, and that's the product customization schema. This one's super easy. Essentially, we want to be able to modify the class prefix, background color, text color, font size, message that's showing up, banner container, and whether or not it is sticky. That's how easy this entire thing is. Now, if we go back down to our form, we can use this schema just like we've done with all of our other forms. So we can use the use form hook, just like we were using before. I'll make sure to import that. I'll import the Zod resolver, and I'll import our schema as well. And as you can see here, we're using that hook for use form. We're passing along our schema, and our default value is just all of our customization, and if our class prefix is null, since this is the only thing that can be null, we're converting it to an empty string so it works properly inside of our form. Now we have our form. Let's go ahead and get an async function called onSubmit. And this onSubmit function just takes this as our type. So we're going to have data. Actually, I think we call it values. There we go. And then inside of here, we can do whatever we want. Console log our values. For now, it doesn't really matter. Then what we can do is we can go ahead and define our form, just like we've done in the entire rest of our application. Get that from the right place. Pass in all of our form data. There we go. And then we need to render out the actual form component itself with all of its different props. And these props are pretty much the same props we've been using. The only difference is I added a margin top of 8, and I also have things being laid out in the column direction for flex. Actually, that's the same as before, but the only difference is a margin on the top of 8. And that's because I want to put a banner at the top of this section. So I want to show you like what the banner is going to look like. This is essentially going to be our banner. For now, it'll just be an H1 that says banner. And right now, none of this is working because it needs to be a client component. There we go. So now you can see we have our banner showing up, which will happen in a bit, and then we have our form. So for our form, it's going to be broken into 2 halves. So we're going to use a grid with a gap of 8. Grid columns is going to be 1 on small screen sizes, or on larger screen sizes. We'll set the columns to 2. And then on our left-hand side, we're going to have essentially our giant message. So div here with a class of flex. And actually, I can completely remove this div because we only have one thing on this side, and that is our form field. And our form field is going to obviously have our normal properties of control, which is our form.control. We're also going to have our name, and this is going to be our location message. And then finally, our render prop for rendering out our field. So field, render this out. And inside of this particular field, if I make sure I spell everything properly, we have our form item. There we go. Inside of here, we have our form label, which is our PPP discount message. Then after that, we're going to have essentially a star that we're going to call our required label icon. This is something I should have also put in the details section because the name and the URL are required. So let's go ahead and create this real quick while we can. It's a rather simple component. This is something we can use anywhere in our application. So I'm going to put it in my normal components folder here, required label icon.tsx. Just like that. It takes in no props at all, other than it can take in any props really. So we'll say class name, and we'll say all the additional props. And that's just because I want this to be all of the props that you would normally get with the asterisk icon, which is the icon that I'm going to use. So here, this is just saying, give me all of the normal props that the asterisk icon can use. And that's because inside of here, I'm just going to return an asterisk icon, and I'm going to pass in all of those props. And I'm also going to pass in a class name, and this is where I'm going to define my own custom class names. So CN, this is going to be text destructive. It's going to be inline, a size of 3, and I want to align this on the top. Finally, I want to pass in what additional class names are passed into this function. So all this is doing is rendering out a red asterisk icon with the ability to customize further if needed. So now I can put that icon into there, and there we go. That should be all I need. I'm just going to put it directly inside my form label. I'm also going to go back to my details form and add this in there as well. So this description is optional. So inside of here, the name, that's required, and the URL here is required. Import that, give it a save, and now you can see we get this nice red asterisk for those things that are required, which is great. Now we can go back to the customization form and finish this out. So underneath our label, we're going to have our form control. And inside this form control, we're going to have a text area. And this text area is going to be disabled if we cannot customize our banner. So we have our can customize banner. If we can't, it's going to be disabled. We're going to have a class name here, which is a min age of 20, resize none. And then finally, all of my different field props, just like that. Close off the text area, and now you can see we have this text area showing up, and it's disabled because I currently cannot edit this because of the particular tier that I'm working with. So we have our form control, then we're going to do our form description, and the form description here, I'm just going to copy over. All this says is that the different data parameters that you can use. So here it's saying that country, coupon, and discount are going to be replaced with their respective actual real world values. So this is the left-hand side of our entire thing when we're on a larger screen size. Now I want to work on the right-hand side of our entire section, which is going to be a div for all of the rest of our inputs. So let's give it a class name of grid, which is going to be grid columns of 1 on small screen sizes and a grid columns of 2 on larger screen sizes with a gap of 6 between them. We'll close that off. And then inside of here, we're just going to put a bunch of different form fields. So I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about. This form field is for the background color. We just need to make sure we import the input function and our form message function. And that should be all we need. I believe I imported the wrong input. So it looks like, yes, I did. Let's make sure I import the correct one this time. There we go. That gets rid of all the errors. And here, all we're doing, setting out the background color. The label is background color, and the input is this. So here you can see we can customize the background color if we had permission. Now I'm just going to copy down the rest of these that are really straightforward. So here's 2 more that are super straightforward: text color and font size. Again, super straightforward inputs that require no additional stuff. The next one is going to be slightly more complicated because it requires a new component. That is this switch component right here. So what I'm going to do is go to ShadCN, npx ShadCN at latest, and we want to add the switch component just like that. That should install the brand new switch component for us, which we can use. There we go. So let's import that component. And all I need to do is make sure the checked is set to my field value and onCheck change is set to the field.onChange. Then I finally gave it a display of block so it shows up below my label. So if we go to customize here and I make sure that this is saved, I need to refresh my page to get it to work. There we go. You can see now I have this sticky icon that I could actually toggle one way or the other. Now the last couple things that I need are again going to be super straightforward inputs that we've done before. So we have a banner container. The only difference about this one is I have a description telling people what this actually associates with. This is just the HTML container where the thing is stored. By default, it's the body. And then finally, we have our class prefix, which again, I have a small description telling people what this actually does. Now, lastly, at the very bottom of my form, just like before, I'm going to be adding a button that lets me save this, but only if I can customize the banner will I show this button. So right now, I'm not showing the button. Now, to test what this would look like if I could do customization, what I'm going to do is go back to my edit page here, and instead of passing in this, I'm just going to pass in true. So I'm going to say or true. So that means no matter what, I can always customize my banner. And now you can see I have the ability to fully customize every single thing inside of this, which is great. Now, the only thing that we really have left to do besides actually make the saving of the form work is to work on implementing what the banner is going to look like up here, because I actually want to import this as a component called banner that's going to show all the information that we want to show. So I'm going to create this component in my components folder, banner.tsx, export function banner, just like that. Now this banner takes in a lot of props. I'm going to paste in what the props are going to be. Essentially, we have a message. That's the message I want to show. In our case, this is the message right here. I then have a prop for if I can remove the branding or not, because based on what tier I sign up for, I may or may not have a branding message showing up that says, hey, check out EasyPPP, this company that created this actual banner that you see. Then I have mappings that allows me to associate these dynamic values with the real values. So what should coupon be, what should discount be, and what should country be? And then finally, I have this customization, and country obviously should be required. Then I have this customization section, which is just all the different customization fields on what everything should look like. Now, the first thing that I want to do is I want to get the prefix that I'm going to use for my CSS. So my prefix is just going to be my customizations dot class prefix, or it's going to be equal to an empty string. Then I want to get my message, but I want to make sure it's mapped to the correct values. So I can take my entire object.entries of my mappings. So I'm essentially converting this object into an array, and then I can reduce this array into a real message. So let's make this a little bit easier to see by minimizing our screen down so we look at just this particular section. So in this, I'm going to have my mapped message, and then I'm going to have a key and a value that come from my mapping. So what I want to do is I want to make sure I call this into a function, and here I want to take my mapped message, and all I want to do is I want to replace anything that has the star key, or not star, that anything that is wrapped in brackets followed by whatever my key is. So coupon wrapped in brackets, discount wrapped in brackets, country wrapped in brackets, and so on. I want to replace that with whatever the real value is. So I want to call replace on this. And to make sure that this starts with my normal message, I'm going to put my normal message in here, and I'm going to replace any apostrophe inside of here. So any apostrophe like that, I'm going to replace all of those with the HTML version of them. The reason for this is because I'm actually going to convert this entire component to a string, and if I have these weird strings already in my message, I want to make sure those are removed and shown with the HTML version instead. It'll just make everything flow better. Also, I might as well, while I'm here, use this as a regular expression as well. So I can use a regular expression with the G key right here to make sure that it's going to be for all of that. And since I want to use dynamic values, I actually need to call new regex just like this, I believe, and pass it in the string version. There we go. And then I can close that off. That should give me a new regular expression. Actually, it's regex xp. There we go, just like that. And I believe I also have the ability to pass in any flags I want, which I want the global flag. This allows me to put dynamic values into there. So this will do all my replacing for me. So I'm going to get a message that's going to replace coupon, discount, and country with the actual real world values. Then I can return my actual JSX. And this is going to be a little different than a normal component because this is the exact component I'm going to send down and render on other people's websites. So I need to make sure all the styling in CSS is self-contained. So to get started with, here's the basic layout for what this is going to look like. You'll notice all my class names are prefixed with this prefix, and I have EasyPPP container as the default value for the container. Same with here, I have EasyPP message and the EasyPPP branding. All of that is styled just like this. I'll make sure I get my environment variables imported from the client. I also, something that a lot of libraries don't do that provide overrides, is I provide a override class that you can use. That way your CSS styles will always be more specific than my CSS styles, just to make overriding things so much easier. Now, the reason that I mapped all these apostrophes to this actual ampersand syntax is because I'm using this dangerously set inner HTML to set the actual message as my HTML inside this span. Again, that's to make sure that it's going to be working properly with all these apostrophes and so on. They're going to render out properly as actual HTML. I wouldn't normally have to do this, but since I'm sending this down to other people's websites, that's why I need this section. Then I have here, if you cannot remove the branding, I have this section right here, which is just a link directly back to my website. And again, I can't use an href or a link, from Next.js because again, I'm rendering this on other people's websites. This needs to be as bare bones as possible. Now, the next thing I need to render out is all of the different styling code that I have. And this is just how do I want to style this application. So I'm going to copy this over and explain it in depth to tell you what's going on, but it's overall really basic CSS. The very first thing I'm doing for my container is I'm reverting all the styles. This is to make sure that every style that I have is going to be default. I don't have any weird stuff inheriting from their style sheet. Then I'm just making sure things are in the flex column direction, so it's stacked vertically. I'm making sure my background color, font size are all being set by the particular user's customization. The font family is inheriting. Add a little bit of padding. If they set it as sticky, the position is set to sticky, and it's set to the top section, and the text is in the center. Now for the branding, this is just a little bit different. I have my color inheriting, font size inheriting, and I'm making this an inline block just so it shows up on a new line. And then finally making it so it's underlined so I can easily see what the text looks like. This essentially lets users know that this is an actual link. And all of this is in a style tag, again, because I need to be able to import this into someone else's website. That's why this component looks so funky. But now I can go ahead and actually use this banner right here. So I'm just going to paste in what the banner will look like. And you can see here that the banner is taking in a few different things. First of all, I need to get all my form values. So that's actually really easy to do. I can say form values is equal to calling watch, just like that on my form. And that's going to get all the values from my form. Then I'm going to set up a fake mapping. So I'm going to say the country's India, coupons half off, discounts 50, just some fake mapping so that we can see what this would actually look like. And then finally, I have my customizations and whether or not they can remove the branding to show that branding section or not. So I'm going to give that a quick save, give my banner a quick save. And now if we scroll over here, you can see exactly what the banner will look like on their website. Now, even when I click on it, brings me directly to this homepage when I click on that link. So you can see this link is right there because they are required to show branding. Now, if I go ahead and I actually change whether or not they need to show branding or not. So for example, in the section where it says can remove branding, if I set that to true, you'll see that if I give it a quick refresh, that branding has been removed. So again, this is all set up based on our permissions. And again, I'm going to remove this permission for customization in a little bit, but for now, I'm going to allow myself to customize so we can actually see if saving this information will work. So now you can see the banner, and when I change information, it live updates, which is exactly what we want. So now let's go ahead and make it so we can save this information and then work on permissions. So the very first thing that we need to do, make this a lot bigger so we can work on it. And wherever we are actually doing our product customization form, in our on submit, we obviously need to call some update product customization function. There we go. We're going to need to pass it in our values.product ID. Actually, that's coming from customization.product ID, and then our values. So we know which product we're doing this on and where our specific values are. And then again, inside of our actions, we need to create this action. I'm just going to paste it down because this is pretty much the same thing we've done over and over again. It's very straightforward. You can see first we get the user, then we make sure our data is correct, and we check to see if they can do the customization based on those permissions. For now, I'm going to comment this out because we want to be able to test to see if this works. So I'll just say that this is going to be true all the time. We'll come back and fix this once we deal with permissions. Then I'm going to call this update product customization DB, and if it was successful, render out a message. So all the way at the very top here, let's make sure we import this function just like that. And now we can go ahead and implement that function. So export async function. That's going to be updating our product customizations just like that. Inside this function, we're going to be passing it down the data as well as the product and user ID that we're going to be updating this information for. Then the next thing we need to do is we need to get our product. If the product exists, that means the user has permission to update it. And in that particular scenario, then we just want to call the really simple update code. Get our product customization, pass in all the data, where the ID is set to the ID we passed in. So this first line of code makes sure that the user that we're thinking about is the one that owns this product. Second line of code updates our actual database. And then finally, we just need to revalidate our cache. So here, we're just saying revalidate our product cache for this particular product and for this particular user. So this code, again, relatively straightforward, very similar to what we've done all over our application. And once we get all these different building blocks in place, as you can see, it becomes rather easy to implement and write all these different functions. And as you can see, all of this code is working as well. The last step is just to make sure it actually works inside of the form itself. So let's go back to the form and we can import this particular function just like that from the action version. There we go. That is the action version we implemented. Then what I want to do inside of here is I want to get my data by awaiting that information. And then I just want to render out a message to the screen using toast again. So const toast equals use toast. There we go. Make sure I spell that properly. And now we can render a message onto the screen, whether or not it was a success or a failure. So let's come over to here. Let's go ahead and we're going to change the font size to 0.5 rem, very, very small. Click save. You can see it says updated. We'll refresh our page, go back to the customization, and you can see that that font size stayed really small. So we know that this is working. We'll just leave it at default though. For most part, it really doesn't matter. So let's go back again to our customization and now work on making sure that our actual permissions are correct. So right now, wherever we have the value of or true, we need to change that. So here, this should obviously not be or true. So now again, all of this is disabled because we don't have permission. And same thing here. If we try to save without permission, it should give us an error. So now we cannot customize this page at all. And we also should probably show the people that they do not have permission to access all of this customization with a nice little custom message. So inside of our form, underneath of our banner, if they cannot customize the banner, well, then we should probably show them a message telling them that. So we're going to put a div here with a class name, put it some margin on the top just to give it a little space, and we'll create something called a no permission card. And this is a nice little card that we can put anywhere we want to tell people they don't have permission in a really nice and easy way. So let's go into our components. We'll create a no permission card.tsx. And this is a very straightforward card. As you can see here, all it does is take in some children, and by default, the children say you do not have permission to perform this action. Try upgrading your account to access this feature. The title of the card says permission denied. We're rendering out the children as the description. And then in the footer, we have a link that goes to the subscription page so that they can upgrade their account. And if we just come in here and take a look at what that would look like, if I make sure to import that card just like that and save, you can see we get permission denied. You do not have permission to perform this action. Try upgrading your account to access this feature. Also, you notice how our banner is sticking to the top. That is intentional because we have sticky set to true, but we don't really want that inside of our form here. So I'm just going to put this inside of a div, and that means that it'll be stuck inside this div. So now when I scroll, you can see it doesn't actually stick to the top of the page because that's not really what we want. Even though technically it is what we want, we don't want it on this particular form. Now when I click upgrade account, it'll bring me to the subscription page, which we haven't worked on yet. But right now we have pretty much everything related to products done. And it may seem like it's taken a long time to get here and that we have a ton left, which, I mean, we do have quite a bit left, but this is by far the bulkiest part of our entire project. Now, while we're on the stage of permissions, I want to focus on permissions for creating new projects as well, because depending on what tier you're on, you have the ability to create only a limited number of products. So I'm going to go back to my product new page because I actually need to implement authentication here. So I'm going to create a simple helper function called hasPermission. This is a nice little component we can use that allows us to determine if a user has permission or not. And if they do have permission, we'll render the content inside. Otherwise, we render out some form of fallback or just don't render anything at all. So here we can say permission, and this permission be can create product, which is a permission we will need to create in just a second. And this is going to render a fallback because we want it to render the fallback. And we'll determine what that fallback text is if we want to be able to customize it. So in our case, I'll just copy over this fallback text. And essentially it's just saying you have created the maximum number of products. Try upgrading your account to create more. So now we need to both implement this can create product function and this has permission component. The has permission component is going to be really easy. So we can do that first. Has permission.tsx. This component right here, all it does is, like I said, takes in a permission, a fallback, whether or not we want to render it, any fallback text, and the children. So the permission is a function that takes a user ID or a null. And if you remember, all the permissions we've created so far, that's the exact parameters they take. It also is optionally able to render a fallback. If you don't want to render the fallback, it just returns null if you don't have permission. And if you want to be able to change the fallback text, that goes in that no permission card. So that no permission card we already created handles all of this for us. So really all this function does is get the user ID, check to see if the user has permission. If they do, render the children. If they don't, render the fallback. But if you don't want to render the fallback, literally render nothing at all. Super straightforward function for the most part. We'll go ahead, we'll import that, and now we can work on can create product. So we need to go into our permissions right here, and we need to create a brand new one, async function, can create product, user ID, string, or null. And this is going to be pretty much the same thing we have up here. If the user ID is null, return false. Then we want to get their subscription. And this time it's going to be a little different because we have a max number of products. So we need to get how many products they have as well. So we can just say const product count equals await get product count, just like that. We could pass it in a user ID. Then we just need to create this function, which again is in our database folder. So we can create a function. Just going to pretty much copy this function that we have here, this is just going to take in a user ID, which is a string. It's going to call get product count. It's going to be on the products, but this is going to be a user tag instead, because we're going to have a user ID. And then down here, we pass in the user ID. So there's our get product count function. Now we need to make sure we just create the internal version of that. So function get product count internal. It's going to take in a user ID, which is a string, and it's a very simple function. All we do is get the counts. This is going to return to us an array. We're going to await calling db dot, and we want to do a query. So we're going to select actually, and we want to select specifically the product count, and that's just calling the count function directly from Drizzle. So this allows us to count up all the different products in our database. We can get this from the product table. So we're getting all of the ones from our product table, and we specifically want to get them where a certain criteria is true. And that criteria that we're waiting for is going to be an equal criteria. And we want to check to see where our product table.clerk user ID is equal to our user ID. Make sure this is an asynchronous function, and that gives us an array of different counts. And we just want to return the first one from our array, so counts of 0. We want to get the product count. Otherwise, we're just going to return 0 if we don't get something from the array, because that means they have no products at all. So that's all it takes to create this particular permission. That's relatively easy. We can go back to our new page here. We can import this function just like that, and we can finish implementing this function, because now we need to make sure we get this, and we need to make sure that their product count is less than the amount that are allowed. And that means that they can still create new products. So now, whenever we try to create a new product, if they already have the maximum number of products, it'll give us a nice warning. So here, new product, you can see can create product is not defined. Looks like we need to probably save the file. We forgot to click save. So here, give that a save. Now you can see I'm trying to create a product, but I already have the maximum number, which is 1. So I get this nice permission denied message showing up on the screen. I also need to make sure in my action for creating a product that I also make sure I check to see if they can create a product before I go ahead and do it. So we'll scroll all the way up to the top where I have create product. And at the very top here, I'm just going to check, can they create the product for this particular user ID? And if they cannot create the product, then I'm just going to throw down an error to the user. So again, a really easy way to check and make sure that they are able to create it before we implement anything in our database. Now, the final thing for products that we really need to do is to implement the products page. We haven't implemented this page yet, but luckily this page is dead simple. Page.tsx, I'll paste in the code for it. And that's just because we've already written this page essentially entirely. This page, all it's doing is getting all of the different products for our user ID. Make sure I import that properly. Looks like it's still throwing an error. I believe that's because we need to make sure that this is optional. We don't want to have to pass down a limit. That should fix that error. There we go. So now all I'm doing is I'm getting my user ID, redirecting if they're not null, or if they are null, sorry. Then I'm getting all my products. If we don't have any, show the no products screen. Otherwise, show my product grid. It's literally the exact same code as our dashboard. If we go to our dashboard and our products, you'll notice they're almost identical, minus the fact you can link to the product page from the dashboard. So now we have everything done with our products actually for real this time. We can move on to dealing with our subscriptions, because that'll lead perfectly into dealing with all of our analytics. So let's go ahead and create our subscription page. We come over to our pages. We'll just minimize all of these so we can kind of get started from complete scratch, since we're kind of on a whole new section of the application now. In the dashboard, we'll create a folder called subscription. And inside of here, page.tsx, export function, subscription page, and make sure that this is a default function. So there we go. We at least have something we can return on our subscription page. So now when we go to that page, at least we have something to render. Now on this page here, what we need to do is first get all of our user information. So user ID, that's equal to auth. And we need to get the redirect to sign in as well. And of course, if our user ID is equal to null, then we'll redirect them to the sign in, just like that. Now, the next thing we need to do is to figure out what tier the user is currently on. So we've already created a function for this. This is the really nice thing about using those DB functions, because now I can just get my user subscription tier, boom, pass in my user ID, and now it's just going to work. Make this an async function. You can see everything just works. Same thing here. I want to get how many products I've created. So I can say get product count, and that's a wait get product count. Boom, we've already created this. It's that easy. So now we have the number of products that we've created. I also need to get the number of times I viewed the pricing page, because on this subscription page, I'm going to show you how many views you have left, how many products you have left, and so on. So I'm going to say get pricing view count is a wait get product view count. We're going to pass in our user ID, and also we need to pass in where we want to count this from. I'm going to be counting from the start of the month with whatever the current date is. Now this start of month, I need to make sure I get from date FNS. So npm I date FNS. This is just a really handy library for dealing with dates. Once that's installed really quickly, we can go ahead and actually import this function. We just need to manually import for now. Import start of month from date FNS. There we go. So now we just need to implement this get product view count, which is a relatively simple function. So we're going to go over to our server. Inside of our database, we need to now get one for product views.ts, export function get product view count. And we also need to get the internal version. I'll paste down what the internal version looks like. It's a relatively simple function, and I'll explain obviously in depth exactly what each line of code is doing, but it really doesn't make sense to have me type out each line individually. So let me just get all my imports in real quick, get that import, and then finally we need to do this import and greater than import. So all this function is doing is taking in a user ID and a start date. And what I'm doing is I'm querying on my product view table. I want to just count all my pricing view counts. So just get a count of everything. Then what I want to do is I want to join this on my product table where my product ID is equal to the view's product ID. So I only want to be able to get the products that the user has actually done. So here I'm checking the product table for the user ID, and I'm checking to make sure it's greater than the start date. So really what this code is doing is it's getting all the count of how many rows are in my view table that are associated with the products for my user and or after whatever the given time that I pass into this function is. And then I just need to set up everything with my caching. So here I can call all that caching related code and just make sure I import everything that I need. So I get my user tag here. And of course, all my props are going to be the same props from up here. Get the cache tags just like that. So this is going to be caching for a particular user because again, there's no individual ID. It's just a user ID since I'm checking all my product views for this particular user. And now we can come back into here and we have our count function implemented. It's very similar to our product count. We're just making sure we have an extra join in there, and that's about the only step. Now we pretty much have all the information we need to implement this function. So the first thing I want to do is render out a top section here. That's just going to be the title for our page. H1, it's going to have a class name too, to make this a little bit larger. Margin bottom of 6. Text is going to be 3XL. Font is semi-bold. And then in here, we can just put the text, your subscription. And now you can see we get that text showing up on our page. The next thing we can focus on is going to be for all of our different content at the very top of our page, which is going to be all the content for how much we've used in our subscription. So we're going to have a div here, and it's going to have a class name of flex, flex column, gap 8, and margin bottom of 8. And then inside of this div, we're going to have another div because this is going to be our column-based layout. Essentially, we're going to have two cards that represent how many views we have and how many products we have, and then another card for managing our subscription if we have one. So here, this is going to be for containing our two separate side-by-side cards. So we're going to have a grid columns of 1, or on a larger screen size, obviously the columns are going to be set to 2, and a gap of 8. Then inside of here, we can render out each one of our individual cards. So let's import our card. We're going to get our card header from here, our card title. In our case, I'm going to make the text a little bit larger, just like that. And this is our monthly usage. So this is just how many views we've essentially had in the month. Then we're going to have our card description. And inside of here, we're going to use that format compact number function we created earlier to take how many views we've actually already had. And then we want to compare that to the exact same formatted of our compact numbers of our maximum number of views. So this is the maximum number of visits for our pricing page. And this will say pricing page visits this month. Give that a quick save. You can see here's our monthly usage. We have 0 total pricing page visits this month because we aren't tracking any of that information yet. Next, we're going to do our card content. And inside of here, I want to render out a progress bar, which is something that we can easily get from ShadCN. So let's just import the progress component from ShadCN. It's a relatively simple and straightforward component. Shouldn't take too long to install. And now we can import that progress component. And inside of here, we can give it a value. And our value is just going to be our pricing view count divided by our tier.maximum number of visits. We need to multiply that by 100 to convert it to a number between 1 and 100. Now, if we give that a save, you can see we have that bar showing up right there. Now, the formatting looks a little bit off. So my guess is I imported my card content from the wrong location. It looks like that's the right location, but my progress, that's also the right location. So it does actually look like everything's being imported from the right location. Let me just make sure. My card content should be outside my header. That should fix my styling. And there we go. We now have our progress bar showing up. Now we're going to make what's arguably an identical card for our number of products. So same text large. We're going to have the exact same product count and number of products, and the same thing for our progress bar. And if we say that, you can see we get that showing up. Now I'm going to slightly modify our progress bar. Instead of using a background primary, I'm going to come in here with a background of accent instead. So let's just make sure I spell accent properly. Give that a quick save, and now you can see we have the blue background instead of the black background, which looks better for our particular styling. And on a larger screen size, you can see that these two elements will show up side by side, but actually it doesn't look like that's quite working. So there's clearly something going on inside of my grid here. You can see grid columns 1. On medium, it should be grid calls 2. And now when we expand our screen size, you can see they are side by side. So that is working as we expect. Now after this, we need to have another card for managing our subscription. And this is only going to be a card that exists if we already have a subscription we're paying for, because this is for managing our subscription inside of Stripe. So if we have a free subscription, so far there's nothing in Stripe, if that makes sense. So if our tier is not equal to subscription tiers dot free, then we don't want to render this, or we do want to render this, I'm sorry. So if our subscription is not free, then we're going to render out a brand new card. And let me make sure I get rid of the subscribe from here. That shouldn't be there. There we go. Card header. Inside of there, we know our card title. And I'm just going to copy down what the content in the title and description is, because it's just plain text. You're currently on the whatever the tier is. If you'd like to upgrade, cancel, or change your payment method, use the button below. And then we need to actually put a button. So we'll say card content just like that. Inside of here, we're going to have a very basic form with an action. And the action is going to be for creating a customer portal session. This is going to be dealing specifically with Stripe. And this is just going to create a link and redirect the user to that link. So what we're going to do is just put a simple button inside of here. Our variant is going to be accent. We're going to have a class name on here. So we're going to say text large, rounded, large, and then our size is also going to be large. This is just going to be an overall relatively large button that says manage subscription. And then let's go ahead, close off that button just like that. And of course we don't have this action yet, so let's just remove that so we can see what our code looks like. And you can see right now we are on the free subscription. If we just make this say equal free subscription, you can see you're currently on the free plan. If you'd like to upgrade, blah, 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 do this. And again, make sure our card content is outside of our header to make sure our styling looks right. There we go. So now we can add in that action that we removed. So action equals, and this is going to be create customer portal session. We'll go ahead and implement that in just a second. But obviously we're going to get an error because it doesn't exist quite yet. So I'm just going to move on and we'll come back and create this function in a second because we're going to create some other functions with Stripe that are going to do similar things. So the next thing I want to work on is dealing with all of my different pricing cards because I'm going to render out each individual pricing card. This code's almost identical to what we had before for rendering our pricing cards. And I want to render each individual pricing card out and I want to show them with a button that says like upgrade, downgrade, swap, whatever it is. So let's go ahead and get all of our pricing code functions. Now I'm going to copy this over because this is about 90% identical to the pricing card that we've already created, but I'll go over the major differences once I get all the different things imported that we need. So get our tier names imported from here, and we can make sure that these functions we'll create in just a second. And then finally, we need to implement our card footer and React node from here. And of course, get the check icon and this CN class right there. So this feature section, identical. Nothing about this changes. It's exactly the same as what we had before. All the stuff in our footer, identical. All the stuff in our header, identical. The one major difference between these two versions is in the card content. We have a giant form that instead of bringing us to the sign up button, brings us to a button that is either going to allow us to cancel by deleting our session or by creating a brand new session, which allows us to check out and sign up for a subscription for the very first time. So what we can do is we can come in here. I'm going to comment out these actions just because we don't have one yet. So I'm just going to put undefined into here. And same thing up here for our action. I'll put undefined just so we can see what this looks like. Now, if we save, You can see down here, I have my 4 pricing cards. You'll notice they look identical. The only difference being is that these buttons for the current one says current and is grayed out, and the other ones have the ability to swap, and they'll submit a form for us when we click on them. Right now, the forms do nothing. So let's bring in those functions and go ahead and actually work on creating those different functions for Stripe implementations. Also, what we need to make sure we do is scroll all the way to the very top, set this to not equal to free. And now we can go into our server folder. We can create a brand new file called Stripe for managing all of our different Stripe related things. So we have an async function called create checkout session function, just like that. And we don't even need to pass anything to this except for the tier that we're going to be creating this for. So we're going to create a tier, and this is only for our paid tier names. So I'm going to say paid tier names, and I'm going to actually create that type inside of our data. So go into our data, subscription tiers. We're going to export a type, which is paid tier names, which is just equal to tier names, but we want to exclude the free tier. There we go. So now paid tier names is basic, standard, or premium. That's exactly what we want. Make sure we import this. And there we go. We're importing one of the tiers that we want. Now, the next thing we need to do is to get our user. And we actually need the full user information because we need to be able to get certain things like the Stripe customer ID and so on. So this is going to be called await current user. And that is actually coming from Clerk and allows us to get our current user. And if our user is equal to null, then we can just return that there was an error. So we'll say error true. Next thing is we can get our subscription. So subscription is equal to get user subscription, and we'll pass in our user's ID. Again, since we already created all these functions, it's super easier for us to just implement them and use them without having to worry about anything else. So we'll await that function. Now down below, we can say if our subscription is equal to null, again, we have an error. So return error true. Otherwise, we can finally move on to this next section. So this is where we're going to branch a little bit. So if we don't have a subscription yet, then we want to be able to create a brand new subscription. So if our subscription dot Stripe customer ID, if this is equal to null, well, then we want to create a brand new checkout session. Otherwise, we're going to piggyback on some of the features built into Stripe. So this is going to give us a URL, and we're going to call get checkout session. We're going to pass it in the tier, the subscription, and the user that we're creating this for. So let's create that function. Function get checkout session, and we're going to pass it in all of that information. And I'm just going to copy over the typing for that information because the paid tier is going to be one of our tiers here. We're going to have our subscription, and the only thing we care about is the Stripe customer ID and the Stripe subscription ID. And then our user just gets the user type from Clerk. Now to use this function, we need to first figure out what customer details we need for our user. So our customer details is equal to, and this depends on if our subscription has information for our particular user. And actually, we don't even need to do this because we already know our Stripe customer ID is null. So we don't even need to pass in our subscription information. We only really need the user. And for our customer details, this is going to be rather straightforward. We want to take our customer and we want to set the email specifically, and that's just user.primary email address. And we want to get the email address property from that. So this is just going to get whatever the user's email address is, and that's going to be our customer details. So what we can do next is we can say that we're going to have a session, and that's going to be called await, calling the Stripe function. And this means that we now need to import Stripe into our application. So we can say npm I Stripe, just like that. That's going to import Stripe. And then all the way up here, we can say import Stripe from Stripe. We also need to make sure that we move this Stripe folder or file into our actions folder, because technically these are going to be actions that we can call. So let's make sure we call use server at the top here, because these are actions. There we go. We now have access to Stripe, and we can just say const our small Stripe is going to be equal to creating a brand new Stripe instance using our server environment variables, which we need to import. Server environment from, and that's going to be @data/environment/server. There we go. And we want to get essentially our Stripe secret key. There we go. And let me make sure I spell all of this properly. And now we're getting an error because we don't have Stripe secret key defined on here. So Stripe secret key z.string, and let's actually put that into our actual environment variables. So to do that, we need to go ahead and log into Stripe. And once you're inside of Stripe, we essentially need to find the section for our API keys. A lot of times you can go to settings and click on developers, and we can see here API keys. Now inside of this section, if I just zoom in a little bit so it's easier to see, we have the publishable key and the secret key. We're just going to be getting the secret key because we're not even doing anything on the client. Everything we're doing is on the server. So let's just copy that. We're going to minimize all this down, go to our env file section. We're going to create a new section for Stripe. We have our Stripe secret key, and we're going to set it equal to that secret key that we just added in. I'm also going to make sure I copy this over into the env example section and add a section here for Stripe as well. So let's save all of that information, save this, and now hopefully with all that done, we come back over here and refresh. Obviously we're still getting errors, but at least this section is fixed. And now we can actually access the Stripe API to do things. So here we want to create a basic checkout session. So we're going to say we want to create a checkout session just like that. And we want to pass along all the information we need. So I'm just going to take this customer email, paste it into here, get rid of this customer details up there. The next thing we need to do is pass along all the data for our subscription. So our subscription data, we specifically just want to have some metadata. Clerk user ID is user.id. This way we can link together our subscription with our Clerk user. The next thing we need to do is to specify any line items that we have. This is the thing that someone is going to be buying. This is going to have a price section, and it's going to have a quantity, which in our case is always going to be 1 because we're just buying one single subscription. Now for the price, this is actually something that we're going to be getting and setting inside of Stripe. So inside of Stripe, I'll make this quite a bit larger so you can see we have this product catalog section where we can create different products. So for example, if this basic product right here, all I did was create a product. I'll show you what it looks like. You can just click add product. All you need to do is type in the name of your product, optionally give it a description if you want, determine the amount that your product is going to be and whether or not it's going to be recurring. In our case, we want it to be recurring and be monthly. And there we go. That's how you create a product. You click add and that'll create the brand new product. For us, we have a premium, standard, and basic product already created. And what we can do is we can go inside of here and we just need to be able to get the product IDs. So here we have our product IDs. We actually need the pricing ID. So we can click on our price and up here we get the pricing ID. And that is what we're essentially going to put into here. We're going to put each one of these pricing IDs. Now I want to make sure that these are private variables. So inside of our env, we're going to have our Stripe basic plan price ID and set it equal to that. And we're going to get this for each of them. So instead of making you watch me type these out, I'm just going to copy each of those plans in, and then I'm going to go over to our example. And again, same thing, I'm going to paste those down and I'm going to delete them because we don't want them to be stored in there. So now we have all of our different plan IDs. I can now add these into our environment variables. So we're going to have our different plans. Again, let me make sure I get this hooked up right. Z.string, comma afterwards, Z.string, and there we go. Now we have those inside of our env variables. Now we can actually use them, which is really great because if we go back to our data folder, that's where we set up all of our subscription tiers. And I can add in the Stripe price ID just like this. So Stripe price ID is going to be env. I want to get my server ones and I want to get the basic plan. So I'm going to take this and I'm going to move it down to here. Now this one doesn't have a Stripe plan ID. So we'll say Stripe price ID is going to be undefined or null. It just doesn't have one. So we're going to specify it as null. Then we'll move this down to both of these. This one is going to be the premium version. And then this one right here is standard. So now we at least have all of our IDs associated with each one of our different projects, or our products, I'm sorry, or our tiers actually. And now we can just say tier dot, and we can get the actual pricing plan for it. So this is based on our tier plan names. So that means I need to take my subscription tiers. I need to get the one for this specific tier, and I want to get that Stripe price ID, just like that. So this is going to be an ID of a Stripe price, and that means it's going to be perfectly linked with our Stripe database. So we specified what the customer email is, we specified how to link this to our customer, we specified what they're purchasing. Now we need to specify that this is going to be a subscription, so Stripe knows this is a monthly payment, and then we need to have a success URL, which is where we redirect the user to, and this is coming from our client env. So all the way up here, I'm going to copy this down. I'm going to get our client environment variables from the client version of this file. So our client env comes with a next public server URL, and we just want to redirect them back to the page they were just on, so the subscription page. And we want to do the exact same thing for a cancel. So the cancel URL, bringing them back to the exact same place. Then all we want to do is down here, return our session.url back to the user. So up here, we now have that URL, which could be null. So if the URL is equal to null, then we just return an error. Otherwise, we're going to redirect the user to that URL. And this is going to redirect them to Stripe where they can enter their payment information and so on. Now, this is something we're going to worry about in implementing it in just a little bit, so we're going to come back here. Now, to make sure that everything is going to be working, we also need to implement the other two functions. So we have an export async function, and this one's going to be a create cancel session, just like that. For now, I'm just going to make it do absolutely nothing. And then an async function called create customer portal session. Again, I'm going to make it do nothing. These are just the functions that we created on this page. So now we can import all of these different functions, even the ones that don't do anything yet, so we can at least see if this is working. It looks like we've gotten rid of all of our errors. If we come back over here, everything is rendering. And hopefully if I click on one of these buttons, it's going to bring me to the page where I can actually purchase this product. So I can click swap, for example, and now you can see it's brought me to this particular page where I can enter in my credit card information and purchase this particular product. And if I were to go back, for example, you can see it brings me back exactly to this page. Now, before we go ahead and actually test this implementation, we first need to deal with webhooks inside of Stripe. So I'm just going to search here for webhook. You can see here we have the webhooks right there. And this allows me to actually deal with creating webhooks. So let's actually zoom this out a little bit more so it's easier to see. I will again go to the settings. Actually, the developer button is right there. You can see we can click on webhooks and I get a bunch of information inside of here. We'll zoom it in a little more so it's easier to see. You can see we have create local listener and create an endpoint. I'm just going to do local because that's how we're going to be testing. First, I need to install the Stripe SDK and log in, and then I can call Stripe listen and forward it to whatever my particular URL is. And finally, I can trigger that particular endpoint. And then from this exact page, I can see what all the things are being sent along. I can go to this events tab and see all the events that are being sent along with everything. For example, I had a billing portal session created because of the things that I've done so far. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to come into my webhooks and start implementing this webhook from Stripe. It's relatively simple to actually do this implementation. So to get started with implementing this, we first need to create the actual location in our API. We'll create a folder called Stripe, and inside of here, we'll create our own route.ts file. And inside this route.ts file, we just need to get started with Stripe. Now, dealing with webhooks in Stripe is relatively easy. We're going to export an async function called post. That's going to take in our request, and this is a next request. And then inside of here, I want to get my event, which is as simple as calling await on the Stripe. And of course, we need to get Stripe. So we can say const Stripe equals new Stripe. Make sure we import that. And it's going to be getting my environment variable for my Stripe secret key. There we go. So we're going to be getting a Stripe, and I want to deal with webhooks, and I want to be able to construct an event. So here we go. Inside of here, I want to get the body for my text. So request.text is going to get all the text from whatever sent to me by Stripe. I then need to get the headers from Stripe. So get the particular header, which is my Stripe signature, just like that. And I'll say that this is a string because it should come back as a string. And then I need to get my Stripe webhook secret. Now, to be able to get this Stripe webhook secret, we need to first implement that into our environment variables. So here, we're going to say Stripe webhook secret is a string. In our environment variables, in our Stripe section, we need to add in our Stripe webhook secret, and we need to do the exact same thing on our example version as well. Now, to be able to get that, we just need to create a local listener. So I'm just going to copy this particular code to get the local listener, go into my package JSON, and create a simple script for setting this up. So here, we'll just say Stripe, and I'll just call this webhooks, just like that. And this is going to call Stripe listen, and I want to forward to localhost 3000/API/webhooks/Stripe. And that's going to do is forward every single Stripe API webhook to this particular URL when I call that. So what I can do is I can say npm run Stripe webhooks. And if I give that a quick second to run, you can see that it is going to give me a brand new secret key that I can use. And it's going to say, hey, you know what? Everything is up and running. So now we can go ahead into our route, or not into our route, into our environment variable, paste that key in, and now we have a secret key that we can use for our webhooks as well. So now if we go back to that webhook that we were implementing right here, we can say, okay, now we have an event, and we can switch on the particular event.type. There we go. So event.type. In the particular case that we have a customer.subscription deleted, I want to do something. I then want to do the exact same thing in the case that I have a customer.subscription, and I want to do when I have an update, or not an update, yeah, an update. That'll work. Make sure I put the colon at the end of these. There we go. And I'm going to copy this one more time for what happens when we have a created at as well. So I think it's just create, nope, created, just like that. And then finally, at the very bottom, I want to return a new response, which is null and has a status of 200, just so Stripe knows that this successfully worked. So let's get started with the created. All I can do is say await handle create, pass in my event.data.object, and then I can put a break statement, and I can create a function called handle create, which takes in my subscription, which is a stripe.subscription, just like that. So it's giving me all of my subscription data from Stripe. Now I can copy this and paste this down a couple times, but this one's going to be for handle delete, and this one's going to be for handle update. There we go. And I can create essentially the exact same function for handle delete and handle update. And they're all going to do different things, but they're going to be relatively similar between all of them. So inside of handle create, the very first thing I want to do is get my tier for the user. So I can say tier is equal to get tier by price ID, and I can pass in my subscription.items.data. This is that list of line items that we created. So if we look at this create checkout session, I'm sorry, not this one, it's this one right here. These line items, that's this list that's giving it back to us. So we're going to get the very first item from there, and I want to get the price.id. So now I can use this function that I'm about to create to get a tier based on that price ID. So back into here, I'll create a function, make sure I export this. This is going to take in a price ID, which is a string, and it's actually a Stripe price ID. There we go. Make sure I actually spell all this properly. And then I can just return subscription tiers. And actually, it'll be easier if I just paste this in there. I just want to get the values from that and get it based on my Stripe price ID. So essentially, I'm just looping through each of my subscription tiers and returning whichever one has the right price ID. That's going to return to me a single one of my tiers. Now what I can do is I can go back to here, and this will get me a particular tier, which will give me all the information I need to be able to create this in my user. The next thing I need to do is figure out which user this is associated with. So my clerk user ID is going to be equal to subscription.metadata. That's why I set that metadata, and I want to get the clerk user ID. Now, obviously, if my clerk user ID is equal to null or my tier is equal to null, then something bad happened, and I need to throw an error so that way I know for a fact there's a problem. So I'm going to return a new response with null and status of 500. So now we have an error. Please, somebody solve that. The next thing I want to do is get my customer information from Stripe. So I can say that's equal to subscription.customer. Make sure I spell that properly. There we go. That's going to give me all of my customer information. Namely, this is a customer ID that it's going to get for me, or it could be a customer object. So I want to get the customer ID from that. So I'll say customer ID is equal to, and I want to check the type of my customer. If it's equal to a string, there we go. Then I know that I can just return whatever this is because it's an ID. But if it's not equal to a string, well, then I want to get the ID property from my customer by saying customer.id. So this may or may not be a string, and depending on what we do, we want to make sure we get the right value. Then finally, I can actually update my user subscription. So I'll call a function called update user subscription. That's going to be accessing my database. I essentially just want to pass along a bunch of information into here. So I'm going to go and create this function now. So we'll come all the way down into our section for our database, which is inside of our server and our database. We got our subscription section, and here, export function, update subscription, just like that. And it's actually called update user subscription. Now inside of here, I need to obviously get all my data and so on, but let's go ahead and write out our database query. So let's make sure this is asynchronous, and we want to do a db.update, and we want to update the user subscription table, and we want to set our data. So we can get that data in safely from here, which is just a partial for my type of user subscription table dot infer insert. That's pretty much the same as all of our other update functions. Then I want to do it where specific things are true. And unfortunately, I can't just do a generic where based on like user ID or Stripe customer ID, because depending on if we're doing a create, an update, or a delete, we're going to get slightly different information back. So I'm actually going to take my where in directly from my update function. So up here, I'm going to pass in a where, which is just going to be SQL. And this SQL is just a type that comes directly from Drizzle. So it's saying just any amount of SQL that I'm going to write is coming in as my where clause. Then what I want to do is I want to make sure I return specifically the ID, which is the user subscription table.id, and I want to get the user ID, which is my user subscription table dot clerk user ID. That way I can use that to revalidate my cache. So I can say updated subscription is equal to waiting for that. And then if my updated subscription is not equal to null, make sure I spell that properly. There we go. Then I can revalidate my DB cache, where the tag is the cache, cache tag dot subscription. I want to get it for user ID, which is my updated subscription. Again, didn't spell that properly. And then finally, my ID is my updated subscription.id. So just revalidating my cache for all of that information. So I just now need to pass along a where as well as all my data directly from this route right here. So let's make sure we import that just fine. Here for my where clause, it's just going to say I want to check equal user subscription table dot. In our case, I have a clerk user ID. So I'm going to check for my clerk user ID. And then we can pass along all the different data. So if we look here, the data we need is our clerk user ID. Well, that's pretty easy, but we don't really need to add that in there if we're doing an update. So we can do just next step of thing, which is our Stripe customer ID, which is our customer ID. We also need to get the tier that they're upgrading to, which is just tier.name. We need to get the Stripe subscription ID, which is our subscription.id. And then we need to get the Stripe subscription item ID, which again is coming from our subscription.items. We want to get the first element from our data array because we're only ever passing one, and we get the ID for that. So now if we make this an asynchronous function, and then we come into here, we can just return a waiting for this. And now there we go. We automatically have the ability to handle the creation of different user subscriptions. So whenever someone signs up, we update their subscription to that next tier level. So hopefully this all should be working. I'm already listening for my webhooks, so let's go ahead and just test that and see if everything works properly. So I'm going to come in here, I'm going to upgrade to the basic plan. I'll make this a little bit larger, zoom this in, and I can come in here, just enter a bunch of credit card information, enter a name, enter a random zip code. None of this information actually matters, and we'll click subscribe, and hopefully everything will work successfully. It'll redirect us to the last page we were on, and we should see it actually updates their subscription. And look at that, we're now on the basic plan. You can see we have one of 5 products. We have a monthly usage of 10,000 now. So now we have the ability to actually swap between different plans, and we have this manage subscription button. Right now it doesn't work, but you can see it showing up. So we at least have handle create completely finished. Now, while we're here, I might as well do the update function as well. So for the update function, it's going to have some similarities to this function. For example, we need to be able to get the tier. So just paste that in there. We're going to get the tier based on that ID. I want to be able to get my customer information as well, so we'll copy that down. But we don't have the clerk user ID because we don't have any metadata that we can pull from this subscription. So instead, what I'm going to do, I'm going to first just check if my tier is equal to null. Then I'm going to return a new response. That's going to be a status of 500. Again, just throwing down an error to the user. And then we just want to call this update function again. So let's just do that. We're going to call update, but this time we don't have a clerk user ID. But I do have a Stripe user ID. So I can say Stripe customer ID is customer ID. And in that case, if we're updating our subscription, the subscription ID should stay the same. The item ID should stay the same. The customer ID should stay the same. The only thing changing is the tier for what we're updating. So that's the only thing I'm going to pass along to this particular function. Now, finally, we need to handle delete. And again, I want to get my customer information. So I can get my customer information from here. And I can just essentially call the exact same function. But this time I'm going to be updating the tier specifically to the free tier. So I can say subscription tiers, there we go, .free, .name. And I also want to make sure that I take the Stripe subscription ID and remove that. So let's say Stripe subscription ID is equal to null, and our Stripe subscription item ID is equal to null because we've removed this subscription from the user. There we go. Now we can keep the Stripe customer ID because they're still associated with that particular user, but we can get rid of all the other stuff and downgrade them back down to the free tier. So we at least have handled all the different scenarios that Stripe can throw at us with the different webhooks that we're dealing with. So now let's go back to Stripe and implement the rest of our different functions here. So we have this create customer portal session as well. This one's actually relatively easy. We first need to get our user ID, which equals await. Actually, I'm sorry, we don't need to await. We just need to get our auth. Just like that. Then the next thing is obviously if our user ID equals null to return an error. Just like that. And then we need to get our subscription, which is just get user subscription. Again, something we've already created in the past. And then if our subscription dot stripe customer ID, obviously I need to await this. There we go. If the stripe customer ID equals null, then we have another error, so we can return error true. And that's because to view this portal, you need to view it as a customer. So now let's get our portal session, which is just equal to await. Make sure I spell that properly. And we want to get stripe dot billing this time. And we want to get the billing portal specifically. And we want to create a session for that. So we can create it for our subscription dot customer ID. And we can get a return URL, which is just going to be the exact same as our success URL down here. So I'm just going to find where I pasted that, and we're going to copy that exact code. So up here for our return URL, we're just going to paste that in. And then finally, we're going to redirect to our portal session.url, just like that. So now if they click the manage session button or manage subscription button, it'll bring them to their portal. So let's refresh and see if that works. Manage subscription. And you can see it's redirected me right here to this ability to actually manage everything related to my subscription. Now you may notice that yours doesn't quite work right away. So come over here and search for customer portal, or actually it may be billing portal. There we go, billing customer portal. You need to search for this particular page right here, and you just need to go through and you need to set up all the information for how your page works, and you need to make sure that it's activated. Once that's done, you should be able to actually see and use this inside your application, and this allows them to update their plan and so on. So for example, I could update my plan to the standard plan, click continue. It's going to ask me to confirm. I click confirm. Now, after a quick second, after the payment goes through, we should see when we go back to this particular page, the user is now on the standard plan. And that's because the webhook from Strike sent over to my application and said, hey, they went ahead and they updated their plan, and it went over and updated me to this particular standard plan. Now, if I were to swap back to this plan, that button currently doesn't work, so we need to make sure we implement that next. This is luckily not too terribly difficult to do. Where we have our create checkout session, you can see we have this else section we still need to implement for what happens when they already have a subscription and we want to update it. In that case, we want to call the get subscription upgrade session function, which we're going to create. We're going to pass in our tier, and we're going to pass in our subscription, and we'll say const URL is equal to that. And then we will just redirect to the URL down here. And there we go. That's all we need to do inside of this function. So let's go ahead and create an async function called get subscription update session or upgrade session. It's going to take in a tier, which is a paid tier name. And then it's going to take in our subscription. And the subscription is going to have our Stripe customer ID, which is a string or a null. And it's also going to contain our subscription and item ID, which we all need all of this information to make all of this work. So the very first thing I can do is just check if any of these do not exist, then I want to just essentially throw a new error by returning a new response. And this response is going to be null status 500. Then we can just go ahead and create a brand new session, just like we did all the way up here. We essentially want to create the same thing that we did here. So I'm going to paste this down. We want a billing portal session. We want to create it for this particular customer. We want the exact same return URL, but this time we want to specify where we want them to go by giving them a type of data. So this one is going to be an update confirmation. Then what we can do is we can say for that update confirm, what we want to do is pass along what the subscription is. That is just our subscription.id. So we want to get the subscription ID. Then what we need to do is pass along all the different items that we're going to be updating. So the ID is our subscription, and we want to get the item ID. We want to get the price that we are upgrading them to, which is coming from our subscription tiers for our particular tier. And we want to get the Stripe price ID. And then finally, the quantity, which in our case is always going to be 1. So all this complicated bit of code does, let me just make sure at the bottom, we return our portal.url. All this complicated bit of code does is essentially say, hey, bring them to that exact same billing portal, but make sure you bring them exactly to the page that updates their subscription to the brand new subscription that they selected. That's all that you need to do in this section. So now we can see here that we need to make sure we await this function and everything should work. If we give that a quick save, it's still saying this could be a string or a response. I should probably just make sure here I just throw a new error instead. There we go. That just cleans that up, makes it a little bit easier. So now if I come in here and I want to swap to, for example, the basic plan, if I click on swap, you can see it's loading, it's loading, it's loading. And now I have the ability to confirm my update to downgrade to the basic plan. The last thing I need to handle is what happens when I want to do a delete. So let's just come all the way up here for the delete. Just like in all the other ones, I need to get the particular subscription that I'm dealing with. And in this particular case, I need to figure out if I have a customer ID and if I have a subscription ID. Otherwise, I want to return a new response. There we go. And this is going to be null with a status of 500, just to say, hey, there was some type of error. These things are required to be able to do this cancellation, because if you don't have a subscription, you can't cancel it. Now to get our session, it's going to be very similar to what we did down here. I'm actually going to copy this entire thing, bring it all the way up here, but instead of returning, I'm going to redirect to the portal session.url. And this time, I just want to change our type. So our type here is going to be for the subscription cancel, and this is going to be subscription cancel, and we just need to put different information inside of here. It's actually very simple. We just need to specify what subscription we're canceling, which is our subscription.stripe subscription ID. There we go. Make sure I put the final parenthesis there. And this allows me to create a URL that goes directly towards canceling. So now, hopefully, if I click to swap to free, that is essentially canceling my subscription. And we should see it redirects me to the page that says, are you sure you want to cancel your plan? Boom, there we go. I can cancel right there if I want to. Obviously, I'm not going to do that because I want to still maintain my subscription. Now, the final thing we need to do to make sure we handle everything related to our subscriptions is if we search for to do, you'll notice we need to remove our Stripe subscription on this particular page when a user deletes their account. This is actually super easy to do with Stripe. So we can come all the way up here. We can import Stripe from Stripe. There we go. And then we can say that we want to get a small stripe by creating a new stripe with our env. And that is coming from here, env dot. We want to get our stripe secret key. So now we have a new stripe instance we can work on. And down here, we can just say stripe dot subscriptions dot, whoops, not subscription items. We want to get subscriptions dot cancel. And we just pass it in the ID of the thing that we want to cancel. So that's actually relatively easy. So before we delete our user, we want to do that all the way up here. And we can say const user subscription equals get user subscription. And we want to get the user subscription for our user ID, which is our event.data.id. There we go. Give that a quick await. And then with our user subscription, we can pass in the Stripe subscription ID, but we only want to do this if our Stripe subscription ID is not equal to null. There we go. So now if we have a user subscription and the ID is not equal to null, then we're going to go ahead and we're going to cancel that subscription for them. We can just throw a quick await on that, and that's all we need to do to get that to work. There we go. We can remove that to do. And luckily, that was super straightforward. And we've actually done everything we need to do with our entire subscription section. We don't have anything left. The only two sections we have left is going to be our analytics, and it's going to be the thing that allows us to render the application, the banner, on another person's website. Now that sounds like it's going to be really complicated, but it's actually not that bad, and the amount of code for it is going to be essentially one single file. So let's go ahead and work on making this actually show up on other people's websites. So we're going to close out everything. We're kind of at almost a new chapter of this application, and inside of our API, we're going to create a brand new folder, and this is going to be for products / we want to get our product ID, and we want to get the banner. And then directly inside that banner folder, we can create a file called route.ts. This is going to be for rendering out our entire thing. So we can just say export function. This is going to be an async function called get. This is going to retake in our request, which is a next request. And it's also going to take in our params, which is our product ID. So we can say product ID is a string. There we go. Looks like I have some spelling or things wrong. Get that spelled properly to params, and make sure I also hook all this up correctly. Looks like I'm just missing a parentheses, or not a parentheses. There we go, bracket. And it looks like I also forgot another bracket right there. There we go. Now we can give that a quick save, and that's all of our parameter information taken care of. Now the first thing I want to do is get our headers. So we're going to say headers, just like that. And then what I want to do is I want to get whatever URL the person is calling our page from. Because what's going to happen is on our products page, they're going to come to our products page and click add to site, and they're going to copy this code. And they're going to paste this code in their application, and it's going to call our site. Now we want to determine what URL they're calling us from, because that is important in determining which product they're associated with. And we want to make sure that the product associated with this URL is only ever called from that URL. So let's get the requesting URL. And this is a little bit complicated to get. from our headers map, what we need to do is we need to get either the refer, that's where they're coming from, or we need to get the headers map dot origin. And this again is going to be where they are coming from. One of these is going to give us the correct information on where they're coming from. If neither of these have information, so if our requesting URL is equal to null, then we can just return not found. Essentially, anyone that calls this code not from the correct URL, or if they don't have a URL, they're going to get the code not found. The next thing we need to do is determine what the country code for the user is going to be. So we can say get country code, and we're going to get that based on our request. And let's create a function for that. Get country code. There we go. This is going to take a request, which is a next request. And then inside of here, we have information that's really useful. We can say .geo, and this is going to give us their country. And here we can say if that is not equal to null, then we can just return the request.geo.country. So if they have a country associated with them, it's going to return that. Now, unfortunately, this does not work in development. It'll always return null in development. And that's because it depends on your actual hosting provider to provide this information. So Vercel, for example, if you deploy to Vercel, they will fill in this geo information for you. So for testing purposes, if our process.env.node environment is equal to development, well, in that case, we're going to return env and make sure we get that from our server. We're going to return our test country code. So if for some reason we're not able to actually get our country, we're going to return to them a country code. So for example, in development, and then when you're in a real world application, this should fill in its information. For example, if you're on Vercel. So now let's implement this test country code inside of our environment variables on our server. Test country code z.string. There we go. And then inside of our env folder, or env file, I'm going to create another section that's called development. Test country code, and for now, let's just say that I'm currently residing in India, so that way we can test what that looks like. We can bring this entire section over into our example and paste this in, for example, just like that. So now we can test what this code will look like. And here, if our country code is equal to null, again, return not found, because we were unable to find the country code for this particular user based on their geo information, so we don't want to do anything. Now the next thing I want to do is call a rather complicated database query that's going to get our product, our discount, and our country based on whatever ID and country code we pass in. So that's a rather complicated function that we need to worry about creating. So we can come all the way over into our server, into our database, go into the product section, and let's create that exact function. So all the way down here, async function. We want to get this. This is the internal version of the function, just like that. And it's taking in two parameters, an ID and a country code. Our ID is a string, and our country code is a string as well. Now inside of here, we're going to get some data that's going to be calling await db.query, and we want to query on the product table. And we want to find the very first product where our ID is equal to the particular ID that we have here. So what I can do is I can say where, and I can make sure that I get all of this as a function. I want to get equals, and I want to get my ID as an ID column. And what I can say is equals, my ID column is equal to my ID. There we go. That works super great. So I'm just getting the first product with that particular ID. Then I want to get only specific columns. So I'm going to say that I want to get the ID and the clerk user ID are the only columns I want to get from this. So this is everything for getting our product. Next, I want to get specific things for that. For example, I want to get all of my customizations. I'll set that to true. I also want to get my country group discounts. I'm again going to specify only certain columns. So I'm going to say that I want to get just the coupon and I want to get just the discount percentage. Those are the only things that I care about from my country group discount. But I also only want to get the country group discount for a specific country. So I'm going to come down here and I'm going to get all my country groups, just like that. Make sure I put this inside of an object. There we go. And for my country groups, I want to get specific columns. And actually, I don't want to get any columns. I don't want any columns from my country groups. Instead, what I want to get from my country groups is the countries themselves. So here, countries, and it looks like I might have a typo somewhere because this is not showing up properly. Let's see here. Country group, just like that. So yes, it should be country group because there is only one country group per country group discount. Then I want to get all of the countries. And for the countries, I want to get only the columns of ID and name. That's all I care about for my country. I want to get just one country, and that's because I'm going to throw in a where clause here. And this where clause is a rather simple where clause that essentially just gets me the country for a specific code. So I'll say equal and code, and I want to get it where my code is equal to my country code, just like that. So all of this rather complicated code, all it's doing is getting a product, the product customizations, and the discount for the product for the particular country ID. Now I need to do a little massaging to make this data look correct. So first, I can get my discount, and that is going to equal to getting my data, and I want to get the country groups discounts dot find, and I want to find the discount where the discount dot country group countries dot length is greater than 0. So based on my where clause here, I'm only getting the country with a specific code. So only one of my country groups will have a country, and it will have exactly one item in the array. So what I'm doing here is I'm saying, hey, find me the exact group that has a country. That'll be my active discount for this user. Then I want to get my country, which is just getting my discount.country group, and I want to get the very first country because I only got one. Now what I can do is I can get my product information. So this is just going to be if my data is equal to null or my data.product customization is equal to null, then I'm going to return undefined. Otherwise, I'm going to return down an object that contains my data.id, my clerk user ID, which is my data.clerk user ID, and my customization, which is my data.product customization. So this is all my product related information. So down here, I can return my product. I can return my discount, which is going to be if my discount is equal to null, then return undefined. Otherwise, return a coupon, which is my discount.coupon, and my percentage, which is my discount.discount percentage. Finally, I can add in the country here as well. I'll just put it at the top like that. So now I have my product, my country, and my discount. They all could be undefined if they're not able to be found, but hopefully they are able to be found. So here, I should be able to call this function actually after I create the internal version. So I have the internal version. I need to create the non-internal version. So we'll just come up here, copy one of these. That's the create one. We don't want that. We'll copy this get right here. And this one, I'm essentially going to call this function. So it's going to call this particular function. This is the non-internal version. And for my tags, I need to see exactly what I'm using. Also, I want to make sure my props are exactly the same. So I'll copy the props, paste those into here, and then make sure I pass those props into my cache function. Now for this one, I'm getting a specific specific ID here. So I can say get ID tag and pass it in my ID. I also am getting information from my countries. So I need a global tag for that. Global tag, get global tag, there we go. And this one is for my cache, key tags.countries. And I need to do the exact same thing for my country groups, because when either of those change, I obviously am querying both of those datas. So now with that done, hopefully once I close all this down, go back over to here, I can import this, and this will essentially get me my product, my discount, and my country, but any of them could be null. The first one I'm going to check is if my product equals null. If my product equals null, then that means one of a few things. Number one, this is a bad product ID and it doesn't exist. Or two, it means that the page that this information is being loaded on does not line up with the actual user ID that we're associated with. So obviously that would be another problem. And actually, I just realized we're not even using our requesting URL. So I should make sure I pass in the requesting URL to this function. So this should take in a URL, which is a string. And that should obviously be passed down into here as well. And then the internal function should take in a URL, and here it should take in the URL because I only want to get this where the URL is also equal. So we'll say URL as our URL column. We can add in an and here. I'll say and our equals for our URL column is equal to our URL. That way, this only loads on the specific URL that we specified. So now if we go back into here and our product is equal to null, that means that we either loaded it on an incorrect URL or the user doesn't have access or something like that. So again, return not found. Now, if we do have a product though, that means that we can actually log this as a view for our users. So we can say create product view. This is going to be a function we're going to create in just a second because this is going to count towards their subscription usage. If they go to the subscription page here, it's going to count against their monthly usage. So we can say for a specific product ID, We're also going to do it for our country ID, which is country.id. And this country ID could be null, which is perfectly okay. And user ID, which is our product.clerk user ID. Now, the reason it's okay that our country ID is null is if for some reason the user is coming from a country that we don't recognize in our database, we still are going to log that as a view to the particular user, and we'll just mark that as undefined inside of our database. That's how the Parity Deals clone is, or that's how Parity Deals, the actual site, works. So that's how our site's going to work as well. But you could change that if you don't like how that works. So let's go into our product views, and we need to create a function for creating things. So export async function. This is called create product view, just like that. And I'm actually just going to paste this code in. It's super simple. We take in the product ID, country ID, and user ID, and all we do is we just insert that into our database, and then we revalidate our cache for that particular product view. And we can even do it for the ID as well. I didn't include that in here, so let's throw in the ID. So instead of row count here, we're going to be returning, and we're going to get the ID, which is our product view table.id, just like that. So this is going to give us an array with an ID, just like that. So if our ID, actually, let's just call this new row, there we go, new row is not equal to null, then we can pass along our new row.id. There we go. Now that's working much better. We're creating our product view, and we're making sure we're setting all of our caching information. Now back in our route here, we can just make sure we create that row just like that. Now, the next thing we need to do is to check to see if they can actually show this banner. So I'm going to come in here. I'm going to say, can they show the banner, which is something that I'm going to create a function for, just like this, can show discount banner. And then here we have the ability to do all this stuff. So to get the can show discount banner, I'm actually going to do that up here. Can show banner is equal to that. So this can show banner function is just a permission we need to create. So let's do that real quick, and then I'll explain how all the rest of this code is working. So inside of our server, we're going to go into our permissions, export a async function can show banner, and that's going to take in the exact same user ID all the rest of these take in, and I'll just copy this code because it's very similar. So instead of getting our product count, we're going to get our product view count just like that. And this is a function that we've already implemented. I just need to make sure I pass in the start date, and this is going to be a new date, and this is going to be start of month. There we go. So just getting all the count for the entire month. There we go. I just realized while editing this video that I actually forgot to update this tier section down here. So this should be called the product views, and then obviously the product views must be less than the maximum number of views that they can have, so max number of visits. I forgot to update this when I was doing the video, but here is the updated code, and when you download the code from GitHub, it will be updated. Now if we go back to this particular page, we can import this function, and this will return true if they have less than, in our case, 100,000 pricing page visits. So first we check how many pricing page visits they have and make sure that they have few enough that we can actually do this. Then we add a brand new visit to it, and then if we can show the banner, we're going to make sure we do. So if we can't, we return not found. If our country or our discount is null, we also return not found. And then finally, we get to the point where we return JavaScript down to the user. All of this code up here is just checking to make sure, can this user see this JavaScript? And then we can actually return the JavaScript. So I'm going to call a function called get JavaScript, just like that. And this is going to take in our product, our country, our discount, and it's going to take in can remove branding as well, which takes in our product.clerk user ID. There we go. So now let's create this simple function. We'll do it down here, just like that. Now for our actual typing of everything, I'll paste that in. We have our product, which has all of our customization information, our country name, our discount, and if we can remove the branding. Then inside of here, what I want to do is I want to take my banner component and render it as static markup. So there's a function called render to static markup, and we can get this here from awaiting the import of react-dom/server. There we go. And now you may think, why would I await this import directly inside of here when I could just import it at the top of my page? And that's because Next.js actually prevents you from importing this function. If you import it, it immediately crashes your site. It's annoying. I don't know why they do that, but if you want to be able to import this function, you need to actually do it in this dynamic import way. So that's why we're doing this, to get around Next.js's limitations. Then we can return some string, and the string is just going to be JavaScript code. So I can say const banner is equal to document.create element, and we're going to create a div. And this is just code that's going to run on the user's browser. Then I can come in here and set the inner HTML. Inner HTML is going to be equal to, and this is where I want to render all of my stuff to a static markup. So inside of here, put some quotes like that, and I can say render to static markup, and I can pass it in create element, which allows me to pass in my element, which is a banner. That's my component. And then we need to pass in all the props for this particular component that we want to render. So let me make sure I get all my parentheses closed up. There we go. So now inside of here, I can pass along my message. This is my product.customization.location message. Then we have my mappings. So our country maps to our country.name. My coupon maps to my discount.coupon. And then finally, my discount maps to taking my discount.percentage, multiplying it by 100, just like that. And let's make sure this is spelled mappings. And this actually needs to be a string. So we'll just convert this to a string. There we go. That gives us our discount information. Now we can pass along our customization, which is our product.customization. And then finally, can remove branding. Remove branding is the last thing we need to pass along. So this is all the stuff to pass along to create our banner. Now that we've created our banner with all of the inner HTML that it needs, we can come in here and we can do a quick document.query selector. We want to get a query selector specifically for whatever our product.customization.banner container is. So I want to search for that banner container. I then want to prepend onto that all of the children of my banner component. Just like that. So essentially, I'm creating this banner component, filling it with all of my HTML, and taking everything from it and prepending it to the beginning of this. There we go. And now the final thing that I want to do is I just want to call it replace, just like this. And I want to remove all the white space information from here that I don't actually need. So I'm just going to copy over this quick replace statement. This replace statement just gets rid of all the additional new lines in my code to make sure everything is super clean and tidy, because obviously with using this syntax right here of these backticks, it actually leaves new lines in your code, and JavaScript won't know how to parse that potentially. So I'm just getting rid of all those new lines. And this right here is going to return to me some JavaScript that I'm getting right here for my response. And the last thing I need to do is make sure I tell my response that this is JavaScript. So in my headers, I'm going to pass along the content type header of text/JavaScript. So I'm essentially, anytime someone calls this API, they're either going to get not found or a bunch of JavaScript on their page. So now let's test and see if this actually works. I'm going to go over to my products page. I have this product right here for localhost 5500. I'm going to try to add that to a site and click copy code. Now this is a site right here that just has some random text on it. I'm just going to paste this JavaScript script tag right into here. That's all I need to do. And now I can essentially access this site on port 5500. So if I open that up, this is that site being accessed on port 5500. And when I refresh, it's currently not showing me my application. I'm at the URL 12.7.0.0.1.5500. And if I look here, it specifically specifies the URL must be localhost 5500. So let's make sure we go to localhost 5500 and see if that works. You can see we're on that localhost and it's still not working. I think part of the reason why this is because we need to make sure we remove the trailing slash from our requesting URL. So when we get our product banner, we have our URL here, and all the way down where we're using that internally, I want to make sure that we remove the trailing slash from it. Whoops, that's the wrong one. Product banner. There we go. And here I want to say remove trailing slash and pass in my URL just to make sure that's not the potential problem we're having. Let's refresh. It looks like that didn't fix the issue. So now the best thing that we can do is just add in some console logs to see what's going wrong. The very first thing is just let's see if we get to this particular point. We'll just say hi right here, give this a quick refresh, check out our console and see we are printing out hi, so it's getting to that point. Let's get to this point and we're going to print out our product. Hopefully this prints out something instead of null. We'll refresh and we'll scroll up and we do have all of our product information. So we know we're getting to that point. That's working fine. The next step is we can come down here and see, can we show the banner? So let's check to see if that works. Give that a quick refresh and it says we can show the banner. So now let's check to see if our country and our discount are possibly set to null. So give this a quick refresh here. And it looks like in our case, our country is India and our coupon is set. So obviously all of that is correct. We're getting all the way to this JavaScript section. So maybe something in our JavaScript is actually incorrect. And if we look unexpected identifier text, you can see there's currently a problem with our code. So let's go to the sources tab and see what our actual JavaScript looks like that's being imported. So we'll give this a quick refresh, pull this over, and you can see localhost 3000 is importing this particular JavaScript file. So we're getting our document, creating an element, setting the banner HTML, and as you can see, I'm using double quotes multiple times, so I need to get rid of one of those sets of double quotes. So here, change this to single quotes, change that to single quotes. That should fix the problem. Refresh, and you can see, hey, our banner is showing up and it's being stuck directly to the top of the page, which is exactly what we want. If we were to go ahead and then change the URL of this, so let's say edit, and we're going to change the URL so it's only on 5501. Give that a quick save. It's been updated. Now if I come back to here and refresh, you can see it no longer shows up on our page. Also, if we go to our subscription, you can see we've had 7 monthly usages because we viewed this page 7 separate times. And if I refresh this a bunch of times, you'll notice it doesn't actually add any usages. As you can see here, it's still set to 7. That's because it's not able to show because the URL is incorrect. But if I were to go back to our product, change the URL back to what it should be, so we can edit this back to 5500, click save. Now when I go here and I refresh the page a couple times showing this banner and go back to my subscription, you can see now we have 11 out of 100,000 pricing page visits. So now the nice thing here is we're finally to the last section, which is just dealing with our analytics. And honestly, it's not too bad other than a few rather complicated SQL queries. Really, that's the only thing complicated about all of our analytics. So let's just make this a little bit easier to work with. We're going to minimize and close everything down again because we're kind of at a new section. And what I want to do in my dashboard is create a new folder called Analytics. And inside of here, I'll create a page.tsx. So we'll export a async function, make sure it's default. This is going to be called Analytics page. Now this is going to have some search params on the page. So we'll say search params, just like that. And to type out our search params, search params, we're going to have a few different parameters. First of all, we're going to have an interval. So do we want to do it last 7 days, last 30 days, and so on, which is going to be a string. We're going to have a time zone, which is going to be a string. And we're going to have a product ID, which is going to be a string. And all of these are optional. Whether or not we specify them or not, it doesn't really matter. So here's our analytics page. Let's come in here, return null, just so we have something showing up. And if we go to that page, you can see it's showing nothing. Now, just like with all of our pages, we're going to check for our user ID using this auth to make sure we have access to that to do all of our different queries that we need. Now, for our application, I'm going to come in here and I'm just going to render out a simple H1 for the analytics at the very top of our page. So we have that showing up. And then what I want to do is I want to check to see if the user has permission. And the permission is going to be the can access analytics permission. If they have access to that, I'm going to render this. Otherwise, I'll render out a fallback. And inside of here, I want to render out essentially a flex column grid layout. So flex column with a gap of 8. And inside of here, I want to render out each of my different grids inside of a card. Or I'm sorry, each of my different charts inside of a card. So we're going to have like a views by day card, and we're going to render out all the information for that. Make sure I spell that properly. We're also going to have different charts as well. So here we're going to have a views by PPP card, and then finally views by country card. There we go. So we can determine where all these views came from for different analytics sections. Now each of these cards is going to be nearly identical. I'll paste down exactly what they look like and I'll cover each one of them individually. So for our cards, we just need to make sure we import all the different things that we're using inside of these cards. And then finally, each of these cards has essentially 3 different things that go on. First, we have chart data that we need to get based on a function that's accessing our database. We'll comment that out for now, as well as the props that we have. The next thing we have is a card that says like visitors per day, and then it renders out what that chart is given the data we get from our database. And as you can see, this exact same pattern repeats for all 3 of our different charts. So each one of them renders out a card, it gets data from our database, and it puts that inside of a chart. So if we remove that, you can see we just have titles with no charts at all. So that at least is giving us a starting point for our application. So to get started, I'm going to focus on the views by country card because that is going to be the easier of the ones to implement. And then once we understand how that works, the rest of them should relatively fall into place. So let me make sure I get our props in here just like that. Make sure that they have all of the typing information correct for them. There we go. That's exactly what we need. So now we need to create this get views by country chart data. That's going to be inside of our database folder. So in our server, in our database, in our product views, that's where we're going to access this information. We can just minimize all these ones that we already have existing. And I want to create a brand new function, export function, get this information, just like that. And this is going to be pretty much exactly what we have up here. But obviously the internal function is going to be this internal function. The tags I'm going to come back to, so we're going to get those in a little bit. And then we want to make this internal version of the function. Now, before we start working on this function, the very first thing we need to do is to specify a constant variable called chart intervals. And this is just going to make it really easier for us to swap between like last 7 days, last 30 days, and so on. So for example, I could say last 7 days, and that is going to have information like a label, which is last 7 days. And it's going to have a start date, for example. Make sure I spell that properly. So we could say start date is going to be sub days, and we're going to take a new date, and we're going to subtract 7 days from it. So this is essentially going to be 7 days ago. Now, we obviously want to do this for all the different fields we're going to have. I'm only going to be creating 3 just because it's going to be simpler, but you can create as many as you want. So let's go all the way to 365. This one is subtract 30 days, last 30 days, last 365 days is going to be 365, just like that. So now with this chart interval, we essentially can get all the information we need for how to do these queries and how to display them to the user. So let me get our props typed into here. We have our time zone, product ID, user ID, and interval. And the time zone's required. Product ID is optional because we can do something for all the products instead of just one. Our user ID is required, and the interval is essentially just going to be either last 7 days, last 30 days, so on. If I hover over the type, you can see it's going to be one of these different types of intervals. So it's going to be the data directly inside of one of these different intervals. Now, this is going to be by far the most complicated query these 3 queries are, but the nice thing about these queries is that we have Drizzle, which makes writing complex queries possible and easier than anything else. So the very first thing I want to do is convert everything to the correct time zone. So I'm going to get my start date, which is the start of a day, and I want to get that to a zoned time. That's going to come from a new library. So we'll come into here. We'll just cancel out of that stripe stuff. npm I date fns tz. That's the time zone specific version of the library. And we're actually getting an error. And that's because we don't even need this library anymore. Literally today, as I'm recording this, they updated the date.fns library and added time zone support. So we don't actually even need this library anymore. And we can do this directly in date.fns. So to get the start of the day, we're going to say new date, just like this. And actually, this is not a new date. This is our interval.startDate. So we're going to get the start of whatever our start date is, and then we're going to convert that to our time zone. So we can just say in tz, which is coming from date.fns. We'll have to probably manually import this. Import tz from date.fns/tz, and it's going to be at date.fns/tz. So we'll just put an at the front of that. And we will need to actually install this library. So we'll just come in here, install the new date.fns library that's built into date.fns, which is incredibly nice. Make sure I spell all that properly. That should install the brand new library for us. There we go. So now what I can actually do is make sure that this imports properly. Looks like it did. And down here, I can call this tz function and pass in our time zone. There we go. It'll now convert this to the correct time zone. The next thing I need to do is to actually get a sub query. So I'm going to get our product sub query. There we go. This is going to be equal to calling get product sub query. And a sub query inside of Drizzle is just a way for us to combine multiple queries together in an easier to use way. I'll show you what I'm talking about. So we're going to get a user ID, which is a string. I'm sorry, we don't need to type this here. And a product ID. Whoops. Product ID. There we go. So now we can create this function. Function just like that. This is going to take in a user ID, which is a string, and a product ID, which is a string, or it's going to be undefined. There we go. And now what we can do in here is we can return db dot, and there's this $sign with. We need to give it a name. In our case, it's products. And then we can specify what we want this to represent. And this is just another db query. So in this case, we're going to be selecting all of the products that we can actually access using this user ID and product ID. Again, we're breaking our query down into multiple smaller chunks, which makes working with it much easier. So we're going to be selecting from the product table all of the information where, and we want to do an and query and an equals query. Make sure I import equals. There we go. And we want to check to see when the product table.id, or I'm sorry, user ID is equal to our user ID. just like that. And we also in here need to add another check, but we only want to add this if our product ID is not equal to null. So if it's equal to null, we're going to return undefined. Otherwise, we're going to return our product table.id is equal to our product ID. So what this is doing is it's going to check, okay, get all the products for our particular user. And if we passed along a product ID, only get the product for that specific ID. So this right here is going to be a subquery we can use that gives us all the valid products. So here is essentially a limited list of the products that we have access to. I'm then going to create another subquery, but this one is for our product views. So we'll call this product view subquery. I might as well just call it SQ, same thing up here, just make it a little bit easier to work with. This is going to be another DB. This time I'm going to say DB $width. This one is product views. And then this one is going to be as another DB, and to be able to combine together subqueries. So if I want to use this products subquery in my new query, I can just say with and pass along the product subquery. So products subquery, just like that. So now I have this as a table that I can join on and so on. So what I want to do is I want to select some information. I'll get to what I'm selecting in just a little bit. I want to get it from the product view table, and I want to do some joins. So I'm going to put an inner join here on my product SQ. So I'm going to be joining on this particular table, this subquery that I created, where my subquery .id is equal to my product view table dot product ID. So here I'm joining these two tables together. So I have a limited list of only the products that I have access to, and I'm combining them with my product view table to get all the product views for the products I have access to. Then I want to get the information for the country as well. So I'll join my country table, where my country table.id is equal to the product view table.country ID. So now I'm getting all my product and country information from here. And I only want to get it where the visited at row right here is greater than or equal to visited at and start date. There we go. So how do I get this visited at row? Well, that comes from my select. I can come in here and say that I want to get a visited at row. And this visited at row is going to be some custom SQL because I need to convert everything using time zones. So I'm going to pass in my product view table .visited at, and I want to convert it to a time zone by saying at time zone and passing in the time zone that I want to convert to. Now, to make sure that everything lines up and works properly, I need to actually inline my parameters here, so that way it knows what time zone to convert to. And I need to give this an as property just to make sure that it actually will render properly. If you don't give your custom SQL an as property, it won't run inside of Drizzle. So this gives me my visited at, converted to the correct time zone, and I'm comparing it against this time zone right here. The next thing that I need to do is to get my country group ID, which is my country table.country group ID. I want to get my country name, which is my country table.name, and then finally country code, which is my country table.code. So this is just getting all the information for each one of the visits on my particular website based on the country name and code, as well as the group ID that's associated with them. So with this product subquery, I have my products. And with this view subquery, I have all the views. Now I just need to get the data that I want. So here I can return calling await db.with, and I want to use that product view subquery that I just created. And I want to select only specific columns. I want to get the country name, which is my product view subquery.country name. I want to get my country code, which again is my product view subquery.country code. And I want to get my views, which is just going to be a count of all of the different visited at rows that I have inside of here. So visited at. There we go. Make sure this is an async function, so I can return that awaiting that I have here. So I'm selecting all those rows. I want to start with my country group table, just like that. And I want to do a join on my product view, just like that. And I want to get where it's equal, my product view, product view subquery dot ID, or I'm sorry, country group ID is equal to my country group table dot ID. And actually, I don't even think I need to do this additional step of joining on this country table because I'm not actually using the country table data. So I can essentially remove all of this information about the country group. I don't need any of that. So I'll get rid of this. All my SQL for my visited at, I'm actually just going to put inline directly right here. So I can get rid of all of that right there. So that SQL has been directly inlined there. And instead, I'm just going to change this to be my count. And this is going to count essentially the visited at row itself. So this is going to be my product view table dot visited at, because I don't care about the time zone when I'm doing counting. So I don't need to convert the time zone at all. Then what I can do, I don't need any of this particular code. I already have the country name and country code up here. So I can get rid of all of this. I can make sure that this is not even a subquery. So I can just get rid of all this subquery related stuff. There we go. Just call await on this and return this. So this should be a little bit simpler than what I had before. There we go. Looks like I'm probably missing a parenthesis or a bracket there. Something is being missed completely here. Let's see. Parenthesis, parenthesis. Maybe I have an extra set of parentheses. There we go. So I have all my joins. I have my where clauses. All I have left to do next is to do my grouping. So here I'm going to do a group by. And I want to group by my country code. Make sure I spell that properly. Make that into a function. And I also want to group by my country name. So we're just going to put an array in here with our country code, country name, just like that. And then I also want to order them. And I want to order them by my views, which is going to be my count. I might as well call this views though. So here we go, views. And we're going to order in the descending order my views. There we go. So whichever one has the most views is going to show up first in my list of orders. And I also want to only get 25, just because I can only really fit at most 25 different countries in my chart. So this right here, I know it's a rather complicated query. I'll go through it in depth. First, I'm getting only the products that I have access to. Then what I'm doing is I'm counting up all my views for each country based on their name and code. That's where this group by comes in. I'm only grouping by country name and code. And for each grouping of country name and code, count how many views have that country name and code. Then I'm doing a couple joins here to make sure I'm only joining on the products I have access to, and I'm joining on the country table to get information for the country. This little query right here is making sure I only get data after my current start date, and then I'm just ordering everything in the correct order. So that should be everything for this function. I'm going to copy over all of this into here so I can make sure I get all the props being passed down for both of these. Here, same exact thing. Pass it in my props, and then I need to figure out exactly what my tags are going to be. So the very first user tag that I'm going to have here is going to be for my user ID and the cache tags.product views, because I'm getting all the product views. I'm also going to have an ID tag, so get ID tag. That's going to be for my product ID if there is one, and then I'm going to get my cache tags.products. There we go. And this particular tag is going to depend on if there's a product ID or not. So if product ID is equal to null, then I'm going to render out a get user tag for my user ID and the cache tag tags.products. There we go. So essentially, if I have a product ID, give me the tag for that one. Otherwise, give me a tag for all of my users' products. And then I want to have a global tag. And that's because I'm getting all of my countries. So global tag on my cache tags.countries. There we go. So that's everything that this particular function is using. And hopefully with all of that done, we should hopefully see back onto this page. If I import this function, maybe I'll have to import it right here. There we go. Give that a quick import and make sure I get the correct information up here. There we go. That should give me all the different props I need. All I need to do is create my actual chart and pass in the correct props up here. So if we look at this, you can see I have my interval that I need to pass in. I have my time zone that I need to pass in, my user ID, and my product ID. So we already know the product ID. That's going to be my product ID. That's coming from my search params. And to make it a little bit easier, we can actually just get that information out here. So we can say my time zone is going to be my search time zone or UTC by default, and my product ID is going to be my product ID. So I don't even need to get that from my search params anymore. Same thing for time zone. That's just going to be my time zone. My interval is going to be a little bit more confusing. So interval is either going to equal chart interval, and I want to get it for my search params. Whoops. Search params.interval, just like that. Or if this doesn't exist, I'm going to get my chart interval .last 7 days by default. Now this you can see is throwing me an error because this must be of the key of type of chart intervals. So I'm just going to manually cast that saying, hey, it's one of these. And if it's not, just give me essentially something that's from the last 7 days. Now I'll expand my screen a little bit so all the code fits on one line. Looks a little bit cleaner that way. And my interval, I can now pass in just like that. And the user ID, I already have access to that just like that. So now I have all the information I need inside of here. If I scroll all the way down, I have my chart data, which is views, country name, country code. Now all I need to do is render this in a chart, and we're going to use ShadCN for all of their charts. Now to add charts, it's relatively easy. We can just call ShadCN, add chart. That's going to add the charts into our application. And then working with the charts is not too difficult. Let's make sure we don't overwrite any of the files we don't want to overwrite. And now we can create this chart library function. So inside of our components, we're going to create a brand new folder called charts. And inside of here is we're going to render out our view. Actually, I think I copied it. So there we go, .tsx. This has to be a client component when you're dealing with charts. And then we can export that function just like this. Now this chart function is going to take in our chart data as its only prop. And the type of this chart data is going to be a country code, which is a string. It's going to be a country name, which is a string. And it's going to be views, which is a number. Make sure I spell all of that correctly. And now inside of here, we could just return null, for example, and at least that'll render out properly. And it'll let me import this right there. It looks like our chart data is maybe not lining up properly. Let's make sure I spelled country code, country name, and views. That looks like it was all spelled correctly. Obviously, it should be an array of data though. That fixes all the errors that I had inside of here. So now let's go ahead and implement what our chart should look like. So the very first thing I want to do for this particular chart, we possibly could have no data at all. So I'm going to say if our chart data.length equals 0, just render out that there's no data, and we're going to put that in the middle of our screen. Next, what I want to do is I want to render out a chart container, which comes directly from ShadCN. This chart container takes two things. The first is a config, which is how it hooks up different things. So we'll say chart config, just like that. And then finally, we need to specify some class names. And if you want things to be responsive, you generally need to have a minimum height. So we'll say min height of 150. A max height is going to be 250 pixels. Whoops, 250 pixels. There we go. And we're also going to say that the width is full, so it spans the entire container. Now to get this chart config, we can come up here. We can say const chart config equals, and essentially for every single row or type of data that you have, you need to have a chart config with a data row in it. So in our case, views is the only thing that we're showing inside of our data as a bar in our bar chart. So that's the only thing I'm going to set a column for here. So I'm going to say views, and I'm going to give it a label, which is visitors. There we go. And then we can give it a color. In our case, I'm going to use the HSA color, which is based on our accent variable. There we go. So now we have our chart config and everything done. Inside of our chart container, we need to render out a chart. And in our case, we're going to use a bar chart from recharts. That's the library behind the scenes. We want to render out the accessibility layer, and then our data is just equal to our chart data. There we go. Now inside of this bar chart, we want to render out what our x-axis is going to look like. Our data key in this case is going to be country code. So it's going to put the country code on the x-axis. We're going to say that for a tick line, we're going to set that to false. And then finally, our tick margin is going to be equal to 10, just to space things out a little bit. Now let's just make sure we close that off and import our x-axis. And now we have that showing up. You can see this column visited at does not exist, so there's problems with my query that I need to fix. So let's go ahead and actually fix that before we go back. So inside of product views here, we can scroll all the way down, and it's saying that this visited at column, which I'm doing my count on, does not exist. I think I may just be able to remove this as section right here, because I don't actually need that now that it's no longer in my select statement, and that may actually fix the problem. And it looks like that did. And you can see down here, visitors per country, we have India showing up. That's the only country I've faked doing anything from. So right there, we can see that that is showing up. There's some other errors inside of this. Looks like it's just some typing errors. That should hopefully resolve itself in just a second. But for now, I'm going to go back and finish out the rest of this chart. So we're going to come in here with a y-axis so we can actually see our bars. So we're going to have a tick line equal false on this one. We're also going to come in here, make sure I import this. There we go. We're going to have a tick margin of 10, just like the other one. We're going to make sure allow decimals is set to false. It doesn't make sense to have half of a person, so obviously get rid of that. And our tick formatter is going to format this as a compact number because these numbers could get quite large. There we go. That's our y-axis done. The next thing we're going to render is our bar. That's probably the most common thing we want to render. So our data key for this one is going to be views. That's just whatever we have here. That's our number. Views, that's what we want to render here. So for the fill of this particular thing, I'm going to set this to the variable, which is our color views. There we go. And that is just based on, let me close that off real quick. That is based on whatever we put for our color inside of here. So color views. There we go. Now we give that bar from recharts, give that a save, and now you can see that we have this showing up. The last thing I want to do is add in a really nice looking chart tooltip. So our chart tooltip is going to have some content, and inside that content is our chart tooltip content directly from ShadCN, and the label key is going to be country name. There we go. So now whenever we hover over this, it's going to use the country name instead of the actual country code. I believe the reason we're having this problem is because this should say name key instead of label key. Let's see if that fixes it. And there we go. It says IN. This should be our country name though, not our country code. Let's try refreshing that to see if that works. Maybe there's something wrong with the data coming back. So let's console.log our chart data to see if maybe there's a problem with our chart data. We can just come in here, look at our actual page, inspect that, go over to the console, look at this array. You can see it has country code and country name, so that is correct. It should be getting the name to be the country name. Let's try setting both the label key and the name key. So we'll say here, country name, just like that. That's not working either, so that's obviously not ideal. So I think our label key is just not pulling in the correct information. Honestly, not a huge deal. We can just leave it as is. Give that a quick save, and it'll just say IN instead. Now let's close out of that and make sure all of our TypeScript errors, we have no more TypeScript errors. It was just some weird TypeScript compilation thing, but we have our entire chart done. Now to be able to make sure that this works for multiple countries, I'm gonna go into my environment variable. I'm gonna change this to be like US, for example. So now we have US and India both showing up. So if I come over to here and refresh my page, you see I get no banner. Oh, there we go. It is actually showing up. You can see I get a banner for this particular discount code. And now hopefully if I come over here, you can see we have 11 visitors from India and 1 from the US. So this is working as we expect it to for different parity groups in different countries. The next thing we have to do is to implement our last 2 charts, and we'll do the visitors per PPP group because it's actually relatively similar to the chart that we already created. So what I'm going to do is I'm essentially going to copy this entire function down, and instead of saying country chart, I'm going to say PPP. And I'm going to come all the way up to here where we have the non-internal version, which is right here. Copy that, paste it down, and where it says country, I'm going to change that to PPP. Now I may need to change around what my different tags are. So I think I'm going to need my country groups for this one. So we'll say country groups. I'm just going to preemptively add that in there. We'll see if we need it or not. So now we have my PPP version. There we go. Close that down, come all the way down to the PPP chart. And this chart is going to be a little bit different because we actually will need multiple subqueries. We're going to need to get our product view subquery. And we're going to need to be able to get our normal subquery. So this one's going to say with a $, product views dot as, and we'll put this entire query directly inside of here. We can get rid of some of the stuff on this query, like all this grouping by. We don't need any of that. And I do need to take all of this SQL that I inlined and move it back out. So this is going to say visited at is that as visited at. Make sure I spell that properly. There we go. Put a comma, get rid of this views section right here. And we need to make sure we have a DB just like that. So now this greater than is going to be a function version, which has our visited at, takes a function, and this function is going to call greater than with visited at start date. There we go. Give that a quick save. Looks like all that's formatted. Now I don't actually need the country name or country code for this one, but I do need the country group ID because I need to get the name of the group. That's what this entire one is for. The PPP group is our country group. So country table dot, and I want to get the country group ID. So essentially I'm getting the visited at field and I'm getting the country group ID, and I'm making sure I only get the ones that are visited after the specific date. So now that I have that subquery, I can return awaiting db.with this particular new subquery. Make sure I put it as a lowercase q so it lines up with the rest of my formatting I did. I want to select specific fields. We'll leave that blank for now and we'll come back to it. And the most important thing is I want to get this from the country group table. So there we go, from our country group table. And I want to specifically join with the other table that I already have. And in this case, I want to do a left join instead of an inner join on that product subquery. And I want to do it where my product subquery.country group ID is equal to my country group table.id. And the reason I'm doing a left join here instead of an inner join is I want to get all of my country groups and display them in my chart. So even if I have 0 views from the 30% group, I still want to show that on my chart as a null value. So that's why I'm getting this as a left join, because this is going to give me every country table, even if there are no views associated with it. If I did an inner join instead, it would only give me the tables that have, or the country tables that have an actual product view associated with them, which is not what we want. So now what I can do is all of my grouping. So in my case, I want to group by a specific field. So we need to do our select first. So I want to get the PPP name, which is our country group table .name. And I also want to get my views, which is going to be calling count on my product views.visited at field. So now here I can do a group by, which takes in a function. We want to get that not visited at, the PPP name. That's what I want to group on. So we're going to say PPP name just like that. That's my group by field. And then I also want to order. So I'll come in here with an order by, and I want to order by this particular field as well. So there we go. And that's all it takes to be able to implement this function. You can see it's nearly identical to what we did before. All I want to do is just get the country groups instead of the individual countries. So we can minimize that down and we can actually use that inside of this particular page. So the PPP chart and all of these parameters information we can use. So I'm going to take these props, move them up here. There we go. Make sure that I get the data from the correct chart. Same thing there. And now I need to make sure I get all the information I need from up here. So just going to copy this information, paste it down in there. It should be all the exact same information. And I might as well do the same thing while I'm at it for this chart, because it's obviously going to be the same data for that chart as well. So now let's implement this chart. And again, I'm just going to copy my existing chart because it's going to be somewhat similar. So this one is views by PPP. There we go. Views by PPP chart. And now I want to get all my chart information. But in this one, it's going to have a PPP name instead of the country name and country code. So same thing for my chart config. That's going to be the same. This data should never be null because as long as I have a country group, it should show up. But just in case, I might as well just leave it in there. Then the next thing is I want to deal with having my chart. So my x-axis is my PPP name and nothing else. And that should be the only thing I need to change for this chart to make it actually work. So let's give that a quick save and see if it works. It says views by PPP chart. Obviously I need to import this component. There we go. Now if I give it a save, we give this a quick refresh, you can see that now it's actually showing all my different parity groups between 0.23 all the way up to 1.1. Now I do want to make one slight modification to the way that this chart data is showing up. So inside of this function here, I want to just create data, which is equal to chart data dot map over each data point. I want to return an object, which is going to take all my normal data, but I want to take the PPP name and I want to take whatever that name is. And I want to make sure that I replace parity group with an empty string. And this should never be null, so I didn't actually need this check there. There we go. So now essentially what this little bit of code is doing is removing that parity group : section at the start. I don't really like that. And now I can use that as my chart data instead. And if I give my page a refresh, you can see that doesn't look like it quite worked. That's because I forgot to put the colon here. Now we give that a save and you can see automatically it has already cleaned that up drastically. And if I open this up, you can see now it has made my labels a little bit easier to read and so on. And I have had one visitor in the 0.9 to 1 group, and I've had 11 visitors in the 0.2 to 0.3 group, which lines up with my India versus US users. So at least know that that is working. Now, unfortunately, this visitors by day chart that we have next is going to be the most complicated chart that we need to work on. So let's go back over to that product view, and we need to essentially just copy over one of these charts. Let's just go ahead and copy this chart, paste it down, and this one is going to be get views by day chart. And then we want to obviously copy up here the exact same thing. This one is get views by day chart, and we want to get the internal version of that. Now the tagging for this one is going to be a little simpler, and that's because this table doesn't query any of our country or country groups. All it cares about is views and days, so it only queries our product and our product views table. So at least our caching is slightly simpler, but that is about the only silver lining because this is by far our most complicated function. We still need to be able to get our product subquery, but we don't actually need our start date because of the way that we're going to be writing this query. And the way we're writing this query is we essentially want to generate all of the days within our interval. So if it's like last 7 days, I want to generate 7 days. If it's the last 30, I want to generate 30 days and so on. So I want to generate a series, one for each day inside of my interval. That way, just like this chart has rows for 0, I want to also show days that have 0 visitors as well. So this products subquery that we have right here is going to be really rather simple because I'm not actually going to join on any country tables, and I'm not even doing any where clauses at all. Instead, I just want to get every single view for all of my products that are in my product subquery. So my country group ID is gone, and this is replaced with a product ID that comes from my product subquery.id. There we go. And that's the only thing I'm getting from here. I'm getting my visited at, and I'm getting my product ID. The big query, the more complicated one, comes in this section right here. So we're getting this with our product view. So we have essentially every single view, which has a visited at date in our time zone for every single product that we have access to. Then what I want to do inside of here is I want to select specifically a date. And this date is going to be formatted in a rather different way than you may be used to. So for now, I'm just going to return this as undefined, and we'll come back to this in just a little bit. Now for our from here, again, we're not going to be querying any of the tables in our database. We're going to create our own table of data, essentially an array of data. And we're going to get that from our interval, and we're going to call that interval.sql. So each one of these is going to have a SQL section added onto it. Now this SQL section is going to actually call the SQL function, and it's going to call generate series, which is a Postgres function, which allows us to generate a series of data between a set of dates. So what we can do is we can take whatever the current date is and subtract 7 days, because it's the last 7 days. And we can take that and go all the way up to the current date. So essentially, this gives me a series between whatever the current date minus 7 is and the current date. And I can say I want to do this in intervals that are 1 day intervals. So by using this code right here, let me make this a little bit bigger so it's easier to see. I can say that I want to generate a series between 7 days ago and today, and I'm using 1 day intervals, which is a type in TypeScript, or in Postgres, I'm sorry. And I want to generate that with the name series, because I'm going to use that in other places. So I want to do this exact same SQL in all of these other ones. So down here and down here. So now for my 30-day one, it's really easy. I'm just going to subtract 30 days at 1 day intervals, rather straightforward. This one is going to be much more complicated though, because instead of just generating this 30 days ago, it's going to be 365 days ago. And I want to do this using 1 month intervals. So here I can say that I'm going to have a 1 month interval just like that. But I need to be able to not just get the current date, but I want to get what the current month is. So what I can do is I can say date trunc. That's going to truncate my date. And I can say truncate it at the month mark, just like that. So it's going to take whatever this date from 365 days ago is and truncate it at the month mark. And it's going to return to me essentially a string with that. Same thing here. I can do date trunc just like that. I can truncate it on the month, and that's going to be whatever my current date is truncated at the current month. This just makes it so that now I can take any day in a month, cut off all the date information, and just be left with the month. So now I can come up here, I have that interval.sql, and this is going to give me an essential array of data between whatever the current day is and the day that I want to go all the way back to. Now the next thing I need is a way to group my days, because all my visited at has time all the way down to like the millisecond. So obviously no 2 dates are going to be exactly the same because they have millisecond level data. So I want to be able to group my date using a date grouper function. This is a function that's going to take in a column, which is either going to be SQL code or SQL.aliased code. It's essentially just some random SQL code. There we go. Make sure I import that type from Drizzle. And what I want to do is I want to convert this into something that will convert my date to a more uniform date type. So in my case, I want this to be individual dates. Instead of times, I want to cut off all the time and get me just the date information. So I'll say SQL with a type of string is going to return to me a new date object from Postgres using my column, and I want to make sure I inline the parameters here. So what this little bit of line of code does right here is it's saying, okay, I have a date that's coming in that has like timestamp information all the way down to the millisecond, and I want to cut off everything except for the current date. So this is essentially how the date trunc function works, but it's truncating everything except for the date. So it has like the year, the month, and the date, but no time information. I want to use the same grouping function for both my last 30 days and my last 7 days. But when it comes to my last 365 days, I want to truncate this using that date trunc function that we've already used. So I'm going to say date trunc, just like that. I want to truncate it down to the month. Now, the final thing I want is some way to format these dates so that I can easily display them inside of my form. So I'm going to come in here with a date formatter, just like that. And this is going to take in a date object from JavaScript. And for example, on this one, I'm going to use a month formatter, and I'm going to format my date. So instead of typing out what the month formatter is, I'll just paste it down here. It's a new internationalization date formatter. That's a 2-digit year and a month that is short, and the time zone. Now, the reason I'm using UTC as my time zone here, which sounds really confusing, is when I do these date truncations and this date here, it removes all my time information. So if I were to format this in a time zone that's not UTC, it's actually going to move my date forward or backward like 3 or 4 hours. And if it moves it backwards like 3 hours, that now puts me the day before. And that's probably the problem that Parity Deals has on their website. So by using the UTC time zone, it ensures my date won't actually move because I don't actually have a time value. So that's why I'm using time zone of UTC here to make sure my date does not move. Now, the next two things I want to format as dates instead of months. So I can just use the date formatter that I've created. So we have date formatter and date formatter, and this date formatter just gives me a date style of short, rather straightforward. So now my chart intervals is much more confusing, but it allows me to get all the data I need to actually use this form, for example, giving me that generate series. And this also allows us to create what our date is going to be. So I can take our interval and I can get our date grouper, and I want to group my SQL.raw of our series. So SQL.raw series, just like that. So essentially, whatever this series is, my generate series, I'm going to be taking each individual value from that series, and I'm going to be putting it through the exact same date grouper. So converting it to a date or a month and so on. Then what I'm going to do, I'm going to call this map with function. Taking in my date string, I'm going to pass it to my interval.date formatter, and that's going to take in a new date based on my date string. There we go. So what this little bit of code right here does, map with essentially says, okay, after my SQL code runs, how do you want me to convert this SQL to JavaScript? So I'm saying, hey, take this date, which is a string, and convert it into an actual date object for me. From here, I can finish out the rest of my code by making my joins and stuff work properly. For example, for my grouping, I want to group based on whatever that date is. And that's because I'm truncating all of my different date information down to either the month or the week or so on. So when I do my left join, I'm taking whatever my visited at right here is, and I'm going to be truncating that based on my date grouper. So here, put in that date grouper, that's going to truncate down my date. And here, I want to get my date, and this comes from the function version of this. So I can take in the date just like this, call this function, which is going to call just like that. There we go. So essentially, I'm getting that date row, which is right here from my database, that date column, and I'm comparing, okay, if I truncate my date that comes from here, it should be equal to this date here. I know this is very complicated SQL code, but essentially what's happening is in this first subquery, I'm getting all of my products that I have access to, and I'm counting up all the views for each individual visit at that I have. Actually, I'm not even counting them. I'm just combining together my products and my visited at. And then inside of here, I'm saying, okay, give me a series of data that's going to be either months or days, and convert all my visited at times to either that month or that day. And if the day for the visited at and my series are equal, add 1 to my count. And do that for every single row in this first query. So now we can see if this actually worked. I can come in here, comment all of this information in, make sure we pass our props in just like that, import this particular function, and now we just need to add this chart in, which again shouldn't be too difficult. We can just copy one of our existing charts. This particular chart here is going to be by date, and actually I believe I called this by day, so let me just clean that up a little bit. There we go. Views by day. This is going to have date information. So I'm going to have a date, and that's going to be a string because it's whatever I mapped that to, that's converting that to a string for me. And then all I need to do is instead of my country code, this should be my date, and everything else should just work out of the box. So let's see if that's working. We can come in here, get my chart information, and then I can open this up, and you can see all of my views were on the 16th. That's why you can see we have 12 visitors on that particular day, which means that it's working, and we have all these blank days, which is great. If we didn't generate that series of data, we would just have one row or one column in this chart, and all these other columns wouldn't show up because they would get no data. But by doing that series, it now gives us these blank days. The last thing we have left to do is just add in all of our different filtering that we want to do. So we can go all the way back to our analytics page, all the complex charting stuff. We're done with that. We can just close that down. The only thing we have left to do is filtering, which is so much easier. So the very first thing I need to do is I need to wrap this entire thing inside of a div, just my H1 section, just like that. That way I can put my filters up here with it. And I want to add some margin on the bottom. We've been waiting for this for a long time. They've been really pushed together. Flex this with some justifying of between to push them as far away as possible. And items baseline, just like that. There we go. So now inside of here, I'm going to put a giant has permission, and I only want to have these things show up if I have permission to access the analytics. So if I can access the analytics, then go ahead and show the content inside of here, which is going to be a div with a class of flex and a gap of 2. And then we just need a bunch of drop-down menus. So we're going to get some drop-down menus just like this. I'm going to have a drop-down menu trigger just like that. This is going to have an as child because it's just going to render out a button. And this button is going to be a variant of outline. Inside of here, interval.label is what we want to render. And we want to render that with a chevron down so we know that it's actually something that we can click on and go down on. So we'll say class name, size 4, margin left 2. Close that off. And we should see, hopefully, there we go. We have last 7 days right there. Obviously, it doesn't do anything else. We just have the drop-down trigger. So let's go ahead and add the drop-down content. Drop-down menu content. There we go. So this is for changing between our different intervals. So we need to loop through all of our different intervals. So we can say object.entries for each one of our chart intervals. I want to map through them. That's going to give me a key and a value. And then I want to return essentially just a link, but that's going to be inside of a drop-down menu item. There we go. Close that off. Make sure we say that this is as child, and it has a key, which is our key. Now for each one of these, I'm going to be creating a link. Make sure that's a next link. We're going to add in an href here, which I'm going to come back to what it's going to be. It's a little bit of a complicated href, but otherwise we're going to have our value.label inside of here. Just like that. Make sure we close all this off. There we go. Give that a save. Looks like everything's working. Our drop-down menu content, I believe we may not have imported, so let me make sure I import that. There we go. And that should actually work. Now our href, we'll just make an empty string for now, so this will render hopefully. There we go. And now you can see we have our different options. Obviously, it's not quite looking as we expect though. Most likely I imported my drop-down menu item from the wrong place, which I did. So let's clean that up. And now you can see we have our different intervals showing up, but the links currently don't work. So to make the links work, I'm going to create a little bit of a helper function. We'll just close down these. Function is going to be called create URL. And this create URL function is going to take an href, which is a string. It's going to take some old params, which are our old parameters that are our search params. So that's a record of the string type. And then finally, it's going to take some new params, which is again, just a record of strings. So there we go, record string. And this is going to return to us an href. Now I'm actually going to move this into our lib folder. So we're going to go into lib, utils. I'm going to paste that down into here. Now for this particular function, it's not going to be too complicated. First, our params is just going to say new URL search params, and we're going to pass in all of our old parameters. Then what we're going to do is we're going to loop through all of our new parameters by saying object.entries with our new parameters. We want to loop through each one of them. So we're going to get a key and a value. And for each key and value, all I want to do is that the value is equal to undefined. Then I want to remove it. So params.delete that key. Otherwise, what I want to do is say params.set the key to that specific value. Then finally, I can return what the brand new href is going to be. So we say href with a question mark and params.toString. Now we can generate a brand new URL anywhere we need to. So for example, back on this particular page where I have my link, I can just say create URL. I can pass it in the URL that I want to go to, which is /dashboard/analytics. And what I want to do is pass in my old search params, and I want to change the new param for my interval to be whatever this particular value is. Actually, in our case, I want the key. And let's just import this function. Whoops. Create URL. Looks like it's not automatically importing, probably because I forgot to export it. There we go. Now let's make sure we import this, give that a save, and now hopefully if I click last 30 days, you can see up here, it's changed to last 30 days, and my chart has updated. If I change to last 365, you can see again, it's updated my URL, and the important thing is you can see it's rendering out each individual month, which is exactly what I wanted. Back to last 7 days, you can see that's updating this chart as well. So we have our very first drop-down menu done. The next one we want to work on is our product drop-down, and I'm actually just going to bring this into its own component and make it a little bit easier to work with. So we'll say user ID is our user ID, our selected product ID is equal to our product ID, and our search params is equal to our search params. Close that off. We'll just need to create this function down here. Again, I have the typing for my parameters already in there because that's some pretty basic stuff. And I want to get my products. So we can say await get products, there we go, for my user ID. And then we can return inside of here all the different drop-down stuff we need. So I might as well just copy this drop-down menu, paste it down because it's going to be rather similar to what we had before. Except for here, I'm going to be getting my individual product and looping through my products and so on. So this is going to loop through my products. And here I'm going to have an individual product just like that. And then up here for my actual label, this is going to be a little bit of a complex thing because I want to take my products and I want to find the product with the specific ID I already have. So p.id is equal to selected product ID. And I want to get the name from that. And if the name doesn't exist, I'll just have it say all products. There we go. Then the next thing I need to do down here is I first want to create a link specifically for all of my products. So drop down menu, item as child. And inside of here is a link that goes to my analytics page using my old search params, and it sets my product ID to undefined by completely removing that type. Now I do need to make sure that this can include undefined so that I can actually remove things. Now if I go back to here, that got rid of that error, and this just removes product ID from my URL. Now down here, I want to loop through each of my products. The key is going to be my product.id, just like that. For my href, I want to use my product ID and set it to my product.id. And down here, this is my product.name. Now, if I give that a save, that should hopefully clean up all of our errors. And now I have the ability to say, okay, give me it only for this product or for all my products. Now, if I create a brand new product, just give it a random name, a random URL, give that a quick save. This product has absolutely nothing associated with it at all. As you can see, it also looks like my tab is currently incorrect. I need to fix that. So let's do that real quick before I forget. We're going to go into our page for our products. We're going to go to our edit page, and all the way at the top where we have our tabs being defined, you can see this is called country, not countries. So I'll change that to countries, and that'll actually fix it. Now when I go to the page, you can see it's on that country tab, and there we go. It's on the country tab. That actually fixed all that. Okay, back to analytics. So now I have 3 products. Test name 3 has data. This one has no data. So as you can see, all these are blank, no data available down there. And for all products, we see all the data for all of them combined together. Now, the very last thing that we need to implement is the time zone dropdown. And this is something that a lot of charting places don't do. And I really wish they would because it's super useful to be able to choose things in your own specific time zone. So copy this dropdown menu down. This one's going to be very simple. Right here, we're going to render out whatever the time zone is. There we go. That's our current time zone. And we don't even need to do any type of array looping or anything like that. We just need our drop-down menu item. We don't even need a key on it because we only have 2 different options. We have UTC and we have non-UTC. So for the time zone, we have UTC just like that. And inside of here, we're going to print out the text UTC. So that's going to be our UTC option. Now we need to add the option for our current time zone. And this will actually require us to create a brand new component. And that's because we need it to render on the client, because otherwise it'll give us whatever our server's time zone is. So we're going to get the drop-down menu item, which is going to take in our search params. There we go. And now let's create this component. So over into here, we can just go into our components, create a brand new file, call it time zone, drop-down menu item, export function, that exact item right there. This is going to be taking in our search params. Whoops, search params. And this is going to be search params. This is a record, which is string or string. There we go. And then all we need to do is just render out this drop-down menu item. I'm just going to copy the code because it's relatively straightforward, and I'll explain it. We're just getting our drop-down menu item. We're making sure we render it as a child because we want to render a link inside of it. We're creating a URL just like we did for the rest of them. The only key difference is that we're actually getting whatever the user's current time zone in right here. So I'm just going to take this and say const user time zone is equal to that, and then we can just place that in both those sections. There we go. This is the user's local time zone. So now here I can import this, and we should hopefully see, if all this loads, that I now have the option to view my data in UTC or in my current time zone, which is the America Chicago time zone. Now it currently makes absolutely no difference, but I'll show you a case where it actually would make a difference. We'll say npx run db studio. There we go. And actually, I don't need the npx. I should just say npm run db studio. That'll open up my Drizzle Studio. And I'm going to add a brand new piece of information into this. We'll just make it full screen. We'll go over to our product views, and I'm going to add a brand new row for this particular product ID, this particular country ID, and for the date here, I want to just do 2024-09 12-15, and that's it. I want it to be at exactly midnight on that time. So we'll give it a quick save. So if we order by our visited at, you can see we have midnight on that date in UTC time zone. So now what I can do is close out of this and go back to my application here, give page a refresh, and you'll see that we should hopefully have some visits on that particular day. Let's go to UTC, make sure it's all products, give that a quick refresh. It's actually showing up on the 16th. Even if we're in our time zone here, it's still showing up on the 16th. And I'm almost 100% sure the reason for that is because of our caching. Obviously, manually changing our database doesn't reset our cache. So to easily reset our cache, I'm just gonna refresh this page. That'll add a new product view, and that should fix our cache. And immediately you can see, if I switch over to UTC, I have a date on the 15th, but my time zone is before UTC. So when I switch to my time zone, you can see that that date that was at midnight UTC actually swaps to the day before. So this is why it's really important to be able to show people's data in UTC or their current time zone. Because for me, this was something that happened on the 14th, while if I look at it in UTC, it looks like it happened on the 15th. Now that pretty much is everything we need to cover, but I actually realized I forgot to do something way back all the way on our dashboard page. I never added anything additional for our most popular to add like a little banner in the corner, which is something that we should have. So what we can do is we can actually go back to that particular page in our marketing page. That's going to be our normal page. And what I want to do is all the way at the very bottom inside of my pricing card, I have the ability to see which one is most popular. You can see is most popular, and I want to add quite a bit of additional flair to this if it is the most popular one. So in particular on my card, I want to add quite a bit of additional class names. So here I'm going to have CN to do all the class name stuff, and I want to have it be relative. I want to have a shadow of none. I want to have it be rounded, 3XL, overflow, hidden, and then what I can do is if it is the most popular, I can add additional classes. So I can say that my border should be the accent border, and I'll put a border of 2 around it. Otherwise, I'll have a border of none. There we go. So now my most popular one, you can see, has this nice big blue border around it, which looks good already. The next thing I want to do is directly inside my card header, if it is the most popular, then what I want to do is I want to render out a little banner that's going to go in the top left of the top right of the card. So we'll say class name, background is going to be accent, text is the accent foreground. We're going to make sure that it's positioned absolutely. Padding on the top and bottom is going to be 1. Padding on the left and right is going to be quite large at 10. We're going to position it negative right in the 8. Top is going to be 24. And we're going to rotate this 45 degrees. And I'm also going to set the origin to be in the top right. And this is just going to say most popular. And what that's going to do is add this little banner, most popular, across the very top right corner of this particular card. Another thing I realized I completely forgot to add, which would break your application when you deploy it to production, is if we go all the way into our API, open up that API for our products. Remember how I told you that this request object is going to have information for our actual user, this request.geo in our get country code? If I open this up, this request.geo, that only is the case on Vercel if you have your runtime set to edge. Otherwise, that will not work. So make sure you have a runtime set to edge. Another thing I didn't really do is if we go back to our dashboard here and we look at our main dashboard, you can see we only have the products section. We don't have anything for analytics. We should probably add that in as well. So let's go to our dashboard, our main page, and let's add in a section for analytics. It's going to look pretty much identical to this H2 section up here. So I'm going to copy that over. It says analytics. It has that arrow to the right with all the same styles. And then I'm obviously not going to show anything unless the person has permission to access the analytics. And if they do, we're going to show them this analytics chart. Now this analytics chart is just the exact same as our day chart. So we're going to get all of our day chart information. Let me make sure this is a little bit bigger so it's easier to see. So you can see get views by day chart data. We're passing in our user ID and our interval. And we also need to pass it in our time zone, which in our case is going to be UTC. Let's get our chart interval because this is going to show for the last 30 days because it kind of shows them the last month, which is a good indicator of how their application is doing. And then as you can see that this card is literally exactly the same as the card we had before. So all of this is pretty much the same as what we've rendered before. But now you can see we've rendered out all of our products. And if I zoom this out a little bit more, you can see we now also have our analytics for the last 30 days. If I click on this, it brings me to my analytics page. Another minor thing I realized I forgot to do is in our product customization form, if we scroll all the way down for our location message, actually that was all the way at the top, I went too far. We look inside of here, I never actually put the error message in here, so let's make sure we have that form message showing up. And with that final minor change, that is absolutely everything we need for this full application to be completely built. And honestly, this is a massive application. If you put this on your portfolio, employers are going to love it. And even if you don't, it's a project that you can build and sell and actually make money from. And if you want, you can view all the source code in the description down below. Again, a huge thank you to Clerk and Neon for sponsoring this video. Because of them, I'm able to actually create these massive projects entirely for free for you. I wouldn't be able to do that without their support. So if you liked Clerk or Neon from this video, I highly recommend checking it out. They'll be linked down in the description for you. With that said, thank you very much for watching and have a good day.